Breaker this weekend.
Vagina.
Oh, damn.
Oh, well, we've upgraded.
Pussy.
Yeah, we're getting alternatives today.
Ugh, I really like that pussy of yours.
Okay, so...
I've never hated anything more than that just now. That was the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
So, Bread takes 7,000 psychic damage. No, yes, Bread, not flinking. I need you dead right now.
We love player damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh my god, what if you could choose to take damage for your character as a player if you really wanted?
I am not letting that happen because, again, there are limits to what I can do having Panda in the game, because whatever I introduce, Panda will choose whatever option is most damaging just generally.
Yeah?
I think also Twitch TOS.
Yeah.
Self-harm.
Oh, don't worry, it's all psychic damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, Panda will find a way to make that a horrible experience for everyone involved.
Oh my god, just like a collection of just like terrible like videos and stuff like that, just like one after the other, and you have to like watch every like you take more like just things that'll make you like cringe really hard. You know, not like actual cringe compilations, because those are weird. Those are just weird.
We watched 24 hours of SpongeBob, but the same episode over and over and over.
And over and over. Want to see me do it again? Oh, sorry.
Welcome to D&D again. Hi, everyone, including my players.
I am one of those.
I am a player.
Let's go.
I'm a driver.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Damn, you hate my game? Wow.
You're gonna hurt them. No.
You know what? I have an idea. We don't tell anyone else about the murder mystery. We just tell Flinkin.
Telling Flinkin is the equivalent of talking to everyone else. Let's be honest here.
It's good to see them putting
No.
secret.
Telling Rizyuk is the except.
Yeah,
like
I think
else.
so far
You've
we've
already told
learned that
Rizyuk.
the two people that will spread information like wildfire have been Rizyuk, definitely the most, and also things tend to spread if Gin is told something that Gin doesn't want to keep secret. If Gin isn't personally motivated to keeping something secret, everyone's learning about it.
Well, also, Rizio kind of learned his lesson after the last time, but I understand.
There's also Levi who will say shit accidentally sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the character, man.
Yeah, you guys did manage to not reveal too much shit during the Debaya arc, literally just by keeping Levi too in the dark for him to have useful information to give away to the enemies.
Having flashbacks to One Cash. Oh my goodness. Levi being the only one kind of staying in the high city.
Yeah.
I don't give away information. I just say shit wrong and then have to explain myself.
Yeah.
You gaslight yourself.
Telling Flinkin things is fine.
Yeah, Flinkin is genuinely very good at keeping things hidden. Partly because Flinkin as a character, likes a little bit of secrecy, and partly because Bread, as a player, is not gonna remember shit.
I actually remember a fair deal. Surprisingly, since I've not taken a single note.
Yeah.
Yo, I can't take notes today for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
but
don't
I'll
worry.
rely on you guys.
No, you have to take notes right now, Masha.
I'm gonna do
the thing is, I could
Hello.
take notes. I just haven't.
We started, and there was a murder mystery I was not told about, so I will not work on that.
Yeah.
But I will watch.
Hey, note taking entirely unnecessary when you can just watch back the 5 to 6 hour VODs on the YouTube channel that Sal and Dave.
And what else am I gonna do with my 8-hour drives?
Yeah.
Valid. Mm-hmm.
So
I can recap. I was able to do things.
Yeah, I do want, unless people are very excited to hand recap over to Salem, I will say, it's been a hot minute. Shit was a little scuffed. If Panda and Lion wanna just hand the recap over to Salem, I'll allow it. But if y'all want to roll for it, roll for it, you know?
Salem, thank you for
Can
your...
I roll anyway so I can choose?
Yeah, everyone else can roll, but only if we are deciding to roll for it. But I'll leave it to Panda and Lion.
Let's go!
Also, Lion, you did...
You know what? You rolled, Salem? I'm rolling too now.
Let's go!
Please get a 2.
Guess we're rolling.
I added a 1 to her.
I haven't gotten a...
That's a classic nat 1 from Lion. Okay, everyone else can feel free to roll to see if they like nat 20
I still am very... I haven't done recap in so long. I still am like interested in doing recap.
I use magic to roll.
Womp womp.
Just for all the time that Lion is trying to keep dodging recaps.
Yeah, this time didn't work out. Do you also want to roll just to see if you're nat 20 at Brad? It's become painfully clear that you're very good at those.
Depends on the situation. When it matters, it does. But it doesn't. When it doesn't, it just like it'll throw it whatever.
Yeah. Were you here for the consequences afterwards for your nat 20s? I don't remember if you were for the entire session.
I fell asleep.
Yeah, because there were some decent amounts of nat 1s after that. So you just kept nat 20ing at the start of the session, and then the rest of the session was just pain.
Yeah, I had a lot of them. I kept count. I had 3 nat 1s, and 2 of them were in a row.
Yeah.
Damn.
Lion also got a nat 1. Jill got a nat 20 after Brett did.
Yeah.
I did?
Yeah.
What did
I wrote it down.
What did I... Well, I guess...
I don't know. I just wrote down that you had a nat 20.
I don't remember what that was. Was it from fishing? I'm assuming it's from fishing.
Time to replay the VOD.
Oh wait, it was from fishing. That was when I got the
golden fish.
The schooler fish.
Yeah, and you got and you've made this point. You probably added it to your inventory. If you didn't, you do have very expensive caviar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I made it already.
Yeah, like you have. That's one of the few things that
I thought I just had the robe. I haven't made it yet.
You had the robe, but like you can start like working on it. So I'll assume that you're doing that, and you might as well just put it in your inventory so you have it, because you'll have it by the time you're like in Kurzunft.
Cool. Didn't I, from like a previous session, I might have forgotten to put it, but didn't I also finish up a hand?
Yes, you finished up a hand with the rings. That seemed to have been bitten off by something and then swallowed by a fish.
I'll just do custom items.
Yeah.
Kitty!
That was, session 72. That's 12. That was when you finished up the hand. And then 23 is just vibes, not rhythm sharpened. And then okay, makes sense. Also, hi Key. Anyways, whenever you're ready, Lion, feel free to start recapping.
Unless you don't want to.
Okay. At the start of the session, Brett had a dream.
They sure did.
And yeah, I don't remember that. So after that dream, we suddenly we spotted some drake worms up ahead. The ship decided to go through it, embrace the storm. Just 3 players fought. We killed them all. But after the battle, 3 people died. We're pretty sure that none of the people were attacked from the Drake worms that we were fighting. Zorath drank a person.
2 people.
Yeah.
That poison.
Wait,
had
what?
Poison in them.
They were dead.
Oh.
And yeah, that's pretty it.
Yeah. I will add for context. Yeah, there was a fight against some Drake worm, little Drake worm babies. Everyone else is very aware of this because while it was only Zorath, Levi, and Gin doing the fighting, I essentially think of it as the rest of the party was helping protect the crew. So some people were running defense, these 3 were running the offense. Y'all are very, very sure that because the combat ended so quickly, it didn't get out of hand, you had control of the situation, the Drake Worm broodlings did not get to anyone. However, 3 people seem to have died of wounds that fit the Drake Worm broodlings. Even though y'all are very sure that no one actually got hurt by them. So, yeah. Flinken did have a dream that was very lore significant. Essentially met everyone else on the Shadowfell Council, and they were like, hey, so you know...
Shadowfell.
Yeah. You know that, like,
told me
lady
about that.
you've been vibing with, you know, Merida? All of us hate each other, and we agree on almost nothing, except the fact that we agree that you shouldn't be giving her any more power. Also don't trust her, and her title was name dropped. So y'all now know
The Burner Queen.
Yeah, that she is Merida the Burner Queen. Which ties to...
Burner Queen.
Yeah, which ties
You always need a
into
burner phone,
the...
apparently.
She hot.
I mean...
That's why you need a burner queen.
Flinken has seen her. She is, essentially, she is kind of like a Shadar-kai elf, so pale, like, almost like porcelain white skin, with this, like, kind of, thick, heavy-looking long hair, and she wears a dress that seems to be almost... Like, the fabric itself seems like it's made of soft granite. She's very tall, kind of like kind of a little spindly, a little...
Does she move around like one of those Russian dancers where you, like, as though they're, like, floating?
No, she mostly just kind of has been standing still. Y'all haven't really seen, or Flinken hasn't seen her move about at all. But Flinken did... They were the person Flinken ended up getting in contact with, and is Flinken's contact point, their representative in a sense. And then Flinken ended up also picking or advising Gar to take Merida as well as his reference to the council. And then the rest of the people were like, so... Don't give her any more power. Don't trust her. I believe I did say that the person that Flinken ended up picking to talk to described Merida as the worst of them.
Damn.
And the Burner Queen, which this again mostly just Flinken is available, like has any knowledge of any of this. The Burner Queen because like a lot of the Fae and Fel stuff is just stuff that exists in fairy tales within this world. The actual existence of these planes aren't known. These planes have not been connected to this world for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So the Burner Queen does exist as a figure in mythology whose main goal and modus operandi is to burn everything down. You know, the whole fairy tale thing, like, oh, magical beings in the forest. The Burner Queen is not specifically a title that Flinken was familiar with, but the Burner Prince is famous as a fey entity that would try and burn down the forests. Kind of a arch-villain of the Fae. So there is some similarity there. That was what Flinken managed to pick up on, I believe, one among many of Flinken's colossally insane roles during that dream.
Mm-hmm. And also realized her name's Marauder as well.
Yeah. Her name...
Marauder.
Yeah, her name is Marauder.
Marauder.
Sounds quite a lot like Marauder. So, yeah. Wow, my subtle symbolism has been revealed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know people who use subtlety, and they're cowards.
Of course, they would attribute such a title to a man instead of who it really was.
Well, the Burner Prince is very famously a Fey being. This is a Fel being. So there might be some association. Flinken is not tied to the Fey at all. Flinken's tied to the Fel. And there is definitely some in the myth, in the folklore of the Fey. The Fel and the Fey are kind of intertwined, but, you know, Flinken has only really contacted the Fel at all. So far, no actual indication that there actually is something as a Fey Wild. But Flinken definitely has contacted the Shadow Fel. So that's apparently real. In some capacity.
You know, a very interesting thing about the Fel is that you can only talk to them in winter, because it's after the fall.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what a joke! Oh.
Shush, spread before I limit all your spellcasting to the winter months.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Anyways, so yeah, and then y'all did do a little bit of fishing and, like, shenaniganery aboard the ship. Which was when Gunther nat 20'd some fucking fish, and I believe Gin nat 1'd his fishing rod off the boat right after Gunther was like, oh my god, there's a school of fish! Gin, come over! This is gonna be so easy! Everyone's gonna be able to get fish now! And then Gin just fucking yeeted their fishing rod off the ship. So... she did get some pretty nice fish, and have started your production of some pretty nice fresh, like, you'll have fresh smoked caviar, which upon your arrival in Kelsumft, you just have to find whatever rich person is willing to spend a lot of money on that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Damn.
And then
what a fishing trip.
And then the fighting happened, and then of course after fighting, it was Gin, Sorath, and Levi who dragged the corpses off into Yal's private chambers to, like, examine them, kind of under the guise of Levi doing rites over their bodies, which they also did do. And there, the 3 people who ended up being dead, just because, like, it's nice to know who the victims are in the murder mystery.
Yeah.
Let me see, where did these notes end up? Yeah, so...
one of them was from off crew, right?
Yes. One of them were one of the people you brought in. So,
yeah.
I believe I left, for the players, in the...
cargo worker.
Yeah, in the game chat. It's in here.
Sail rigger and Solan rower.
Yeah.
So the rower is the one that's
and
from
Eugenie
my
were people who, were part of the original crew of the ship. And then Solan, who was one of the rowers that Risyuk brought on board. They don't seem immediately to have any obvious connections beyond that. and I believe it was, usually the sail rigger, meaning their main thing they work with is pulling ropes, tying knots, climbing in ropes. They had a dermal piercing in their palm. Which was something that they took note of, because that seems like the worst place to have piercing when your job is about pulling on very rough ropes and potentially catching rough ropes that like slip and are pulling.
Yeah. Their upper body must be stacked.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, they're sailors. These people are strong.
Yeah, but especially somebody that has to do a lot of lifting themselves up.
And from Risyuk's notice, it is a not very expensive piercing. It is silver, but it's done very well. So it's definitely done by someone who knows what they were doing. And with the amount of wear given the work they do, and like the relative state of the patina on the silver, Risyuk was able to determine that it's been in their hand for a while, but at most a year. Probably less than a year.
It wasn't like something that just got put on as maybe like the culprit like did something.
Yeah.
It's not that.
It's been there for a while. It's not something that has been there for ages. But it definitely doesn't seem like a piercing that you would have if you worked this job, but clearly they have been working this job with that kind of piercing.
So it seems as though you either took the opportunity of the wormling attack to do what they wanted to do, or that was also part of their plan. Is like kind of what we're thinking right now, right?
I will say, now, the first decision of this session, which I'm going to pass over to the three people who actually have information about this, being Sorat, Levi, and Gin, who I believe currently are all muted, which is perfect timing.
I was typing, so...
Yeah. The three of you now have to make the decision. Are you telling people?
Guys.
It's never been a mystery, and it's just like...
Where did they go? Lion, what do you think? This is so helpful.
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh my god.
The monsters have been killed, so, you know. Now there's not a... Like, Gin's done. Monsters have been killed, you can sit there and write about them. Mysteries, who cares? People died, skill issue.
Yeah.
I guess we have to tell Levi. Levi's helpful in this stuff, right?
Levi already knows.
Levi is the only other person that was in the room when you guys were like discussing and figuring out.
My bad.
So,
Levi already knows, and also likes
Flinken
to
might
point
be able
fingers.
to. Flinken might be able to sneak around with us.
Useful in that department.
This is true.
So I'll say Risyuk has not been told that the things that Gin found out, that these people didn't die from their, like, Levi could determine these people did not die from their, like, the bite wounds. Gin figured out that they most likely died from a very fast-acting poison that is not tailored to kill powerful monsters or especially hardy individuals, but something that's meant to very subtly kill more civilian people through the force of a heart attack, and then the poison very rapidly leaves the body, leaving very little trails. Risyuk,
also, what time of...
Risyuk has been brought in just because they were like, hey, so this person has a piercing, can you tell us anything about it? But Risyuk has not been told about the poison or the fact that they didn't die from the bite wounds.
Also, out of character question, what were all the different wormlings and stuff? Like, what kind of, like, drakes were they? None of them, I'm guessing, were green, or maybe a couple of them were.
So they were. They are not drakes. They're drake worms, which are kind of like they're a drake or dragon adjacent creature. These were
no
elemental scaled. So they were acid focused.
Okay.
And they were apparently a broodling swarm. So a bunch of them in a river, just kind of vibing. And you guys managed to, or Sorath again and Levi managed to kill them before they managed to bring the attention of too many others, and then y'all moved past.
Did the clothing of the individuals that I was brought in to see look like they were singed in any way?
There was, like, the bite wounds had what was clearly, like, chemical burn. So,
okay. I was just trying to cover bases of whether or not Rizyuk would notice, oh, these guys weren't attacked by those things.
I'll say, from everyone else, just from, like, glancing at the bodies, which you guys could have definitely done, they were clearly, they had wounds that seemed to fit being bitten by a creature of this size, these kinds of teeth, and there were acid burns, which doesn't make sense given those creatures used acid to hunt.
Yep.
I will also say, currently, Levi and Sorath have kind of just grabbed these bodies and walked into the cabin that y'all have been using as your room. Nothing is preventing any of y'all to just being like, I wonder what they're doing, and just walking in. That's also an option.
Yeah. Yeah, I was only...
This is not a very secret base or anything.
Yeah, I was only asking because Rizyuk's a very detailed-oriented person, and if he was brought in to look at a guy, if he noticed there were no, like, acid burns on them, he would have been like, wait a minute, were these... Like, these things did not... Like,
Levi, from their, like, medical examination of it, determined that these wounds could have killed someone, but not instantly. So, they died too quickly for these wounds.
Quick question.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's covered
yes,
that.
The rest of us know that. So the rest of us know that these people died, right?
Yeah, you guys were part of the fight, even though you weren't really the offensive strike team. Like, the rest of y'all were there defending the rest of the crew. So y'all are aware of what the fight was like, you're aware of what attacked you, and you're definitely aware of the fact that 3 people died. And all of you share in that, like, yeah, no, we did a good job defending these people. I didn't see anyone actually...
Rizyuk feeling a little guilty, because he brought one of them onto this job, too.
Yeah. Something that was covered last time, that general attitude on the ship isn't too dour. It is kind of a, oh, what a shame. Because dying to monsters when you're traveling is kind of an accepted risk. There's a reason like sailors and traders are paid so much. This is a very dangerous profession.
Especially in Pleasant Valley. But Rizyuk also, though, Rizuk's kind of a special case when it comes to that, though.
Yeah, you did recruit them on, but they and the people you recruited on are all like, yeah, they knew the risks. This is just part of the job. So, yeah. But yeah, you definitely are aware of all that stuff, Jewel.
Yeah.
I think what people are assuming is that, like, Levi is just performing the rites.
Yeah. You ideally want whoever is the most practiced, practiced in divine magic to do rites if possible. Just because, like, the rites are never guaranteed, but they do help prevent undeath.
Whoa.
So, yeah, Flinken's that's a sneaky bugger that would know somehow how not a sneaky bugger would be, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
I think so.
Well, the question is, do we keep this a secret from this other group?
I think that we should ask Flinken what he thinks. See if he is able to find anything. Are you
guys
knocking?
okay in there? Can I come in?
So Sorath like wipes blood off of her mouth and just goes over to the door.
Yeah.
She like opens it a little bit.
Can you just give me let's make it just general charisma check. Sorath.
Wait, who? Oh, Sorath.
24.
24. I'll say you are trained in making yourself look presentable. I'll say the door opens. It is not immediately obvious that Sorath right now has drank like 3 gallons of blood.
Can I smell it off of them?
Give me a perception check. Wait, do you have you have increased senses for something, don't you?
Not smell, I don't think.
I they have good hearing.
Yeah.
Not smell.
I think you
yeah.
have good hearing. I don't know if you have good smell or not. Check your keen senses. If it's called that. It should be in your features and traits, probably towards like the bottom, because that's where they keep racial features.
Species traits.
No, you don't have any advantages. You just have
No.
perception proficiency.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check then.
Okay.
You
I
noticed
was
it.
just about to say that I don't think the DC is going to be terribly high to be able to smell some blood. I'll say you walk in here and there's like, you saw the wounds and you're like, I mean, they were some bite wounds. This smells like a blood bank. And you look over at like the corpses that Levi's like next to. And you're like, those guys look very pale. Like, very pale. Are those human raisins? Like, I'll say, with the perceptive expertise of this rabbit who, you know, is good at realizing whenever fucked up shit happens within their own group. You're like, oh, Sorath's probably, like, drained them. Because Sorath does smell quite a lot like blood.
You know, I understand. I get it. I'm not gonna judge you for it.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah.
You're not going to judge me for what?
You don't have to hide it, it's okay. Can I come in though?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah,
I
we should
suppose.
finish. We should finish doing the rites.
We're done drinking enough.
Sorath just glares at Gin.
I'm glad someone was able to say it out loud.
Get
It's
like, this looks bad.
We all, it's like it's okay, so I already know. Yeah.
Gunther walking in. Sorry, Sora, this is an intervention. We need to talk about your drinking problem.
But,
yeah.
sorry, Gunther. We were trying to keep the down low since this was like one of our few chances to, I guess, satiate Sorath.
Yes,
like I said, I understand. It's fine. It might take some getting used to, but I get it.
It's better a dead body than us.
Oh, I know that.
Sorath's just like.
Yeah. Well, it's I will say both Rusik and Flanking can definitely see that at least Gunther's gum in Lincoln. Rusik was in there. We went out a little bit to deal with stuff, check on crew. Seems like Gunther went in, so I don't know. Y'all can probably go in as well.
I wonder if they needed his expertise on something. It's weird. They asked me about one of the dude's piercings. Maybe they're trying to figure out if they can pass it on to an next of kin.
Can
Wait,
I like
can you
also
pass on piercings? Wait.
What?
That... Wait.
I don't know how like family heirloom dermal piercings what the traditions are about that. I haven't written that down in my notes yet.
Jewelry is jewelry.
Hmm.
I don't know if I would want my uncle's hand piercing.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Child.
I've seen
You have
people
become an
your
adult. It is
grandfather's-
time for you to officially inherit the family nipple piercings. They have been in our clan for generations. They
I've
pierced
seen
your
gold
father's
teeth that
nipples
passed
and your
out.
grandfather's nipples before him.
Can Gunther start like examining the bodies?
Yeah, what you looking for?
How they died, I guess.
Give
do
me
I know that?
Give me a medicine check. You haven't been told. We're still in the
These
vague
people are
space
being-
where like because
These people are being oddly secretive, so I guess I gotta take things in my own hands.
Sorath is
Never
gonna
mind.
go try to find Flinkin.
I'll say, looking at the bodies, you aren't really like a practiced mediciner or healer of any kind. Like you know how to heal like magically, but you kind of just go, oh shit, they've got a problem. I guess I'll just dump some magic into it and see if that fixes it. Gunther isn't like, oh shit,
The equivalent of
this must have scratched the
putting
tibia.
duct tape on everything.
Yeah, you show up with some band-aids, some ibuprofen, and some like disinfecting salves. Like one of these is probably solving something. Whereas
All I
Levi
have is
actually
the
has
first
training
aid
in
kit.
like examining and knowledge of wounds and illnesses and stuff. I'll say, based on what you're looking at, you would figure that the giant bites that were taken into their bodies probably killed them.
That's weird.
Yeah. You do know that they, as far as you can tell, and you were staying on top of things, you don't think
They
anyone
should've-
got bit.
Yeah. Hold on.
So that's what we're trying to figure out too.
Do you guys do you guys know how to get the blood smell out of the room?
I think we
Who
have
has-
to remove
yeah.
the bodies that were here. That's a start.
Do I have prestidigitation? That's the question.
Yeah, doesn't Gin have that?
Yeah, they're like
Yeah, but
I'm a break.
So, prestidigitation, I do not believe
I got that.
allows you to. So, yeah,
Also
you
didn't, so
cannot.
let's just
You
walk
cannot
out.
really do anything
Yeah.
lingering to the air. You can make a brief scent
No,
appear,
no,
but not something that lasts.
Hold on, let me
I
pull
mean,
out
like,
a
just
page
cleaning
real
up the
quick.
places, all the blood and stuff like that. You know, that's what I meant.
Yeah, you can definitely clean the place.
Febreze.
Well,
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, I don't really like think I could just like clean the air. Like,
Yeah.
what they have like. I'm not a fucking air freshener.
yeah, sorry, Febreze is a second level spell.
You can use that. And you can use it with in tandem with
I've got
Fireball to
some
get a
wind,
really
too.
strong effect.
But yeah, I'll say Sorath does go fetch Flankin. If Risyuk wants to be in the room, they can be.
I am talking to Flickkin because I was talking about like, so he had a piercing like around his hand, and yet he was climbing rigging. It's really weird.
Well, you know, people have weird kinks these days. You can't really.
I'll say while they're discussing the potential kinks of the murder victim, that's when Sora's like, hey, Flankin.
Yo, Flinky, I need you over here.
My perfect Sorath impersonation.
Yeah.
Lincoln, I'm walking here.
Sorath will walk up like Flinkin and just go, Flinkin, would you be able to answer a question for me?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, possibly come see something.
Oh, okay, I could do that for sure. And then I'll start heading along with her.
Yeah, Sorath will stop before they get to the cabin and just... So, we have not told Gunther yet, or Isyuk, that all 3 deaths on the boat that we do not think were belonging to the Drakelings, the Broodlings. And Gin and Levi were able to determine that they did not get bitten. They were not killed by the Broodlings. And we are trying to figure out who killed them. They were using a very advanced poison. And we cannot... We are wanting to determine who may be on the ship that killed them. Because there were no broodlings that got to any of the crew. So no one should have died.
Okay, let me then examine the bodies and then I'll start having a search. I'll see if I can impersonate some of the people and see if I can get some information that way.
That would be great. And Sorath will bring Flinkin in.
When they come in the room, they're gonna hear. So that's how I found poison in them. You can't hide anything from me, honestly. Me talking to.
Okay,
me talking to Gunther.
It's now filled in. Gunther knows that they were killed with the poison. So now everyone but Risyuk knows about the poison.
Like, how far away was that conversation from Rizyuk? Because he was just outside the hall with Blinken.
Sorath would have done
from Risyuk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give
me a performance check and give me a perception check, Risyuk.
Yeah, I can do that. Sorry.
Keep in mind, I can roll for you as well if rolling is
Give me a what?
Performance.
You got a
if you want to do that roll for me, they don't have like the abilities on that front
16.
page immediately available.
Okay, give me a performance to you as well, Brad, since you were involved. You have to beat an 8, apparently.
Yeah, and he has a plan modifier.
Yeah, like if I roll a 1, I'd still win.
Did he even need a 1?
You can still nat 1, and like I'd figure things out from there.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nat 1 isn't necessarily an automatic failure, but sometimes it should have some consequences. Also, if you nat 1, it is by default a double nat 1. So, if Brett actually does roll a nat 1, re-rolls it, and then rolls another nat 1, I feel like there should be some downsides.
Yeah, there should be consequences.
Yeah. I'll say,
just for the sake of it.
As they enter and as Lincoln move into figure things out, they do kind of talk. Sorath is keeping their voice down. You do not pick up on exactly the details of what they were talking. They seem to just generally be hushed.
Yeah.
So, everyone in the group now knows that these people died from a poison, but Risyuk is aware that there's definitely some shady foul play at play. You just don't know about the poison bit.
Yeah. I don't think Rizyuk could be like, oh, they're asking a lot of people to come in. Oh, it must just be normal stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you figured that something shady was happening when you guys perfectly defended the crew, and then 3 of them died anyway, even though they weren't attacked.
What's Crystal doing?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say Crystal is in the room, asleep, high off her ass.
Fair.
Real as hell.
Yeah.
Also, I guess with the information I have, Rizzy would kind of stand out the door and keep an eye out for like anybody kind of coming around as part of the ship. Just
Yeah, give me a perception
like,
check.
yeah, if you could pull that for me.
Yeah. I'll undo that again. Hopefully, you saved your good perception check for now.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. That is not one.
Jesus. What the fuck?
You are definitely looking out. I'll say,
we're trusting our
even with
back
a
to the
nat
blind
one,
guy.
you're probably gonna notice if someone tries to enter, because you're like next to the door, hopefully. But
yeah, and if I could see them, I can do I could go for man, I've forgotten all the names of the checks. What happened? Oh no.
it's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
What is it? Oh my god, I live
What
D&D.
does it
How did I
do?
forget the name?
What does it?
Insight check.
Yeah.
If I get a point where I can do an insight check, that's when things are better for
I'll
Rizu,
say,
because he's
unless
got
someone
it.
is deliberately trying to sneak past you, you'll probably notice if they try and enter the door next to you. But like, if someone's stealthing, you might not know. Yeah.
Yeah, I might miss them.
Yeah.
But if I see somebody, I'm in a better chance to help out with.
Yeah. Anyways, now with 5 of the party in there, I'll also say, due to the perception check there, you don't fully pick up on like the conversation happening in the room with Gin telling Gunther, because like these are pitiful perception checks. So either way, Risyuk is outside, kind of standing guard, I guess. The rest of y'all are in there. You wanted to examine for what, Flinken? What were you looking?
I just like don't really know anything about these like characters. Like it's just like who they were and stuff like that, and who they like were around and stuff. So like,
Yeah, I'll
where I've seen them and stuff.
Give me a history check.
Okay, history. It's a mystery. Oh, yeah, it's alphabetical. There we go, 16.
16.
Oh, the history.
You've definitely seen these people around. They have just been working. None of them have stood out as doing anything weird in particular. They've just seemed like they've been part of the crew.
Yeah, but like specific areas where they are and
Yeah.
like who they've like mostly been hanging out with and
Yeah.
stuff.
So, Slen the rower has mostly either been relaxing or being like working with like the row crew, because rowing up a river is a lot of energy. Eugenie, the sail rigger, the one with the piercing in their hand, has been like kind of just vibing with the original crew of the ship. Some people seems like they've been interacting with more than the others, and they haven't done as much work as some like a rower, but they've been working most of the time. And then Odd, you haven't seen as much, mainly because they've been working primarily down with the cargo, so they don't do as much stuff while you guys are traveling. They seem to have mostly been just helping out where help's been needed and chilling below deck with people.
Okay.
You definitely know people you can go to ask about to find more information, though. I'll say with the 16.
Okay, cool. So like, two of those people have been with the roles, right? Okay, I can probably go around to those people. Would probably be like the best bet at the start.
Yeah. I'll say, if you want, you can give me a persuasion and an investigation roll, both of those. And we'll say that Flinken goes around asking around. Oh fuck! You keep rolling 30s or above.
And investigation.
Yes.
That'd be really funny. Okay, cool.
So,
I'm very persuasive, but I'm not asking.
I'll say you find the right people, and you're very good at getting them to talk. Probably you don't get as much stuff. Lincoln goes out, asks around about some people. You very well manage to hide what you're doing, not really spreading any, seems of suspicion. What kind of information are you trying to get from these people that you're asking? What are you looking? What types of questions do you think you would be asking?
I want to hold a funeral service for the people that were in, just a passing service for the people that passed away. Do you know much about them, or what they were doing lately? Their favorite hobbies or something?
Okay.
Just an innocuous question about what they do in the ship and stuff.
I'll say you pick up on a lot of random information about their daily lives and interests that you don't feel is very relevant to anything. I'll say with that investigation roll, the main thing you manage to catch is that Ord seems to have been part of this crew for a while. That is the cargo person, part of the original crew. They'd been working with this group for quite a while. Had some pretty good established connections to other people in the crew. The sail rigger with the piercing, Eugenie, had only been working on this ship for a little under a year or so. It varies a little bit what people say. You figure that it's not something that people have been keeping track of, but 7 months or so is how long they've been working with this crew. And they were picked up as part of the crew from Great Landing. Whereas Selene, the rower, was mostly just isolated to the group Risyuk brought on board. And seems to have had some pretty good contact to those people, because Risyuk essentially went to a couple of people and went hey, bring your friends aboard, we'll get you some work. So they were very tight in that community.
So
Not anymore.
possibly so possible places to go with some of the older crew and also some of the people that Risyuk brought in.
Yeah. You kind of ask around there, but it's not a very structured investigation, and you're struggling a little with finding the right questions to ask to pry information. So I'll say you mostly just get who they seemed to have been tight with, and how long they seem to have been working. The main takeaway is that Eugenie seems to be the more recent in terms of working here, though I'll say that a couple of the people that are on the original crew say that they have previously worked with Eugenie on other ships, so they have been working sail rigging work for a while, but just not specifically for ages with this ship or this crew.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Long investigation, but still, I feel like I got some pretty good information. Not some. So, then after that, what should we do?
What are the others doing here?
Hey, OT, can I ask a question real quick?
I'm gonna go fishing.
Do we know where the dead bodies died?
Yeah.
Where exactly they died?
I mean, you know where the dead bodies...
Where they were found.
Yeah, you know where they were found. You're guessing that they didn't die anywhere, particularly super far away from that. They seem to have all been people who were on deck, and they seem to have been kind of a little bit out towards the sides of the boat. Definitely people who were in more vulnerable positions. they weren't people who, like, none of these people died while under deck. None of them seem to have been, like, huddled at the very center of the boat where everyone was the most protected. 2 of them died on the main deck, and one of them died. Let's see, make sure I actually say the right person. Yeah. So Solen died on the poop deck, aka where you have the wheel steering, a little extended, heightened deck at the back of the little ship. But both Aude and Eugenie died on the main deck. Other than that,
2 of them died on the main deck, and 1 died in the
poop deck. It's essentially, you know, on the ship, the back is like raised up, and you have the steering wheel up there. That's that.
That's the poop deck? Okay.
Yeah. No one died under deck. So everyone was outside, and they seem to have died towards the sides of the boat, so they weren't in very protected situations. They were essentially, if you guys had failed to protect people, they're the types of people you would have expected to die.
We haven't seen any witnesses. You know, instead of fishing, I'm gonna go ask.
Were they
If
found
anyone else seen how they died?
Yeah. Were they found specifically in places where, like, Gunther and I and Razuk were not, like...
No, y'all were kind of... It's not a very big boat. It wasn't anywhere where, like, y'all didn't have anyone protected. They did not die in a in a closed area. They died on different parts of the boat.
Do we know who was protecting those areas?
I was like, yeah, did anyone see them die around there? If anyone was around.
I'll say none of you guys spotted them being attacked or dying. I'll say if you ask around again, give me like, how are you trying to be subtle about this, or are you just going like, hey, did you see them die? Did anyone like see the moment when they got attacked?
I'm not being subtle. I'm just like, yeah, these guys got. You know,
in that case, just give me an investigation check. I'll give you advantage because you have a lot of people to work with here.
Oh yeah. +0 advantage.
20.
Asking around, people definitely did see them like react. People heard them, people saw them fall over. No one seems to have actually seen the moment of like a drake actually attacking them. But like no one had like a clear view of like, oh my god, the drake's eating Aude. But people definitely like noticed like, oh shit, they've been injured, and they were kind of pulled away. But
they're gonna eat me.
The vibe you're picking up, give me an insight check. But the general vibe seems like a lot of people were like, yeah, shit was chaotic. There were a lot of people on deck, and we were constantly being swarmed by these creatures, and the assumption is that they were probably bit either before or directly after one of y'all essentially like swatted away a creature to keep it away. But no one actually can confidently say, yeah, I saw them. They had a drake worm biting into their leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I get advantage on the insight?
Nope.
This one I actually have. That's
What would Luffy know about this?
That's
only a natural 1.
Not
my
Buggy.
God.
Wait, you have insight advantage?
Wait, I didn't?
No,
His first was a 20, so...
You didn't have... Yeah, I'm just wondering. You didn't have insight advantage, but the first roll was a 20, so we'll use that.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, it seems like no one like, it seems like the general vibe is, yeah, shit was chaotic, they must have gotten, like, bit and, like, in the chaos. However, with that clear knowledge you've gained, you're also noticing that you're being very direct about this, blunt, to put it one way. You can hear someone picking up and, like, there's, like, a little suspicion brewing, like, people are definitely being like, oh, shit, is this foul play? Was this, like, fucking murder or something? You're noticing that, like, suspicion and distrust begin to spread a little in the crew.
Okay. Then I'm gonna be blunt and say, these 3 people, would someone kill them?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so, are you doing
They
this,
have
like,
enemies.
just...
Where's Flankin?
Are you just, like, openly addressing the crew generally, or are you trying to do that, like, isolated with small, like, groups?
I guess isolated. Like,
Okay.
do they have enemies?
Okay, so you ask around, anyone has any enemies? Give me a persuasion check, I guess.
Oh man,
And now I get to
Now,
Ooh.
the 3rd one.
The worst detectives
I know.
ever.
I'll say, I'll allow you to pick whether or not I'm going to roll an opal or an amethyst here. Just, this is the first time I'm going to actually have to roll a dice that's not for one of y'all.
I want amethyst because that's my favorite.
Okay, nice.
Ah, do I love amethyst?
Okay.
I love you guys too.
I'll
Cool.
say,
I'm talking about Steven Universe.
I'll say, you are not really getting any, like, no, they're just, like, working. Like, they don't really have any enemies. Like, maybe someone was, like, upset with them every now and then, but, like, no persistent enemies, no.
The misery.
I'll say, give me an insight check as well. Hopefully this one is better than that. Maybe another nat 20 for you?
It was close.
You can
There's
definitely
2 ones.
also, like, you don't pick up anything much more, but you definitely are noticing that, like, oh, yeah, the suspicion brewing is people are a little bit more on edge now. They might be a little less forthcoming and willing to talk to just anyone.
You gotta be careful. We don't want a witch hunt.
So
Okay.
Sorath might go up onto the deck, like out of the cabin,
yeah.
and just kind of try to see if there's any if there are any like clusters of people that seem a bit less tense, like who might
Give me an
seem
insight check
easier
then,
to
yeah.
talk to.
Though on your way out, Rizzy would ask if you want me to keep an eye on this hallway.
Dirty 20. No, we do not need to disguise this from them. There's nothing really happening in this room.
Relieved of guard duty. I'll say, with the dirty 20 insight, there are, like, right now, there are some people who seem less tense. You're definitely picking up, like, there are some people who are currently just focusing on, like, doing their jobs. There is definitely talk happening. There wasn't, like, a lot of tension before. However, you're probably with that level of insight, you're noticing that there is more of a rising tension within certain groups. And as, like, you're noticing, like, oh shit, these people seem to be, like, way more on edge than people were earlier. And they seem more on edge. And you're noticing, like, oh shit, as like, you're noticing everyone Gin has been talking to is just getting way more on edge than they were.
Oh
As
my
everyone else was
God.
like, oh shit, man, tragic. They were hurt by wild animals. And then Gin just being like, hey, so do they have any enemies? Yeah, this is definitely not something random. And you're noticing that, like, yeah, things are... The crew that Gin are interacting with are definitely tensing up, and they're starting to, like, throw glances around. Some people are, like, grouping up, talking a little in between them. Yeah, there's
Sorath, I think, is
distrust.
gonna go up to one of, like, the first groups that Gin was speaking with, and just, like, kind of take on, like, a little bit of a more timid, like, approach, and just excuse me, I do not mean to interrupt. If you need any help, I am willing to lend a hand, but I saw my companion was talking to you, and I just wanted to clear the air. I know they are a bit tense. They are trying to stir up some interesting drama.
Okay, so are you trying to, like, make it seem like, oh,
Yes.
Gin's just talking shit? Give me a deception check.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Shut up. Okay, 24.
24. I'll say the people of this ship have been generally made aware of Gin's colorful personality. And
Yeah.
I'll say, for the most part, you manage to kind of calm things. People are like, oh, I guess the crazy dude is just being dramatic, or is just being conspiratorial. And I'll say you calm things down, and seems like you're managing to, like, follow after Gin, making sure that not
bit,
everyone
yeah.
is like, oh my god, there's a murder on the loose.
Yeah. Though she may stick by, like, a small group of people and just, like, help them with whatever they're working on if she's able.
Yeah.
And just try to, like, kind of just poke very gently, see how they feel about this trip, how they feel about the ship, and, like, everything. Just trying to build rapport, kind of.
Yeah.
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 After I'm done with my investigation, I'm gonna go fishing.
Okay.
Tell everyone it's
Roll a survival check, I guess.
It just stirs up all this shit. Just like, I'm done with this, and go.
Makes everyone tense as fuck.
I really like the idea of everyone being like, Gin walks through and, like, very not subtly hints, like, there's a murder on this ship, there's a murder on this ship, there's a murder on this ship, and then immediately following is Sarah being like, don't worry, they're a conspiracy theorist, I know how it is, they're family.
Uncle's at the table.
And then, like half an hour later, people are just seeing Gin at the back of the ship just fishing, like, not caring about anything, and they're like, oh, okay, they really were just stirring up
maybe
shit.
Swart is right.
Yeah.
Maybe Swart is right. Maybe they are just crazy.
Could Rizio go to the crew that he brought in just to kind of talk to them, just make sure they're all good
Yeah,
after
you can
the
definitely do that.
bulk kerfuffle with all the drakes?
They seem to be doing pretty well. Like, they're sad that that's their buddy died, but, like, that is something all of them were kind of prepared for.
Rizio could probably ask, like, how long he's been in the business for.
There's, they've been in the business for, like, a good 3-4 years, probably.
Does anyone here know of his family, or
I'll say there's a couple of people who know where they were from, but no one, like, knows their family.
Okay. Would there be anybody after this trip that'd be able to make their way out there?
they'll definitely be able to pass word. I think last session I did mention like these bodies are not gonna make it back home because like that would probably take weeks, if not months. So like at sea you would just dump the bodies in the ocean. At river, it's more common to like wait until you anchor for the night and just bury them by the river.
Yeah, mostly seeing if I'll probably give. I'll give to who seemed like ready. I'll probably give like, 2 platinum.
Sure hope no one notices that they've been turned into raisins.
I'd probably give them like.
That's why we should chuck them. That's a better reason why.
Would you say like 2 platinums worth like a? How much of like a salary,
so,
or how much pay
I
do you
will say,
think
I think I've covered this a couple of times, but so 5 platinum would be essentially that is minimum wage for a year.
5 platinum.
Yes, that is the equivalent of like minimum. Like if you have 5 platinum, 50 gold, roughly a little more than a gold a week. That is like a survival wage.
Okay, so 10 platinum would be comfortable.
If you want to be like, hey, give like 2 years worth of salary to their family, yeah, that is a lot of money.
Yeah, that's basically what Rizik is kind of going at.
Sure. Are you just gonna give it to one of the people who like knew the area?
Yeah. Also, I want an insight check as I'm talking to them. Like,
give me an insight
would you be
check
able
then,
to
I
get
guess.
this?
I'll roll that for
So
you.
with advantage because it's stone rune.
Okay.
And yep. Just asking like, hey, would you be able to get this out to them and find this coin to their family?
And then add the d4.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Rizik should be very good at.
A dirty 20, I'll say, little bit from just general experience of how money works, and also insight, like kind of before you necessarily even try it. Looking around these people, they are good friends with each other, or colleagues, have good relationships, they respect each other, but they were Selene was not from immediately near here. Y'all don't know how long y'all are gonna be stuck in Pleasant Valley, and that person probably would not it wouldn't be convenient for them to just immediately beeline back to where that person was from.
It's not whether or not they would pocket it, whether or not they'd be able to get it there with no trouble once they get finished with all this.
So, you figure not really out of, any malice, just out of people need money to, get around.
Oh, yeah, I was
essentially
also going to cover the fee,
Let me finish, don't worry, let me finish.
Sorry.
You're essentially giving someone, 60k in cash, being like, hey, hold on to this, and whenever you get around to it, give it to him. And it's no hard feelings, but these people aren't going to hold on to that amount of money just to hand it over to the family of someone they didn't know in an area that they don't know when they will get to next.
That's fair.
Yeah, it is too much of a temptation. This is money that you could take and then essentially go okay, shit, I don't have to do this backbreaking work after this job. I can use this money and go and try and figure a place to settle, maybe build a little business. This is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not something you can just hand. So I'll say you don't make any you figure this out before you try to give someone money, but and you don't ask anyone hey, would you be able to? But you're looking around, looking at the context. Yeah, you don't think it's going to make it to the family of the deceased by any means. So
that's fair. Oh. But yeah, probably make sure. I'm guessing none wounded, because we did a pretty good job out there.
No one else seems to have been like particularly hurt. Some people have been like a little injured, but most of that is either like from falling or like stuff in the chaos, or from like a swipe here or there from a creature that y'all managed to like keep off. No big injuries or damages on anyone now.
Yeah. I will ask, not because I won't be mad. I'm just like, did any of you see like what happened? Like anybody?
I'll say the same as Game managed to get. No, doesn't seem like anyone saw like the moment. No, but no one was really paying attention to that either.
Yeah, watching for your own safety.
Yeah.
And there's things flying around.
Yeah, it's
well,
you're watching out for your own safety. There's a bunch of people around. It's chaos, and these things attack from the sky. Like, yeah, no one was like, yeah, I saw them being attacked, but no one would be in like a no, there's no way they could have gotten attacked.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'll figure out what I can do with the pay, but once we get to port, we'll see if we can find a good tavern we can drink in their names.
that is that seems to be popular among the sailors.
Yeah. It's not exactly what he'd probably want, but I think he'd be happy to see people revel.
Yeah. Okay.
In celebration.
Well, from that, I will say hi, Para and Tay, who came in like around the same time. We're solving a murder mystery.
Can Levi go and try to gather up their belongings?
Yeah. Not too hard to do. You can't really gather their belongings because the person who will like take care of the belongings is the quartermaster. But
Can I ask him?
yeah.
Oh, I see.
So the stuff they had from their belongings was extra clothes, some like personal items, like everyone had like a cup. No one had anything like weird.
Okay.
The quartermaster has like gathered all their stuff to be like put away.
Other than that, can I look for anyone to see if they have weird piercing, like a hand piercing or anything? Just look around.
Give me an investigation check, I guess.
Maybe there's some weird group where you you get weird piercings.
You aren't seeing any like palm piercings. A lot of people have different piercings.
And that was for the rigger, right?
Yeah, that was for
the one that works on the rigging and stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not seeing any like specifically anyone with palm piercings. That is a weird piercing to get. Not something that's common. But yeah, a lot of people have like pierced noses or ears or eyebrows, and yeah, it's not uncommon.
No, he's looking for like the more weird, like that, that sort of level, something that would inhibit your working.
Nope.
Well, Levi has no clues. You probably should be keeping a watch around on deck.
Okay. Unless anyone else is doing anything in the immediate moment, we'll have time to like pass a little on this.
It's gonna turn out Thoras is the murderer.
Oh, they didn't have any blood. It wasn't poison. It's that we thought they had poison because the alcohol, the content of their blood was so less.
So the day continues on. Y'all, feel free to, all of y'all can give me a perception, an investigation, or an insight check. I'll allow you all to pick 2 of those 3 to see like the different aspects of stuff to keep an eye out for.
Oh, can I use the short rest dice? Hit dice?
You can definitely take a short rest for this.
Yep. I got 11 perception, 16 insight.
So pick 2 among insight, investigation, or perception. Just to see, like, as you guys are kind of like surveilling, trying to pick up on information.
Okay. Insight, perception, investigation, you said?
You can pick 2 of those 3.
Okay.
Do you want to pick 2 or 3 on that?
I don't want
to. Well,
I don't want to talk about my first one.
I'm guessing you would have Rissu go for investigation and insight, Mantra?
Yeah, just trying to see, because obviously if something's weird, so like looking for anything that's not like a person being like suspicious of other people, because like if we're looking around for people, it's obvious that that might happen. So like keeping in mind if somebody looks like they're like scrutinizing others, that's probably normal.
I think during this past time, Levi would go tell Rizwick down low, but about the poison stuff, just because he started getting to Gunther, so he was like,
Rizwick is now caught up on the fact they were killed with poison.
And
that it was a sophisticated poison.
We definitely want to make sure this is on the download, because we would not want everybody to suspect everyone else. I got it.
Okay. So, as the day progresses and you guys continue about different daily activities, kind of towards when it gets a little too dark for people to want to continue traveling up the river, and you guys find a convenient space to anchor the ship. During that time, so the highs here were on insight from Gin. And Levi. Perception on Levi. And insight as well on Rissu, because that was a 21 total. And then perception on Levi. So Levi is the most attentive in the moment. Perception also on Sorath was quite high. Cool.
Sorath was high? What?
So in terms of insight, information you can pick up is that there is, while Sorath managed to kind of quell things a little bit, things are like, people are starting to talk a little more, probably think a little more about the situation. There is like a natural bit of suspicion that grows a little. Not that many people had a lot of time to think about the moment, because Jarl's investigation happened essentially within like the first half hour of the chaos, when most of the crew was also busy with like, we need to work on getting the fuck out of here so we don't get attacked again. And as people will seem to settle to think, there is like a little bit of like somber suspicion that seems to permeate the social environment, I guess. Not necessarily just because of what Gin said, though that probably didn't help. And Sorath has kind of managed to mellow down the effect of Gin's spreading of entirely unfounded conspiracy theories. So it seems like just naturally, that these people died, and now, like, in the aftermath, after people have had a little bit to think, they're like, huh, would they really have died that quick? I didn't see them being attacked, and, like, we had, like, these powerful monster hunters on our crew. Something weird is going on. There is definitely a bit of a social division that's being strengthened between the people Risyuk brought on board and the original crew of the ship. Not something hostile, but people are keeping more to the people they know.
It's natural for that to happen, yeah.
Perception-wise, mostly people are kind of just keeping put, keeping their heads down, doing work. There is much less of, like, a jovial attitude, which is normal, considering people died. People are, for the most part, just either working or just either in the crew quarters or below deck or on deck, just relaxing. Not really moving about a lot. People are talking a little bit to each other in smaller groups, but there isn't that, like, song and louder social interaction at the moment.
Did I catch a fish?
You did catch some fish.
Hell yeah.
And they will probably be quite helpful for dinner. There's quite a lot of fish, as Gunther did manage to get a lot of people over to fish when there was schooling. So, towards the evening, when it gets too dark to safely navigate the river, the ship anchors, not really by a town, but by a small settlement, a little, again, further up the river. You guys are now at least halfway in your journey. Probably a little more than halfway.
I leave a wood, go ahead and bury the bodies.
Yeah. The bodies are buried,
Also,
and it's not really any, like, great ceremony or, like, a wake, but people do, like, gather for when they're buried, pay their respects, that sort of stuff.
I mean, like, I'll go through what I actually said. Like,
Yeah.
you have, like, oh, they talk about their, like, life and stuff like that.
Yeah, you eulogize them, which is appreciated, definitely. People gather to eat. Most people just staying on the ship, as there isn't really... This isn't the town that can accommodate a lot of people. It's mainly just like a small settlement. There are a couple of people who are staying at the settlement. It doesn't seem to be a, like... it doesn't seem to be anything that's supposed to be, like, permanent living. This is more of, like, a... think of a hunting, like a couple of hunting cabins. There are a couple of locals staying at them at the moment, but they don't seem particularly interested in what's happening on the ship, and when it is inevitably made clear to them that Sorath is aboard, they kind of keep respectful distance.
Are we... Did you say food is being served out, or no?
Yeah. Food will be served out during this, for sure.
Thinking about this, Rizu goes up to Sorath and say, You wouldn't think that there'd be an attempt of poisoning through food in any way, do you? Like, as quietly as you can say to Sorath, to try to get rid of certain people.
I am not aware of why someone were to target Cecily.
Yeah. It's also a question of if it was an attack of opportunity, or if it was planned from the start with the creatures, like somehow knew that we'd run into them.
I
know
sure.
we did, but they. Wait a minute. Did Levi tell the captain that we would be?
Levi did tell
100%.
the captain that, like, hey, might be something dangerous after.
We should keep that in mind. I'm not saying.
And
I'm not. Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm not saying we should suspect the captain, but we do have that information too. That they knew what we knew, at least when it came to something was probably going to attack in the next couple of days.
The captain did inform other people as well. This wasn't privately kept information with the captain.
It sounded
I believe also
like-
it wasn't the captain who was told first. It was whoever was currently steering the rudder, and then someone went and got the captain. And then the captain was like, okay, might be danger up ahead, everyone be prepared for that. So this was common knowledge.
It sounds like most of the ship knew that there was danger, so I do not believe that Lero Sigsel for us.
Oh yeah.
So it was probably an attack of the opportunity, but they had a chance to prepare for it. Because this seems a lot like, it's not the same, but there are certain tactics that were used in Wencash that feel a lot like this. Find something that's going on and use that time to do what you want to do, and nobody notices because of the chaos.
I mean, that is often how things like this go. Not just in Wencash.
Involving one of the crew that wasn't from here, I don't feel like they either maybe could have been witness to what happened, somehow maybe caught and had to also be taken care of, or if not, I don't see any other reason, or it could be the Throsh suspicion too.
I do not know if getting lost down that lane of trying to puzzle out some things that we do not have enough pieces for is the best course of action.
I know. I'm just saying things that might help us keep an eye out for other pieces. I'm not saying
but in the course of bringing up countless ways that we should be on our guard, we should just keep a general eye open for things that will be coming out of around us.
Is this just between Sorath and Rizyuk, or
this is more like within our crew, just like keeping it out of the commoner, or like common ear.
It's a private moment for y'all. Y'all most likely are having this conversation in your little quarters.
I'm less scared for me because I've taken some of the strongest poison. Looks at Gin and survived. So
that I am not worried about. I am just pointing out that worrying about every tiny detail is going to be somewhat difficult to do.
Yeah,
we must keep a general eye open so that we are aware of when larger things happen.
Yeah, as ironic as it seems, I'm pretty good at reading people, so I'll keep conversation from being too suspicious, but I'll keep people talking about stuff. It doesn't even have to be related to what happens, but I'll work on that.
And don't worry about the food, Rizvik. I use up over every day, serving all food.
Okay. That's good. I was a little not paranoid, but thinking that could always be. But it would be too soon to strike again. I would say if they were ever going to strike again, like they'd probably keep it later into the voyage. We don't have too long here.
Don't worry. If anything, we could always say Sorath is the killer. She's a bell roll anyways, right?
Sorath doesn't really work in poisons, though. Looks at Gin.
I was gonna say Gin was definitely able to say that whatever poison was used probably wouldn't have been a threat to any of you guys.
Yeah.
You're too sturdy for it, essentially.
Yeah. I know we can't find every little detail, but I know that it was the little details that tipped us off that this was something else than what it seemed.
Yes, it's just a lot of speculation.
I mean, if I remember correctly, didn't we take something from them at the very start of this? Could it be something that involved this?
Yes, Flinken did steal the box with that amulet.
Because we did know that there is something going on in the first place, right?
This is true.
Yeah. Also, so Flinken, it seemed like you wanted to say something.
Hold on, you just add a character. Wait,
No, I forgot if this was shared or not. I really did forget that this was shared. Because I remember.
Okay, so like,
yeah.
Hold on, just give me a sec. So Soreth drained the blood. Was she like really compelled to or something?
Yeah, by being hungry.
Was there an extra? Did she notice something about the blood that was particularly tasty or anything?
No.
This was gross.
It was gross.
Doo-doo blood.
Not because of anything. It's just because it's not Dugal.
Yeah, it was not anything particularly special, and that was bad.
No, she didn't taste anything special at all.
Huh.
Okay, cool. I was thinking like they like had to do like the heart root meat and stuff like that, like that kind of thing.
No.
No. Is that a poison?
Like
heartroot meat?
It could be poison.
Yeah.
No, heartroot meat is just alcohol.
In a way, it's a poison, but in the only way that all alcohol is a poison.
Yeah.
The
the only thing I noticed about the crew is that like now they're very divided between the older crew and the newer crew.
So I say I won't get too far into it, but I think there could be a couple different motivations. One of them being creating distrust in the first place. The ones that were murdered not being that important, just wanting to sow doubt within this group. That is one motive that could have been. Another one is there was personal reason for them to kill two of these people, or one, depending on where this person, who they were hiding with.
Well, regardless of what happened, we still need to just like move on to other things. Actually, just find out some more information. I'll go tell the person I stole the items from, and see what I can find from them. And then,
would you want any backup just in case anything?
I've got invisibility. I'll be fine.
Okay.
I would be willing to help with interrogation of sorts, if need be.
Would you want me there to be able to tell if there's any lying or anything? Kind of taps the glass.
I do not think that lying is much of an issue. If they are lying and we can sense that, I will just stab them.
So Flinken will investigate and tail the suspicious person from before.
Do keep in mind
that Joel?
Sorath is very intimidating.
Rizik will also say, people do tend to say whatever they can to get out of a scary situation too. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you trying to say something, Joel, earlier?
Yeah. Who was it that was killed on the poop deck again?
Let me double check. So the person killed on the deck was Odd. Person who worked in the cargo.
And then the other two are on the main deck.
Yeah, not near each other, but yeah.
Oh, kind of man.
Yes, I am aware that people will speak more when they are intimidated. I did make someone start crying one time.
Do know that sometimes you'll say whatever you can to get out, even if it's not true. Trust me, I've been in that situation before. The Reethi are thorough, but they don't do as many follow-ups as they should.
Okay.
Ugh.
I'm also thinking we should actually keep an eye on the captain.
That is a good idea. Seeing how they can handle their crew,
Maybe not so much. Well, I mean, I am a little bit suspicious because of the whole thing that we got from him. But we still haven't figured out what that was about.
I will say, just so it's clear, the person who Sorath talked to actually get this ship, hire this ship's services, and the person that Sora was talking to when Flinkin was stealing stuff, that was the quartermaster.
Okay, it was the quartermaster.
Just so that's known. The captain, captain was the person who was just the person who like prepared everyone about like, yeah, there might be a fight happening, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so keep an eye on quartermaster. Okay. So, retcon, quartermaster, not captain, quartermaster.
Yes. Did you? Were you trying to say something earlier, Jewel, that I didn't get to, or
what?
No, I think I asked if you were trying to say something, and then
I
spoke over that.
Forgot who was killed on the poop deck.
Okay, okay, nice.
Because the quartermaster is the one who was gathering up their belongings, because that is his job. But there's a chance that he could also use that as a chance to hide some things.
So, Flinkin, do you wish for me to join you for interrogation, or
I think Flinkin was just trying to like hail and investigate while invisible. He's not trying to interrogate anything yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you find your own people to interrogate. I've got like a person to stalk.
We could also ask the quartermaster about any new hirings that they've had in the last couple of months, like any new crew members they've gathered. Talking to Levi, like, as long as you feel like suspicion is diminished within the quartermaster, I'm sure talking to them about that might help us.
Diminished?
Yeah, lessened. And there's less suspicion with the quartermaster, I guess.
This attack.
I thought they were more suspicious.
This attack doesn't feel like something of somebody that had too many bad times with another crew member. This is.
I feel like this was a commotion.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like. Doesn't seem like a disgruntled worker kind of attack. This is.
Yeah, right.
Too covert.
What happens if they're trying to use this as a chance to try to find back the thing that was stolen?
What were you trying to say, Red?
Well, yeah.
I thought that what Levi was saying was that the captain was suspicious, and so
I would say
pushed that into the quarter. Yeah. So the quartermaster is suspicious. So
that's what I was saying.
The quartermaster was the one, like Panda was talking about. They just. It's been a hot minute, and the quartermaster was the original kind of shady dude that y'all were talking to. He was like, no, we're totally legit. Oh, you're gonna bring people to like investigate our cargo? Sure. Yeah, feel free to do that later. Right now? Oh, sure. That's great. And during that, that was when Flinkin went in, found the box, stole the amulet. Then when you guys got on the ship, I do believe Flinkin did double check, and that box was no longer there. That ship was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. The problem is it's only like positions like quartermaster or captain where you could really talk to people and not worry about it spreading like fear of your fellow man, because it like in those positions you're kind of like able to deal with that stuff and not worry about like a mutiny of sorts.
Yeah, so he's more suspicious, yes?
Yeah, I think for Levi he's more suspicious. I think if we're gonna talk to anybody, though, we would be better off talking to the captain.
I will say this is just to clear up generally how like maritime roles worked. The captain is usually someone who is picked by the crew, and like they only stay captain as long as they have the crew's approval. So the captain is usually the one who does worry about a mutiny the most, whereas a quartermaster is someone who, in many cases, is the one who maybe owns the ship, and also is the person who is more appointed by whatever business might trade with this ship. So they are more immune from a mutiny in that sense, because
what I mean more. Yeah, what I meant more is causing distress within the whole group is what I was talking about, more than I guess a mutiny. But we don't want people talking.
Yeah. But
their fellow.
The only thing I wanted to know is the quartermaster was a suspicious one, and
the quartermaster was the one who was acting real suspicious at first.
Yeah.
I could join whoever goes to talk to him.
Unnecessary.
Levi, if you go to talk to him, I could join you and kind of really keep a good eye on stuff to make sure okay, is he lying here? If he's lying here, we can press him on it and see how that goes.
Well, I don't want to talk to him. I think we should tail him first, to be honest.
Okay, I do have invisibility, and you have a greater invisibility.
I still think we are the best people for that job.
Yep. We should also see how the captain is doing. Somebody should. Because there is probably that bit of tense that people are now, obviously.
I'll say it's not very difficult to check in on the captain. The captain is doing pretty well. I'll say with the insights you guys had previously, it doesn't seem like there's much animosity towards the captain.
That's good.
They seem quite secure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give Levi a bonus or the blessing of trickery as well, so then he can sneak around a bit more.
Okay.
So he's got advantage on his rolls.
Alright.
I just want to ask now: is this something you guys are doing in the evening when the ship is anchored, or is this something that you guys want to do the next day when people are out and about and doing stuff?
Do I have invisibility prepared right now, Uzi?
Let me check.
Because that might change things if not.
Does not seem like it.
Dang. I think I switched it over to be I don't have to sneak around, so I'm gonna switch over to stuff I can help out people more.
This sleep won't be necessarily won't be a full long rest. It'll be the next day after. Yeah, so I can definitely ask the quartermaster if he wants to drink. Give me a persuasion check.
I am almost home, by the way, so I'll be able to normally play here soon.
Nice. Cool.
The wheels on the car go round.
I'll say so. I can definitely ask the quartermaster over, and the quartermaster will accept. I'll first deal, I guess, with Lincoln. So you're going invisible, and you're going to tail the bugbear.
Yes.
So you go invisible, ready to sneak your way through, and give me a stealth check with advantage because you are invisible.
Yep. Same roll. 13.
Your lucky number.
7.
Nice.
So even with advantage.
007.
Without advantage.
So
I'm thinking with a shake it, not stirred.
Give me a perception and an insight check.
Okay, perception and insight. 28 on insight.
So, as you're tailing along after the person, just seeing what they're doing in the evening, trying to listen if they're having any conversations, they are spending time with the rest of, kind of down in the cargo hold with a couple of other people there. Seems to be a relatively casual conversation. Topic is, it's mentioned the stuff that happened today, but it seems like most of them aren't too bothered anymore. They're kind of the vibe seems to be yeah, things happen, but we just can't do anything about it now. And they're talking mostly about, like, getting to Kersumpft. What will you do there? Are things like, wonder if there's any great bars there. None of them are, like, a great, like, beat of the city, but it seems like they have some ideas of places they might want to go to, as they have been there before. They stopped in Kimper on their way back from Kersumpft a while ago. They've been here before. You don't notice anything, like, visually happening that's, like, out of the ordinary. With the insight, though, you pick up on very subtle changes in the way that Yellow Bugbear kind of just carrying themselves, the way they participate in the conversation, and the way they're kind of, like, just looking about. You have a feeling that they are aware that someone's there. They don't seem to have, like, spotted you, but they seem to definitely be trying their best to see if they can see any signs of where you might be or what's happening. And they're trying to be subtle about it. They're doing nothing to alert anyone else to your presence.
Wait, was it? There were other people that were in the cargo hold when I stole that stuff, right?
Yeah, there were other people.
Yeah, and are they same? Are they the same people?
Some of them are the same people, not all of them.
Oh, is there a short person who's?
When you stole, it was mostly like the ship was mostly empty. But you recognize a couple.
Yeah. Is there a short person who's not away at who's away at the moment that I can disguise as and like?
Give me a D100.
D100. Here it is.
Your favorite dice.
63.
I'll say yeah. Give me.
Wait, do I know what they?
Give me an. I'll say, give me a performance check with advantage, and I'll let that performance check both determine how well you'll be able to pass off, and whether or not it's someone you've been able to catch up on, like, voice and stuff for.
Performance advantage. Yep.
It's time for the actor.
Yeah.
27.
27. I'll say you've been a little strategic, paying attention, listening in on people's, like, patterns of speech, just so you have a couple people you might be able to disguise yourself as if needed. And you manage to pick out someone who would work down here, like, probably be around the cargo hold, one of the people from the original crew, who is let's say on the slightly taller side gnome. And you can definitely disguise yourself as them. You'd be able to copy their voice.
Okay. Now what do I say? That's the thing.
So you're currently invisible in the cargo hold. Are you going to, like, leave and then pretend to enter in, or are you going to, like, continue being invisible? Or
I think I'll, like, leave and then, like, pretend to enter in, and then just like engage conversation with the guy, like join in with the, like, casual talk at the start, and then like and then kind of lean to about what they all think about the bodies and stuff of that, like have like questions and stuff.
So you find a convenient spot to stop being invisible, and get back down to the cargo hold. It's kind of colder down here. These people might just be vibing in a relatively dry and chill environment. And as they see you enter, a couple of them just, like, give a little greeting. The conversation doesn't really stop you join in a little bit about like them talking about like, oh yeah, there was this place that like everything in Cursumped is expensive, but like we found some places that were like a little cheaper. And they seem to be pretty happy about the fact that in Cursumped there wasn't as like you weren't as limited to Rotbier, the like really bitter red beer that has been common around these parts. There was more variety, so they're looking forward to that. You kind of join in that naturally, sit down with them. No one really bats an eye. It doesn't seem like the suspicious bugbear has like necessarily picked up on the fact that you're in disguise either, letting you carry over the 28 from Insight from earlier. Unless you kind of like drag the conversation back onto the bodies, which, I mean, this person wasn't here when they were talking about that earlier. It seems like they kind of generally go like, yeah, it's shame that happens in this line of work, and there's like an agreement that like, hey, at least we're lucky that we had this monster hunting group aboard. You can give me an insight check if you want to like try to read the bugbear's
Sure, 28
reaction more. Another 28. Man, I guess I could have just continued letting you keep that insight check from before. Well, let's see. They are not giving off much. The thing that kind of like alerts you to that something is a little suspicious at all is that they seem to have a little too blank of a reaction. There's like, you pick up and like, oh, they might be like actively trying to hide their emotional reaction to this conversation. So there's nothing like, they're doing nothing suspicious. It's more like you're picking up very set like, oh, are you actively trying to act normal? It is subtle. They're doing a very good job at it. And
okay. My next question to them is that, like, well, you know, all these questions about the bodies and stuff like that just made me feeling a bit nervous. Like, do you think it's something more? Like, I don't know. Like, I just like, they've been asking so many, like, a couple of questions here and there, and it's got me a bit riled up. Like, what is your opinions about it?
They, one of them just go like, they're Monster Hunters, they're doing like hero work. They're always going to be like weird about things like that. It's they live a different life to us. They do not know the travel like we do. And there's like a little bit of like a hairy of approvement among them. The yellow bugbear, which you're kind of trying to dial in on, does kind of like pipe up a little, mostly agreeing with you, being like, it's got me on edge a little. I mean, I'm not too worried about it, but it's just that it's a little disconcerting, I guess. The others kind of like seeming like they're trying to calm both you and them. They seem more so than the others to be a little bit like, yeah, they're like, should we think more about this? Are y'all being too calm about it? Oh. Maybe this person has a point. Like, maybe Flinken in this case has a point. And the others being like, don't worry about it, dude. It's just how life happens. The conversation kind of carries on. I'll say you're definitely picking up on the fact that they are playing a role. They're definitely disguising what they're thinking. And they're doing it very well. Far better than you would expect anyone who just works cargo.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, the giveaway is that they're too good at this.
Yeah.
There's a level of professionality to it. Give me one last insight check.
Oh. I'm actually gonna, instead of that, can I drop a bit of info? Like,
can you what?
Can I pretend like I overheard something and say, like, I was sneaking like, not to like alarm anybody, but like I was overhearing one of the conversations that the heroes were having one time. Apparently they found a poison. Could I do that? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me another performance check.
That's persuasion. This is 27.
Okay. There is muttering. They definitely doesn't seem like this is information that has spread at all. And it seems like the general vibe is like that's I don't really believe that. Poison. They were bitten. Like, what the fuck? Like, they probably just died from being bitten. Those were big creatures with big teeth. You're like... there's a little bit of worry in it. Kind of like, oh, are you doing okay, buddy? This is crazy talk. Give me an insight check.
Inside. This one's a 21.
Yeah. Don't really pick up anything like off. Seems like generally, even the other bugbear is like, poison? Really? Well, like, why would poison be involved with this? They were bitten. By, like, if you get shanked with a dagger, doesn't, like, the dagger just kill you? What's poison got to do with it? Or bitten, they were bleeding out and shit. Yeah. That's stupid. I'll say also with that, you kind of get a vibe that you're starting to pick up a little bit with the original crew of the ship, is they have a little bit of like a keep your head down, do the work, I'm just here to get paid type attitude. Not really in a like, oh, there's so much suspicious things, you don't want to, like, it's better not to know, but more of like the people who originally worked the ship are like, we're Amazon warehouse employees, like, I don't really care.
This is about my pay grade.
Yes, like, I'm not gonna speculate about, like, weird shenaniganery happening. Like, this place isn't really worth my time. In a sense. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go... Well, I'm going to try and get some sleep, so I'll catch you all another time.
No, I'm go like, sure. One of them...
Maybe it's just like the lack of sleep has just been getting me a bit, like, you know...
Yeah.
Just thinking about things too much.
Yeah. One of them was like, okay. Yeah, no. We'll catch up later and just try not to worry too much about this stuff. Like, it eats away at you. Like, these people are a little, they're so up in their stories. Of course they're gonna go around asking about stuff. They're used to everything being, like, a song. There's a little bit of laughter among them. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, anyway, have a lovely time.
You leave. In the meantime, so Sora's gonna drink with the quartermaster. Does anyone else want to do anything? In this like evening, there's no pressure for anyone to have to do anything. Just thought that.
I'm gonna make more poison.
Okay, feel free to make some poison.
Levi, would you want to, I don't know, look around like the cabins and stuff, just keep an eye out? Am I talking?
Yeah, you're talking. Panda might just not be listening at the moment.
I think just keeping an eye out in the general crew, just kind of do it like in more of like just walking around, keeping
Sure.
the joints
Give me a perception check then.
Yeah. I have not used this program on the computer in quite some time. There we go. Wow.
1 + 1.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Looking around, there's not really anything in particular that you like immediately catch. Like before, I'll say you notice something later in the night, but we'll get to it.
I see.
That's because, you know, the chronology of things.
Yeah.
Can I go check the quarters? Well, I saw that Thoras went to go drink with the quartermaster, right?
Yes.
Can I try to sneak my way into his room?
The quartermaster doesn't really have a room. Like, this is essentially, so the way this is a small river ship with a lot of people. The room you guys are staying in would have been where the captain and quartermaster had, like, their stuff. The quartermaster is just staying with everyone else. Like, there aren't really rooms or cabins in ships like these.
Is there a way I could sneak my way to his stuff?
Yeah. You do have Blessing of the Trickster for stealth.
I won't be wearing armor.
Yeah, okay. So,
and I will be. Can I give myself guidance before her?
Yeah. So you guidance with advantage from Flinkin, giving you a Blessing of the Trickster. Using those cleric levels as long as you have them. So 13 plus... So 14. Yeah. I'll say, you can time it to whenever the quartermaster goes to have a little bit of drink with Storath. Currently, the quartermaster's stuff is just where the crew keeps most of their personal belongings. It is a populated area. Some people are already sleeping, people are interacting and hanging out. How are you trying to approach this? It's not like suspicious that you are in this like area. But you know, if you started like rifling through someone's shit, that would be.
Once Levi see how he wants to spot where how far it is from the like a hallway or something, like a place where Levi could hide.
So
no, because Levi wants to cast greater.
There's not really
that's the plan. Because greater invisibility lasts 1 minute, so he's trying to like find like a spot where you know.
You can definitely find a spot where like people aren't immediately looking at you. Sure.
Yeah, and so he could like cast greater invisibility, and he'll use that 1 minute to try to see if he could sneakily.
Yes. So
ruffle through stuff.
So you're invisible as you get to the quartermaster's belongings. You do you want to like go through them?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me an investigation check. And you said greater invisibility lasts a minute?
Yeah, that's a minute.
So you're being quick about this then.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
A bit.
So I'll give you a choice. You can either try and be... Like, you can either keep that roll, but in that case, you are going to not be able to get through that much while being invisible, or you can take disadvantage and just kind of speed your way through all of their personal stuff to try and like get through as much as possible. But that is going to impact your ability to like thoroughly check things.
I'll probably just take this roll. I'll see if there's anything on like the surface at least.
Okay.
Or actually, is there like a bag or anything? Is it a bag?
They have a little bag. They have a small chest, like normal stuff essentially.
Because Levi usually carries the pouch, the keep stuff pouch.
The what? The bag of holding?
Yeah, bag of holding.
The keep stuff pouch. I love that.
The keep stuff.
Okay.
So is there way can it fit inside there?
You can definitely like take these things and put them in the bag of holding. Yeah.
Yeah, because Levi might try to go for that route, so he could like go through it in their room.
Okay. Yeah.
Really fast.
I'll say you dump that stuff. You have it in the bag of holding. Get your ass out of there before you turn visible again.
And he'll make his way towards like their room, the room they're staying at.
Yeah. I'll say for the sake of it, it would make sense if Sorath and the quartermaster want to be drinking. If Sorath wanted to, like for them to have a little bit of like private space, picking one of the cabins would make sense. So are you having fun, Lion?
Or check it out. I'm in.
What the hell's going on?
But yeah.
Somebody drugged the snake.
Oh yeah.
What's a car?
So, I'll ask Ness, Leon, did you want Sorath and the quartermaster to be drinking in like a private space, or is it just like socializing on the boat? Okay, so I'll say Sorath and the quartermaster are probably in one of the hunting cabins. So you're able to go back to the quarters that the group is currently using. So you do have that. You have all of the quartermaster's belongings with you.
I'm trying to see if I have the message spell. Currently
sending.
Yeah, sending. It has been a while.
It's been a hot minute.
I'm forgetting about the name of my spells.
No, I feel you there.
Levi would probably send a sending spell to Riddick and say, can you come to our room? I got the quartermaster stuff. Just want to go right for the real quick.
So we have, unless I will say, unless people want to specify being elsewhere, you probably are in your quarters in that room.
Oh, so, yeah, everyone thought I could use a sending spell.
Yeah, you probably don't need to use it unless, like, if you are just bringing it back there, it's where y'all are staying and sleeping.
Yeah.
So.
I think Gunther's already in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not having him do anything else, so he's just there.
Yeah. And it's where Lincoln would probably return to after a bit.
So, yeah, Levi would just like spread out all like the quartermaster stuff that he took to see like is there anything suspicious in them.
So you guys have the ability to look through.
I'll see if I can recognize any of the stuff.
I'll say you aren't there yet.
Oh yeah.
Because you've been doing your own things.
Yeah.
So I'll give everyone but Flinkin and Sora are involved in this, unless they don't want to. So give a little group effort on some investigation.
I think Rizwick has the highest investigation, right?
Yeah, well, I have
pretty
advantage and
high.
then +4.
Can Levi give Rizwick the D4?
Yeah. But you have advantage in
should roll
investigation
regular,
as
but
well.
yeah.
Damn.
So you get 2 D4s, Rizwick.
Oh, yeah. So let me go ahead and roll. Oh wait, no, I was thinking an insight for the D4.
Yeah.
Sorry on that.
So
So
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have +5 investigation, no advantage.
Wait, so you rolled investigation. Okay, in that case, if you want to roll as well, then Riz, you can roll just another straight investigation check.
Oh, okay. I wasn't fully understanding. Well, like I thought you said group effort, so sorry.
Can I give Rizook advantage?
No.
Just to like.
Not anymore, because it's a group check, and either one person rolls with advantage, or I allow 2 people to roll separately.
Natural 20.
Okay, cool. Add the D4 because you did have the bless.
Yeah.
Thank you. Guidance D4 as well.
Damn, I rolled a 19.
1.
He still did better than me by rolling a 20.
Yeah. Today we learned a 20 is bigger than a 19.
I don't think so. That shouldn't be how it is. We should reverse that rule.
Yeah, a 19 has a 9 in it.
Mm-hmm.
21 only has a 20 only has a 1 and a 0.
Looking through their stuff, you find, for the most part, not much of any interest. They've got some nicer clothes and some nicer personal items. Nothing that particularly strikes you as, like, out of the ordinary. I'll say probably it would be Gunther who is able to, like, give the final context, but you guys do notice that some of their clothing is definitely tailored by someone who is quite talented.
What did I do?
I'm getting to it. So the quartermaster has some clothes that are definitely finer wear, probably something designed to be like clothes they wear when having important business conversations and stuff like that. Probably similar to the stuff they are wearing if they're, like, interacting with Sora. As the group kind of investigates, Gunther would probably be able to recognize some details of this that remind you a little of the style of clothing that Edwin wears.
And these are the quartermaster's clothes?
Yes. Edwin's family kind of hold the... They essentially hold the seat that deals with the northwestern section of the Velus. So this might have been made by either the same tailor or a similar tailor as the people who make some of Edwin's, like, very gaudy, fancy clothing. The quartermaster did not talk like they're from the region, but it implies that they've definitely done enough business in that region, perhaps in Grensord, that they do trade with the same kinds of tailors that extended members of the royal family would. I say that's what y'all pick up on. Other than that, dude's mostly just got normal things.
What's the quartermaster's name again?
I don't know if we...
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, Gunnar.
Gunnar. Wait a minute.
Gunnar?
Not Gunnar. 2 N's, so it's closer to Gunnar.
Ah.
Brother.
Connor. Also, just noticed the captain and the rower who died have the same name.
Yeah, they share the same name.
That's funny.
It's a fun little thing I like to add realism to the world that also makes my life as a DM incredibly much harder. Because I do create NPCs that will have the same name, especially if they're like from the same region. Because like names aren't unique.
John.
And then I look into my notes and I'll be like, oh fuck, I've just written Selene and not specified which one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe Selene just died. Which Selene? Man, Selene's dead.
They probably refer to the captain as captain anyway, though.
Yeah.
Anyways. Gunnar.
Yes.
I know it's Gunnar, but Gunnar.
Gunter.
Yeah, that's they've definitely done business with likely people who do like tailoring work for for the E-Flares.
And kind of a stretch. None of the victims have any connection to the E-Flores, right?
No. As far as you can tell, none of the none of the victims here have are even from this region. They're mostly from the Great Landing area.
Nicolean plans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So, I'll say, unless there's anything else y'all want to get out from this, if the quartermaster doesn't really have anything weird or out of the ordinary in their belongings.
Can I put it back?
So, how are y'all gonna go about putting this stuff back then, if you're putting it back? Unless you're, are you keeping it? Are you going to put it back where it was? Or are you doing anything else with the quartermaster's stuff at the moment?
Can't Levi just do the same thing again?
Does Levi have another greater invisibility?
Is Levi currently conscious?
I don't know. Panda's maybe not here in the...
Let me check. Levi. Levi. Wake up. Come on.
I think Levi's out of spell slots for greater invisibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
not sure if they have more slots for that. So I'll say Flinken would return eventually from their investigation. So if Flinken can turn invisible again, then I guess they can go put it back.
Mm-hmm.
Sure if you have more available castings of invisibility there, but that is if you want to use another spell slot on invisibly putting this stuff back, you can. It's also possible to just sneak over and do it. It's up to y'all.
Sorry, I
For
just
some
got back.
reason, it's not letting me like cast the ability. Just like it's not like letting me use. Did they change the shadow?
The way if you're using it from that feat, so you can cast invisibility once as with the feature. If you want to cast it more, you have to use a spell slot on it.
Yeah. But like, it doesn't say that I can just cast it with like using a spell slot. It's just like...
Yeah. So let me see. Actually, or let me double check. Okay, this menu is being a little finicky.
It does say like, yeah, cast spells using a spell slot for the appropriate level, which I do.
Yeah, in that case, you can just mark off a spell slot. Mark off a second level or higher spell slot.
Yeah, I better put it back to invisibility. With the invisibility, so like...
Okay. So you put it back invisibly. Give me a stealth check with advantage. Just don't colossally fuck it up.
I'm gonna colossally fuck it up. Look at me go. It's 2 1s. Oh
my god.
18.
Chat just got owned. Okay, so you managed to put things back where they're supposed to be. And what that dealt with. If you want, Sorath is currently just in one of the hunting cabins. Not a very, like, necessarily fancy space. It's just really, like, a cabin with a table, some, like, benches. You can probably sleep on them if you want to stay the night. But, yeah. So, you offered for the quartermaster to have a drink with you in one of those cabins. Just little moments, to which they definitely agreed, though somewhat trepidatiously. You can definitely tell that there's still a little bit of, like, walking on eggshells there. They're being a little careful around it. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to, you can have this conversation now, or we can take a break first, depending on what you feel.
Break would be good.
In that case, we'll take a 10-minute break? 15? Let's say 15-minute break. Let's be here 10 past. Let's aim for everyone to be back by then. They have to go do stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just leave us over here. Let's make y'all a little bigger on here. And yeah, we'll take a little break. I'm definitely gonna go piss. And yeah, be right back. Entertain the stream, y'all, or go grab food or drink or piss or whatever you need to do in the break.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really got any sort of leads just yet. Like, obviously with the quartermaster and the other guy.
The bugbear is a good, like, that group is a good start. It sounds like it's like a whole, like, either they were replaced or it's been from the start. This, like a bigger, at least like 2 actors or more.
I was gonna say, but I don't think the captain or the quartermaster is related. But
There's
Hey,
The captain,
definitely
I'd say,
more
is
than one
kind of
person.
fine, but like quartermaster, I'm not like 100% sold on. Like they could be like very suspicious still. Because I'll say like I think one of the biggest clues it might like that the dude not knowing about the poison might just like kind of like lend itself to him being like kind of just a pawn in the scheme, like involved but probably not too involved type of thing. Brother doesn't actually know as much as this probably lets on and stuff. He was like kind of like, what? That's stupid. Though I didn't get as high as I possibly could have, so it could possibly just be like me getting fooled by that time. But like, let it go run with it, nature. Like he doesn't know as much, so I reckon the quartermaster might be the best way to kind of like go through it. You know?
It's interesting. Because like we're all in agreement. This wasn't like obviously it was not an active like, oh, I can find my chance to get rid of this guy I don't like. It's not that. It's something else.
What if it's something incredibly stupid? Like instead of just like it being a poison, it was just like they were allergic to something in the food. And like there's a piece of food that they just didn't know what it was. They just died to it randomly. It's just like it'd be really funny.
Like I definitely think I don't know. It feels it's either like people got replaced or this is a very long con or something. I don't know. Because we should start seeing like how long Borderlands been, and then start asking about how long the Bugbear has been there.
Well, we know that like one of the people who got killed was like here for like 7 months. One of the people that you brought in, but also one of the other people didn't keep for a long time.
Yeah,
so.
I don't, because it could be to throw us off that one on our guys from both sides got killed, or like it could be like to make it so it doesn't like you couldn't distinct which group it happened.
Was the
Or this could be all a distraction for us while they do something.
Yeah, were those dragons of any particular element? Like they're
black drakes, so they're like caustic or acidic bites. So.
Oh, so like this could have been just like they got bitten and then like they got poisoned by it, right?
No. We found out the acid couldn't have been what did it. It was a separate poison because poison and acid are separate.
Okay.
Because we don't even know if they were actually attacked or if it was made to look like they got attacked by those.
I had to leave real quick to after we did the investigation of the items. Can I ask what we found?
What you found?
Yeah.
Found an outfit that looks a lot like the style and make that Monsieur Edwin had.
Yeah, it's like yeah, that's it. You're talking about the quartermaster's clothes, right?
Yeah.
So like clothes worn by royal family. So and they've been around the area for a fair bit while, considering like they know how to get that kind of like clothes and shit.
Yeah.
Which.
Is interesting.
Yeah. I could. So that's why I'm like leaning more towards like the quartermaster being kind of like more suspicious that way. Because like.
Yeah. But you found a lot with that group you found.
Did I find a lot? They just kind of like I know he's like hiding something, but like.
Finding out that
tell him
is pretty good.
Now you could tell him.
We'll murder him and then ask him questions from like speaking.
Oh my god,
that'll be the plan.
Though, I don't. Part of me feels like this is just a bigger distraction to something that bigger.
No, that's why I'm trying to go straight to the source. I feel like the quartermaster could be like up to something, or
Yeah.
you know.
Like when you do that, I
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
want
yeah.
to be there too, so I can help be like, okay, this guy's full of shit. Like,
Because I feel like this is all poised to try to find that amulet or whatever that Flink is stole.
I don't know. That's a lot for something that was going to be given as a gift.
I mean, it depends. It could be they really need it.
They were going to give it to Sorath anyway, is what we I thought we had a wasn't that 2 sessions ago we found out, like, or it was supposed to be a gift to Sorath?
Is it a gift to Source or is it a gift to someone in the family?
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah,
I
yeah.
am back.
Welcome back.
Hey, OT, as Dungeon Master,
Mm-hmm.
can you answer this question?
Yes.
Did we figure out that the amulet was supposed to be given to Source or someone in the family? Like her grandmother or something?
No, you didn't figure out that. You figured out that they had it in their cargo and that they had been to Karsumf and that they were stopped in Kempir and their plan was to get out of here. But they couldn't leave at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is them already meeting with their like family and stuff like that. And you must have missed each other and stuff, you know? Sorath and them must have missed each other type of thing.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed.
Sorath's family does tend to only stay in Karsumft. They don't really leave the area much.
Mm-hmm.
Their dad does, but both Sorath's mom and Sorath's grandma stays there unless they have to attend something. So,
Their dad
I'm gonna
uncommittal in a lot of ways.
You know, I'm gonna like that. That it turned out it wasn't from anyone from the ship. It's just that someone from on the core shows on the river side just shot some darts at some random people getting attacked.
Mm-hmm.
It was land pirates.
Yeah, but we did not find a blowgun in the quartermaster's quarters.
No, I said a land pirate, not like the quartermaster.
Oh no, I was like joking. Like, no, it's fine.
It was actually the quartermaster, but he was only doing it so he could like actually feed Sorath, like, you know, legally, quote unquote, without it being like, you know, too much issue on Sorath.
Honestly, that would be a funny answer. That would be a funny answer.
It's like he's like saw the hunger. It's like, oh, that bitch is hungry. Let's find her a meal.
Why didn't anybody tell me removing nail polish was so tough? I gotta redo him.
Don't you need like nail polish remover and shit?
Oh, I have it, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It smells like
my family all works in nail salons. Come on.
Yo, I got into it. I should show you what it looks like. I have a nice green color and then a bunch of iridescence on top of it.
Like for me, the smell of acetone, it's just in my nature at this point.
I'm getting used to it. This one smells like grapes, is like the faint smell to it. Like the fake
Your DNA has
grape.
been rearranged.
The molecules got all rearranged. He had to stop all the ghosts that are coming through.
Yeah.
What is he gonna do?
Oh my god, you're a phantom.
Gonna get the
I'm just getting used to puffing paint thinner.
Yeah, I'm a turpentine. Let's go.
Oh
And
my
makeup.
god.
Eyeliner is so much fun, and I fucking hate it. Eyeliner is too easy to fuck up.
Yeah. It's
but it makes the look so much more.
Experience.
Yeah. Oh, I should show you. Look at this. Been very proud of my journey of not knowing how to do shit and now doing it almost daily.
Yeah, that's nice.
Let me go grab my phone. I should have my phone with me. It's in the underground. My nothing on the paper. Well, yeah. Meow.
Oh, daddy, oh.
Meow.
Oh. Bow, bow.
I'm putting about bow. Excuse me. Hi, bird. Wahoo. Bing, bing, wahoo. You know what? You know what? What? You know what?
I don't actually.
Fuck hiatuses. It might as well be Dice Stratuses. I'm switching my name in the server.
What?
No longer a Dice Stratus. I'm off hiatus.
Nice.
Yeah.
Boing.
Whoa, me boy. SpongeBob, me boy.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob, me boy.
It's true.
I will inform the chat that Jewel has just rolled 18 for Boing. So, big Boing.
Was that an acrobatic?
No, it's just a Boing roll.
Just Boing.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do an acrobatics, so it's a different type.
Can move over here so people can see
fuck it
shipping
up.
rolls. Oh, you die.
Oh, let me
yeah,
do it. Let me do acrobatics.
Wait, the ghost who was like my next character is still Flinkin, but it's just after he died.
You're always in constant handstand.
No, but like my wisp, the wisp armored character, it's just Flinkin still. But it's just after he died, he's still alive somehow. It's not, but that's how we transition to the other
I
character.
kind of want to build a character that's involved with the Fae now. That we've been hearing about it a little bit more, but not too much.
Don't you mean the Fel?
The crew. We've been hearing about the Fel more than the Fae.
Yeah, but jack shit about the Fae. The Fae is just...
That's what I kind of want. That's kind of what I want to have a character that's. I want to do too many characters.
It is, and it is an option for future campaign stuff. I am very strict about not really allowing any Fae or Fel stuff for characters at the moment from the player character side. Lincoln has encountered some stuff, but that wasn't anything that Brad was like, oh yeah, I want to be tied to the Shadowfell. I was like, well, this is one of the very few things that is connected to it.
Oh yeah.
And
I had all I had was some loose ideas, and Udi's like,
Yeah.
okay, let's wrap this up in something actually
Yeah.
serious.
I was like, hey, I've got this idea for this group. They're kind of this shady, mysterious group of idealistic anarchists who try and use political accelerationism to do stuff, and they're tied to this magical forest. And then Brett was like, "Oh, cool! What if they were clowns?" And I just went, what if they were clowns?"
You got your honk shoes on when you thought on that one.
Yeah.
Though you didn't sleep on it.
Okay. I went to double check. Yeah, no solving of the puzzle box now. I mean, everyone else can, I guess, roll to solve the puzzle box if y'all want to try.
So I wouldn't have made a character that's directly. I would just make a character had it a run-in with something.
Nope.
That thought might have been.
Nope.
It wasn't that they had actually had a run-in with them, but they thought they did.
I mean, if you thought it was, it's essentially the players cannot make any choices that's tied to the Fae or the Fel. The Fae exist as as fairy tales in the setting.
Like a fairy tale chaser, as in somebody like a Don Quixote of sorts.
But the Fae and the Fel will not affect the world at all, really. Besides, and I mean exclusively, the Whale Whisperer Circus, which has a little bit of a Fel connection. And that is because part of the broader lore of the world is that the planes are sealed away. There's a reason that there is no discussion of the elemental planes. There's not really any talk about like extraplanar travel at all. This is really all there is. Campaign 2 will deal with, like in the same way that Campaign 1, I've said like Campaign 1 will be in many ways about dealing with undeath in the setting. Wow. And that for Campaign 2, for like if y'all get to the Campaign 2 plot, kind of a requirement will be that the current state of undeath probably won't be around when you get to Campaign 2. So Campaign 2 will not have that safety net of if your character dies, they can come back undead. Whereas Campaign 2 will deal more with extraplanar stuff, and as a consequence of Campaign 2, other planes will be more accessibly part of the narrative by the time of Campaign 3. And then Campaign 4 itself is planned to be about the Fae. And the Fel, but primarily the Fae. So, yeah. Until y'all do some amount of stuff in Campaign 2, the Fae effectively isn't a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I'll ask real quick, does anyone besides like Selim and Jewel, who have already rolled for it, want to roll for solving the puzzle box? If y'all do that now, please. I don't have to deal with it later. It's 5d100s. If you get 500, you solve it.
5d100.
Oh, what a shame. Y'all are consistently rolling pretty, high, though. I think your average is pretty high. Ah, Flankin's here to bring it down.
Yay!
Oh shit, I dropped it.
Yeah. I'm not sure who is, who is back and ready. I'm guessing Seon's ready, at least. So, can start whenever we feel like, since it'll be mostly a little bit of a Sora thing happening for at least a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. In that case, we will get to that. So while shit is happening aboard the boat, and y'all are stealing stuff and rifling through things and figuring out that the quartermaster has a rich tailor, as well as Lincoln sneaking about. You guys continue whatever you do on the boat. Well, and during that, Sora and Gunnar, the quartermaster, is just kind of, I guess, found one of the cabins. They're a little ramshackle, a little bare. There's a bench, there's a table, there's not much else. It's mainly there to keep the weather out if you're going on a hunting trip. And what is Sora bringing to drink? I'm guessing
Heartroot mead.
Yeah.
She's so original.
Are you bringing anything else, or is it just sharing a bottle of Heartroot mead?
I feel like she might bring a whiskey or something, for something that maybe she knows is more from Fearless.
Yeah, so this area especially, I think I've mentioned that cognac is very common.
She would probably bring that then.
Yeah. Bring a bottle of some kind of cognac. A bottle of Heartroot mead. The quartermaster joins you, imparting the boat. Perhaps even like as everyone, like, as not everyone, but a decent amount of crew steps off to help, like bury people, and like Lincoln eulogizes that Sorath and the quartermaster might not go back onto the ship after that, and rather go to one of the cabins with a little bit of booze. So you asked if they wanted to have a drink with you. Did you want to give any other pretense to that? Like, before?
I feel like Sorath may have been, like, wanting to ask so that she could have, like, a calmer moment with someone that, you know, sees somewhat eye to eye with her.
Yeah. So you're trying to present it in that way.
She values his opinion and his presence.
Let's see. The quartermaster very eagerly accepts this opportunity. And give me an insight check.
Alright, capable.
Hi.
Hello.
I ate.
You. Hey.
Lion always be eaten.
I have to.
Same. 24.
Let's see this.
7.
Okay. So the quartermaster definitely seems to be caught off guard, but like excitedly about picking up on the idea, like even the idea that Sorath values their input, because you know Sorath's a big fucking deal. And you can tell that the quartermaster in many ways is like a businessman first. And they kind of almost like immediately pounce on that, just like, ooh, an opportunity. With 24, you also pick up on something that you can't really get a full grasp on it, but there's like a sense of someone who's like is somewhere between a eureka moment and a desperation play. It's like when you communicate that to them, when they kind of get the message, like, I want your input, I care about your opinions and things, and I want to have a conversation in private. It's like they spot an opportunity, and there's a sense that maybe they're seeing it as like an out of some situation. It seems like they latch onto it with some amount of intensity that you weren't expecting.
She's definitely intrigued.
Yeah. There's a very subtle little bit of like a stressed desperation to them. And there's that sense that like that realization, they're latching onto it almost like, oh, this might be my way out of whatever circumstance I am currently in. And this music stuff. The cabin itself is dim, probably kind of brought over a couple of like candles to give it some amount of light. And it's not necessarily a comfortable space by any means, but it's functional. There's a bench and a table. And the quartermaster was very like cordial and opens the door for you and stuff like that. But they're a little more relaxed. Once you guys have sat down, probably poured your first drinks, Quartermaster does start off drinking the Heartroot mead, kind of just following Sorath and that, but they don't pour themselves that much, partly because they probably don't want to take too much of what Sorath seems to be Sorath's preferred thing, and based on their expression when drinking it, doesn't seem to be something they're particularly fond of. And probably for the rest of your conversation, they'll mostly be drinking the cognac. They seem to be sitting and kind of just letting the moment set in and allowing Sorath to speak first. Doesn't seem like they're comfortable enough to make any assumptions required to start anything.
Do not feel pressured to drink some things that you do not enjoy.
They kind of immediately, almost instinctively, go to be like, no, it's a wonderful drink that I am, and then they kind of catch themselves. You can see there's like a little bit of almost fear or anticipation, like they're steeling themselves to push a boundary. They pivot their position and go like, I'm sure it's wonderful for other people. Not necessarily what I would have myself.
Yes, that is why I bought the cognac. I know that Heartroot mead is a bit of an acquired taste.
And I appreciate that greatly. Much too kind. They sip the cognac. Seem to be far more comfortable with that. They are kind of looking at sort of like they're reading them. Give me another insight check. Oh my.
Yikers.
Yummers.
Never mind. Forget I said that. Sora doesn't pick up on it. They sure are drinking the cognac. Whoa.
Yeah.
Glug glug.
They don't seem as disgusted, maybe.
They didn't seem disgusted, more like you have
taste.
You have a feeling that they might not have had it before, and they were just like, "Oh, that's not what I expected that to taste like."
Real.
Which, to be fair, does tell you somewhat about the fact that they probably haven't done a lot of like active business in Pleasant Valley.
Yeah.
They have said that they have worked in Pleasant Valley, like, before. This isn't the first time the ship is ever here. But clearly the quartermaster themselves haven't been involved in any business discussions significant enough that Heartroot meat would be served. So, the ship's business is probably then arranged entirely by whatever trader owns this business. Yeah. Anyway, Sora does not notice that they're trying to, like, read them, I guess.
No. I feel like she could assume, but nah. She doesn't really care at this point in her life.
Yeah, that's valid.
People usually want to know what she's up to, but...
Sorath, speak up again on the topic, or are they just
no,
kind of
she's
letting
just
things...
gonna sit.
A little moment goes by as you both just enjoy your drinks before they go. My apologies for the unfortunate situation that you had to deal with today.
No apologies unnecessarily. I enjoyed it. There was a reason I left to say earlier to adventure.
Well, perhaps so, but having to deal with our crew is that in a realistic fashion should not need to be something you would have to denigrate yourself to concern yourself with. We can take care of these things. Not that I am complaining about the quality of your work. Simply pointing out that it is not something you have to do.
It is something I want to do, so.
They nod.
It is something that my family has shown interest in, at least my father.
It seems like they more acknowledge it than agree with the notion. They seem generally to... Like, their apologetic nature is coming from a you shouldn't have to deal, like, sure, you fought the monsters, but anything after that should be my job to clean up.
Oh.
So... They're not fighting you on it, though.
Mm-hmm.
They seem appreciative of the sentiment, at least.
So, where have the extents of your work taken you? Other than Pleasant Valley?
Well, I have, for the most part, traded in the northern Velos, a little bit back and forth with Great Landing. We have some business connections with clientele both within and connected to the Ifla family.
Mm-hmm.
Most of our stuff is tied to our business interests in Great Landing. I've primarily, as a quartermaster, worked in that area, but I have made the occasional trip further southwest. We've been to Lehman's Crossing a couple of times.
Good. It is always good to travel, to get out of where you've been.
Yes, it gives a great deal of perspective, and it is always valuable to work with people who have expanded horizons.
Indeed. How well did you know those that were attacked, that we lost?
On a personal level, not particularly. I am not the most sociable. But the two from our crew, I have worked with for a while. Eugenie was brought on board a little more recently, but The daughter's been working for quite a while. They've always been quite reliable. It's a shame. The new recruits, believe they share the name with the captain. I have not really interacted with much beyond the initial onboarding.
It can help to get in touch with the clue. To know who you are working with and trusting your life with.
Certainly. In this line of work, it is important to know that the people you are working with are both trustworthy and reliable. So, certainly for a concern.
Is there anyone you do not view as reliable?
Give me an insight check. And give me a persuasion
Please
check.
do better. Okay. 24, 27.
Okay. They seem to hesitate, consider for a brief moment, and then it's about then that Sora picks up on, like, they are actively gauging Sora. It seems in at least some degree as part of, like, more of a trying to figure out how it's like they're trying to assess the level of trust they can put into you. And you get the sense that they are trying to look for allies. The situation they need allies for, you're unsure of, but they have that vibe.
I apologize if I come across too intrusive. I do not wish to cause any discomfort or concern.
No worries. I have worked with less pleasant people.
Less pleasant valleys.
True.
I'll work with your valley.
Oh, sheesh. Dang.
They take the glass cognac they have, which they've been sipping on, kind of just empty it, not really like throwing it back and like all in one gulp, but more just
Purposeful?
gulping down what they have. Some of it has like the vibe of like a bravery shot.
Yeah.
And you can pick up on like light sweat beading at their forehead, like a subtle tremor to their hands. They're a little antsy. And then go, I have been a little worried about a colleague of mine. They have been a little on edge.
Oh. Sora definitely has that look of like, ooh, I love tea. I'm intrigued.
Put down their glass, go to like fill it back up, kind of as an action to relieve them of like any tension. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Not talking anymore. You get the sense that they're again gauging every little reaction and trying to figure out how much information they can give you.
Saratha's kind of leaning back, like holding on to her glass, and just like she'll drink a bit more of it than she has been like sipping.
Mm-hmm.
But she just is letting her curiosity fully like show. She's just like, ooh, I want to know. I want to know.
Okay.
She's very intrigued.
Give me another persuasion check then.
29.
Ooh,
Not 20, sorry.
Okay. They
Spill the tea, sis.
look at you and kind of resolve and go. Our business in Pleasant Valley previously was tied to nothing particularly interesting. The transport of documents, manuscripts, inventory. It's mostly clerical work together with some amount of furniture and utilities that would help another business in Grand Swords. And during our stay, some of us have, and I regretfully have to insist that this be kept a little quiet.
Of course.
There was some indirect business with, I believe, one of your family members.
I see.
A little bit of cargo that was supposed to slip through unnoticed. I was not. I was not made fully aware of the details of the deal. Simply that we were to carry an extra box with us, and that it would be offloaded together with all the other things in our arrival in Grand Swords, and that it would be taken care of from there. The person that brought this to my attention was one of our crew members who I've worked with for quite a long time. As far as I know, they've not had previous business in Pleasant Valley. They, like, breathe in this, like, kind of shaky sigh. There's a bit of fear, and also, like, there's a bit of relief and, like, oh, I can talk about this. Fuck it, I'm saying things, so I'm going to just spill the beans on that. They have not been acting quite the same ever since. They've been fulfilling their duties, interacting with others as they previously would have been. And but there's been the notable few moments where they seem to forget things I am certain they should have remembered.
Like what?
I think they got the city they were first recruited on the ship with wrong. Went back to check my notes, but the notes seemed to support what they were saying, though I am certain that is not where they were picked up. And occasionally it seems like they do not know people as well as they used to. I have been worried about I assumed that there would be some amount of security for the transport, and I'm wondering if it came in the form of it's like they're trying to. It's like watching a conspiracy theorist figure, like, how much can I say before they'll think I'll crazy? How much can I say before they'll think I'll crazy? I'm wondering if there might be a shapeshifter involved.
I see. Most intriguing indeed.
That transport was supposed to make it unnoticed out of Pleasant Valley. A problem that was complicated with the current situation we all find ourselves in. And we were in a bit of a lull. The plan was to simply wait until we could leave, and that seemed increasingly unlikely. And then you arrived and threatened to inspect our cargo, which, I assumed would not have gone over well. Then you demand our services, and it was difficult for me to deny you that. And that person took issue with that. And expressed that it was a bad idea to travel back to Kherson.
Due to the cargo?
The cargo is no longer on the ship. That much I've been informed of. I more so believe that our employer might be the problem. It seems that who at least once was my co-worker is less than eager to return and find out.
I see.
In all honesty, I have very little knowledge of exactly what is transpiring. My inkling is that it is, at least I thought it was tied to Belrosus, and that perhaps it might be a more dangerous situation than I first anticipated for me personally to return to Kherson. Though my argument was that if Kherson is a dangerous place to be, I doubt there are many places in the valley that will be much safer. If it truly is the Belrose we have an issue with. Am I right in this assessment, Your Highness?
You are. The Pleasant Valley is very much in the pocket of the Belroses. And in all honesty, so is most of the world in general. My family has their ways of getting knowledge from every corner of the land.
They sigh. There's a bit of like defeated to it. Like they're kind of coming to terms with what probably were their worst assumptions about the situation. Where they continue. I am in no ways a selfless person. When push comes to shove, I look out for myself. I do not mean to offend to ask, but it seems that my co-worker is taking actions that are more drastic than I would like. If that truly is an issue, I see more safety with a partnership than I see with attempting to smooth things over. They swallow visibly. Tense. It definitely feels like they've gotten to the point where they were afraid of overstepping with.
Continue.
You can hear kind of just the tapping of one of their fingers claw against the side of their glass. They seem to be unaware of it. If there's issues like this, I believe staying in this current employment might be less than fortuitous on my ends. So, if one seeks safety from a bellows, perhaps seeking employment of some kind with another would be the best means of self-preservation.
Saratha like down the rest of her glass. Kind of in just one go. And kind of look at them again, just like, what did you have in mind?
Oh, honey.
My skills are primarily that of management, financial bookkeeping. I am good at keeping inventory, planning out various scheduled systems. I can work on larger and smaller projects. I'm sure I could find ways to be useful. And as I suppose now is clear, I'm not necessarily too concerned with the details of my work. I'm not someone who needs to ask too many questions. And they give you this very, like, awkward smile, like they're trying to relieve tension very unsuccessfully.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just came back. Is this a guy who just wants a job from the barrel roast?
This is the quartermaster, and it seems like they don't really know the details of it. They assume, based on the situation, that one of the crew members of the original crew essentially accepted a deal to transport something on this ship out, And the quartermaster just went along with it.
Okay. And now he wants a job from Thoras.
Cause something went wrong.
Yeah, something went wrong. Their very secret cargo that wasn't supposed to be discovered was very much discovered. And it seems
That's
like the other
crazy.
people tied into this very legal trade deal are a little antsy about it, perhaps. And this guy's like, hey, these guys are being all kinds of weird. I think the best way to save my skin is just to be like, hey, you're a Velros. I'll do anything.
To be fair, I feel like Thoras could keep him safe if they wouldn't.
But yeah.
Yeah, she's not necessarily like leaning any sort of way because she's like, I don't fucking know who you are. It's just like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a little embarrassing if I'm being real. It's like she's just like, alright. It is something I can consider. So, if we are to explore an arrangement, I would like to deal with whatever pesky, impulsive murderer you seem to have aboard your ship.
Certainly, I would hate for that to get further out of hand.
It does not seem to be on the radar of anyone else, but not that they would do well to attack one of my party. I do not enjoy the idea of anyone thinking that they might have a chance to attack someone on the ship without punishment. So, I would appreciate hearing what you know from now on about the situation, any suspicion. If you see anything, if anyone tells you about anyone doing anything suspicious. And I may consider connecting you with someone.
That's most gracious of you. You can definitely tell that they were hoping for more, though expecting less. And they're like, you're speaking to a drowning man, essentially.
Yeah. At the very least, if you were to return to Kemper, I am sure there would be good. There could be some people that could
Would be more than happy
offer you
to
something.
return to Kemper. Any distance,
Yes.
at least would offer comfort.
Mm-hmm.
The person who originally brought the deal to my attention and who briefly discussed with me perhaps the need to eliminate certain of our co-conspirators, to put it so, to get rid of those who might have seen something was odd.
Ah.
They were quite panicked and discussed with me whether or not I would be willing to help arrange a situation where the crew could be disposed. decided against this, as I see no value in upsetting the services of the bearers we currently have aboard for the benefit of potentially avoiding the ire of one who is not here.
Mm-hmm.
I asked them to stay put. And well, yes, their corpse died today. I do not think that will be the end of it.
No, it will not be, but I think I have an idea. And I will share with you information that you may be able to pass on to someone. Maybe it will allow something to occur.
There are two others on the ship that were somewhat involved. They are aware of the trade. They were cut into the payment. One of the other people working the cargo holds SDN. They were needed to help move the objects, and we needed someone else to help ensure that it was not discovered by the other crew. And Cyril, they mostly help around, but they are trained bosun. Shipwright, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
They were also included in this mainly so we would have someone who could keep tabs on the others. Those were the four. Me, Stian, Cyril, and Ott. At least the ones I knew of. It was ordered that seemed to be the one in contact with our employer.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, I am unwilling to trust their kindness, I suppose. I doubt they would have trusted us with the entirety of the plan. Clearly they were keeping much hidden for us, we all knew this, but if anyone else is involved, that is possible.
What was it was Gunnar, the Estienne, and...
Cyril. I can write it in. I'll just put it... fuck it. I'll just put it all in here. Here's the spell, and I'll just put it in the game log chat in the D&D Beyond. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a carpenter. You don't necessarily have to do all that much work at all times. Their main job is to be there in case anything happens to the ship. And then they just help out where they're needed otherwise.
Okay. Zorathel, thank you for sharing with me. I will see about handling the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any other concerns you had for me?
I do not think so. Thank you for extending this opportunity.
Of course. I enjoy knowing what is happening around me, and you cannot do so without talking to the Zosata around. Well, I ought to be going now. And return to my companions.
They sit there a little still for a bit. I'll take just a moment.
Mm-hmm. You may keep the cognac. I am not one for the taste of it.
They nod appreciatively, offer you a bow. Thank you again, Madame Belros. I will forever be in your debt.
And she'll kind of nod and bring her mead with her and go back to the ship.
Go back to the ship. It's like this conversation's been happening over a little while as the group has been dealing with their shenaniganery. Reisiuk did notice something a little later in the evening.
Who's there?
And what you see is not really necessarily see, but more just hear, is the sound of someone landing on the shore. I believe from the ship. Zorath has not yet returned.
I'm gonna switch my armor to Infiltrator. Kind of clasp it up, leaving little noise to be heard from it moving around. I'm also gonna send the newly crow-like Alvin up into the sky. Kind of do a circle around.
Okay. Give me a perception check for Alvin then.
Yeah. 722.
They circle around. They see absolutely nothing.
Okay. And I'll try to look and see, but kind of keep low. Or no, I'll try to keep as nonchalant as possible. But definitely look in that direction.
And give me a perception check, you then.
Yo. Not as good. That's a 14.
In the almost pitch black darkness outside, very hard to see anything generally. You don't really hear anything beyond the first little thought of someone landing.
Is there anybody near me, like any of the group near me? Or no?
I'll say,
no.
if you said you were gonna be like walking around, I'll say probably not. No one's like patrolling with you, but you're on the ship, so like besides Sorath, everyone's nearby.
If I can
Probably
see
in their chambers.
Flinken, if I can see, I'm gonna kind of hurriedly, telepathically try to find Flinken. Tell him, hey Flinken, we got somebody leaving the ship. Not Sorath or the quartermaster.
Mm-hmm.
Time to do your job, Flinken.
What is my job? That's what I guess I'm just gonna walk around. Oh, I can see in the dark. Yeah.
That you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I go scout outside the ship because, like, that makes it easy for me because I can see the dark.
I'll tell everything in telepathic so I don't create noise, but I'll tell him that it came from this direction.
Too, then, Flinken.
Yeah, the noise came from over here about a minute ago.
Make that a 13.
With you are getting help, so it would be with advantage. By definition, Rysiuk did literally describe helping you.
Yay!
Okay.
Sorry, I should have said doing the help action, but I was doing it RP.
No, you don't have to just say help action all the time.
Yeah, so still 13.
Well, you get to reroll the one.
Actually. I do, actually.
Oh, yeah. How many rolls can
still
one
13.
roll be?
Still 13. Cool. I'll say you who don't have to deal with the darkness at all do vaguely see, like, some movement. It is towards where the cabins are. I'll say also, Flinken would probably see at this point one of the cabin doors opening and Sorath, like, walking out back towards a ship.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is... Oh, no, you see this. Never mind.
I would say they're about, like... let's say 120 feet or so.
Okay.
It's by the riverside. Y'all anchoring the ship near, like, is the closest you could get to it.
So the other figure's, like, getting onto the ship?
No. Someone or something jumped from the ship, and you didn't see a figure necessarily. You just saw something move, kind of vaguely in the direction of the cabins.
Well, can I just... I have another spell slot. I do, actually. Can I cast visibility on myself and just see if I can follow that thing?
Okay. You cast invisibility on yourself. Mm-hmm. And you hop overboard. Give me an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics. 17.
Invisibility and jump, you land smoothly. Not much noise. Enough of that if someone was actively paying attention, they might, like, hear it. But, like, if they happened to be right nearby, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you're invisible on the coast, moving towards that area. Give me a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible.
Ooh, I'm not rolling good, am I?
This is finally balancing out how you've been rolling lately, General.
Oh.
Yeah, just bouncing it out, yeah.
So you sneak up invisibly. Towards there you saw the movement. It seems like whoever or whatever was there does notice, at least, that there's something behind them. You've kind of like ended up like with them in between where Sorath is and where you are. Let me actually check. So while Sorath is leaving the cabin, they do hear like movement, someone stepping on like a branch, a little bit of rustling on leaves. Sorath has high enough passive perception to pick up on the fact that Flinken is sneaking about as well. So you step out of the cabin after having a little bit to drink, not much. And immediately there's like a noise that tells you, oh, there's someone here, off the ship, on the ground here.
Sorath is gonna pull out her sword and try to see if she can see anything.
Give me a perception check.
$14.
So you do not see Flinken, because Flinken can't be seen. You do not see anything else hiding. Flinken, however, would see like Sorath drawing their sword, and then the figure seemingly reacting to some noise that Flinken made, and then reacting to the fact that Sorath just drew a sword, and you can see it kind of begin to rapidly move away. It seemed like it was trying to like sneak its way towards the hunting cabins, and now it's just lining it for the woods.
Okay, can I cast suggestion on it and ask it to stop? On the figure? On the
Yeah, what is the range on suggestion, by the way?
30 feet.
30 feet. And let me also see. It requires line of sight, but nothing more than that, right?
You can see within range. I can see the figure.
Yeah, you can see them. Okay, cool. So you cast a suggestion, and so suggestion is you essentially give them a little phrase. Essentially, you suggest some line of action that it should take. Keep in mind, if this spell succeeds, it stays in effect for 8 hours. So you can just say like stop, which would just stop them in their tracks, most likely. Or you could choose another like thing to suggest for them.
Approach, so they come towards.
It doesn't have to be a single word.
Talk to me or
suggestion
like
is literally you essentially go like, hey, why don't you do this? You can do like a very common use of suggestion is, hey, I think you should I think it would be good if you cooperated with me, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it has to be phrased as if you're giving them a suggestion. That suggestion has to in some way be vaguely reasonable. You can't be like, hey, I think you should jump into this pit of lava.
Okay.
It can't be something that immediately poses harm to them, or stuff like that. Command is the one that immediately makes them.
It just has to be like a short phrase, right? Like,
yeah, it essentially you just offer them a suggestion for something they should do or a way they should behave. And
how about we stop and you tell me what you're planning?
Okay. You hear that verbal component, Sora. For the fun of it, just because it would be really funny if you like nat one it. Give me a history check. If you nat one, you do not recognize Flinken's voice.
Okay, nat 20. Fuck
Okay.
you.
Oh.
It would
Oh,
be,
shit,
it would have been
that's wicked.
so funny if Sora draws their sword and you're like, how about you stop and tell me what you're planning? Sora's like, who are you?
Who are you?
So you can definitely hear Flinkin. You hear where they're coming from. And that you cannot see them there. So you assume that they're invisible. Actually, invisibility would be broken once you target the creature with the spell.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
need to make the saving throw. Hey, right. Amethysts or opals?
17. Opals.
Opals. I will roll the opals. You have chosen well. This is the first time I roll the
Yay!
opals, and I nat 1.
Hey, let's go.
You see the figure start running away, clearly abandoning what they were doing, before they kind of slow down a little, and then stop. And they stand up a little more. You can tell now it is a person. They're wearing kind of a makeshift cloak. They probably just draped over themselves to be less visible. And they begin, like, walking towards. Now you sort of can see someone from over by the tree line who just stands up, almost appearing from the ground, and now just starts walking in your direction.
Okay, I'll approach him to, like,
And you can see Flinkin now as well.
And so-
Flinkin appeared when they cast the spell.
So I'm just going to go over to them.
Yeah, same.
Stay pretty quiet. And let Flinkin kind of take the lead.
I mean, they've got to tell me what they're planning anyway, so it doesn't really matter who does it.
They walk over and they... You can see they are elven, probably some amount of water genasi mixed in. It kind of like dull bluish gray hair. They just walk over and go, yeah, sorry, I really need to get out of here. People are going a little crazy on the ship, and I was just going to,
I mean, you tried to approach the ship, so what were you planning to do on there?
And you can see them actively trying to fight the spell forcing their behavior. And they go, I came from the ship. Yeah. It's just gonna go here, wait for Gunnar to alone for a bit.
Gunnar.
It's gonna...
Can Sorath, like, tackle them to the ground?
We don't need to do it right now, but you can grab him, yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna grapple at least.
Check. And a lot of charm spells end the second you do a hostile action against someone. I'm gonna double check that's it doesn't work like that, because Flinkin would know and would be able to like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
If anything, she'll get close so that she can.
Yeah.
Maybe be on an opposite side of Flinkin. Head towards, like, the tree line so that she can be there.
He does have to stop for 8 hours.
The spell ends when the subject finishes what it was tasked to do.
Yeah. You cannot damage them in any way, or the spell will end. So anything that risks damaging them can end the spell. So it's up to Flinkin whether Flinkin would try and tell Swarth not to tackle them. Because Flinkin is aware that they're currently...
I like I like calmly just like get an arm around them and stuff like that. Like I'm having a friendly conversation with them. I'm like patting them on the shoulder. I was like, oh, okay, let's go inside the ship and have a long conversation. Then I think that'll be much better for both of us. And it's kind of like slightly guide them to where they need to
go.
They do kind of resist you trying to move them. So that is not within the suggestion. You can see their mind racing a little bit.
Okay, so I'll just like I'll just keep my arm around them and keep the conversation. Yeah.
I was going to get to Gunnar. Try to talk to them if they weren't going to be agreeable. Make sure they couldn't talk to anyone else. Probably kill them. And then make my best attempt getting as far into the woods and hopefully stay there until I could leave the valley.
And so Gunnar's dead?
I was just with Gunnar. Oh, yeah. I was just with him. What is your name?
They gel for a bit. They have stopped. They have explained what they were planning on doing. And you can see, like, the moment where they realize that the spell is no longer holding them.
I start grappling them.
Yeah.
And
they're gonna go.
Actually,
give me athletics checks, the two of you, if you want to grapple. This person's gonna try and link their way out of this.
Hey, Uti, can I see this all from the bow of the boat? At least, like, the silhouette
You can
or anything?
see
9.
You can see figures.
Ugh. Okay, we're going to type that. Okay.
Did I have a
16.
long rest between the session before this session and last session?
You've had a long rest in between, like, last you played, yeah. You can see figures. Currently, what you're seeing is you can see what you assume is Sorath because they drew a sword. And then someone appeared, you imagine that's Flinkin, and then someone walked from the tree line, you assume that's the person you've seen, and currently you're just seeing them all three next to each other. You're not really seeing any details. It didn't really perception crazy good, and also it is really... Wait, at this point, no, you aren't seeing them at all. They are outside the 30-foot dark vision limitation of this space. So you're not seeing any of them. You might be hearing faint bits of the fact that they are talking. Yeah. Blinken's the only one who's exempt from the dark vision range limitation. So you aren't seeing anyone.
Okay.
So yeah, I got a 9. Flinkin got a 16 after getting a 2.
Okay. Okay, so you guys grab onto them, and as they try to immediately bolt away, and it's two of you kind of get a okay grip onto them, and then they kind of let go of their makeshift cloak and just slip out of that, and the two of you are left kind of holding onto the cloak as they begin running.
Okay.
I'll say they get 20 or so feet away before you guys can do anything.
Okay.
I'll say Risyuk at this point would hear someone kick up into a sprint because it sounds like someone running in a marsh, and it's just like it's a bunch of muddy noises.
Okay. Could I cast Expeditious Retreat on myself, hearing that there's... Nah. Honestly,
I've got Mantle of Majesty. I'll just use Command and just ask them to stop again.
Okay. So, have we talked about before how... so Mantle of Majesty rules as written makes you hotter when you activate it. It just makes you look better. But
how can you improve on perfection?
Essentially, the Mantle of Majesty is a form that is in some way visually apparent that explains like the way you can issue those commands. So it can be like, it just has to be something that is visually clear. I've had someone who their mantle of majesty was them summoning like a 1950s like stand mic.
Oh no, it's the rest of my costume. I've already got the nose. It's just like it's a full costume.
Oh my god.
So you let go of the illusory form, and you let the Mantle of Majesty take over, and Sorath, you watch as Flinken clown, like long extended clown shoes, striped colorful pants that are way too big for him, with suspenders that do not match at all. Their hair begins to lift up, and where in most other shows it would go into like some Super Saiyan thing, it just immediately poofs into a rainbow colored afro.
Oh my god.
And your Mantle of Majesty is in effect. What is your first command?
The were clown.
Halt.
The were clown.
Okay. That is a 15. Well, I think that's lower than your DC, right?
Yeah, I think it's still 17.
So,
also
with the clown transformation, they issue the word halt, and the person just immediately freezes in the current pose they are.
After Uzi, after
Sorath
I
will
heard
rush
them
up to
break
them.
away, could I say that Rizyuk made a normal way down towards the shore?
Yeah, you can
Just
definitely
like
like jump down and like start moving
normal
towards
pace.
that. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Sorry.
you've halted the person's movement. If y'all want to go try grapple him again, you can try.
Sorath is just gonna like bind their hands.
Yeah. So command lasts 6 seconds, so they'll freeze for a bit, and then it'll drop. They like lose their balance a little bit. By the time then, Sorath is by them, but
Yeah.
So Sorath is trying to tie them up. They are going to try and resist. Do you want to give another command? It can be any one word command. You can just continue asking them to halt, but if you want to do something else, I'm gonna allow you to be creative with it.
Oh, okay.
Grovel's one you can use too. Oh my god, no. You're not gonna force somebody to come on command. No.
Command can only let people do something that they can physically do on command. I'm not saying it's impossible. Maybe this person has trained themselves to be able to come on command. It's just unlikely.
I'm just gonna say they should just drop.
Okay, so
they get
you get to them, Sorath. They freeze. You start like trying to tie them up, and they start resisting a little bit. Do another saving throw. This person's having a really shit day. And they immediately just go limp face down into the mud. You're able to tie them up.
Oh. She will kind of lift their head and like once they're tied, she'll like lift their head and try to wipe their face off.
You're only supposed to go limp once they have you.
Yeah. So
like, oh dear.
Once I'll say at this point, Rizyuk is like sauntering over, not a long walk, and you see a majestic, slightly glowing Flinken in like full clown attire, power emanating off them, while Sorath is tying up someone who's like being like face down in the mud. Like once they're tied up, Sorath just lifts them a little, and you can see them go like.
I see you're going
Your
for a more
mantle of
overt
magic
disguise
just-
now.
Your mental magic just gives everyone a clown fetish.
You're saying it as if it wasn't already there.
Just give everyone a clown fetish.
And you can see the bulge in his pants. It's actually just fully
Hey,
erect, but...
once
Is that a
we-
balloon animal
once
in
we
your
become-
pants, or are you just happy to see me?
Once we become the biggest D&D show, we have like 1 million fans, we have like animators in our fan base. I want someone to, at some point, give us like a full animation of the magical clown girl transformation that is Flinken's Mantle of Majesty. Because I imagine
It's
like
really-
a full Sailor Moon transformation, but you become a clown.
Oh,
by
yeah.
the
Yeah, like you see like the hair
I can
rise
know.
up with and it turns rainbow, like the actual like rainbow like effect, and then it actually turns rainbow.
I was imagining it's like you turn into like a goth clown mommy.
I was kind of thinking that too.
That's when the
And everyone will
Shadowfell
do what
influence
she
gets you
wants.
more.
Hey,
that's
that
when
is-
the
that
that's
is
when the
up to
Shadowfell
you.
takes you.
I just ran with the situation. Your Mantle of
Yeah,
Majesty
yeah,
can be
no.
whatever,
I mean,
but it's going to be
if it was
clown
a
related.
goth- If it was a goth
Oh.
clown mommy, it would be easier for the other guy to come.
Yeah, true.
Oh my god.
So we have
Even
goth
up.
clown mummy form Flinken.
Mhm.
Definitely a rare
Um,
drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if it's a
It's a rare
gotcha?
shiny.
A gotcha form. It's like different every time. A different
and
variation of clown.
Sorath is just gonna like once they're tied and she's like kind of wiped at least mud off their face, just be like, I do not feel that fighting is going to do you any good. In a very
Probably not.
intimidating, quiet tone.
Rizio
Give me
will
an
answer that
intimidation
probably
check.
not, as he sees like the armored dude coming back or coming into frame too.
19.
Okay. They look at you with abject fucking horror. And you can see
Yeah.
their eyes kind of like strain a little. And they're turning like a low. Flinken would be the one to properly see this, as Flinken just doesn't care about darkness and can see colors better. Flinken can see them turn like red, slightly purplish. You realize that they're trying to like swallow their own tongue or something.
I just put my finger in their mouth and just like clamp down.
Oh my god.
Sorry, that's
It
you're
makes that
holding
You know
this
what?
person who's like covered in mud, staring at you in horror. Flinken just walks up and like shoves their hand into their mouth and like tries to
It's
pull
like,
it.
you're not biting your tongue there, mate. It's okay.
You can-
Sorath is gonna, in the same tone, go, do I need to gag you as well?
Now this is the part.
Give me
where-
another intimidation check. They
23.
seem to kind of just give up. Like they're accepting their fate. And they just
Good
go
choice.
unresponsive.
I'll
Good
take the
choice.
hand out of the mouth.
So.
Is Sorath strong enough to just pick them up? Probably not.
You're
Rizzy,
not
could.
strong enough to like comfortably like lift someone, no issues. But yeah, but you can definitely like carry him along with you.
I feel like she'll kind of sit them up and just look at Riziuk and just say, brings them back with us.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And
I'm
just
glad
start
that-
walking towards the ship.
Yeah. I'm glad what I heard actually amounted to something.
I'll say around now. Around now, Gunnar like leaves the cabin. I mean, like having finally calmed themselves enough that they can feel like they can go back to the ship, and they just see the three of you with a bound person, and they just look.
Oh, I
at you,
mean,
and
if
then look at Sora, and they just toss their hands up a little, and then just walk past,
she'll-
like around you guys, and like, don't worry, I'm not seeing anything.
no, I feel like she'll like do that gesture with like a finger, just being like, "Come here."
They immediately woke up.
What happened in there?
Is this person? Do you know them?
They look briefly at them, kind of wipe a little bit of mud off their face. Cyril?
They had plans to talk to you and then kill you, so they are now bound. And if they cause any more issue, so they seem to have realized the situation they are in. But if that changes, they will be gagged.
Frankly, I think there's been enough crew killing, so.
I said gagged, not slit.
No, I was looking at. No, I was talking to the guy I had on my shoulder.
Yeah, killing. Yeah, because killing Gunnar would be crew killing. Yeah.
Oh no, Sorath would have taken that as like saying that, so she's just gonna say, "I said gagged, not slit their sword," because she doesn't care if if Cyril
just playing into
it.
terrifying the ever-loving shit out of Cyril every way they can.
Yeah.
Riziuk will telepathically talk to him, being like, "Yeah, you really got yourself in it." Like telepathically tell him.
There's no telepathic response. I really love that Sorath going the intimidation plan, and then Riziuk being like, "Oh no, that was not what I intended to say."
Trying to gently parent them. I'm trying to scare them. We need answers. Don't comfort them.
I was being a little snarky, being like, "Yeah, I think we had enough crew killing for today."
Yeah, but I love the idea of like Sorath playing like Sorath being like, "Oh yes, I'm gonna push this further," and then Riziuk being like, actually, what I meant was in regards to the other person." And I just love that dynamic.
That was out of character.
It is so good in character though.
It works in character though.
Because I love the idea of just this.
I didn't think it was out of character.
I just love the idea of like Sorath going for this really intimidating plan, and Riziuk just being like, "Oh no, I was actually talking about," and Sorath being like, "No."
Sorath just glares. Just like,
"No, I'm trying to terrify this guy," and I'm like, "Oh, sorry, yeah."
I don't think you need words for that. My response to that would be like, I don't think you need words for that.
Just while Cyril now like over Riziuk's shoulders, just looking like complete, like they're pale. You can just tell that they're all going through their head is just like, "Oh god, my life is over. My life's I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. This is it."
It is more fun if I use words to taunt them. Words can help portray how much I enjoy ending the lives of those that try to mess with me.
I will just say,
your words
you
are
do technically have more commands you can give out, so if you want to just use them on something...
Come!
Please don't make him come when he's on my shoulder. I would have to
I just
so
shout boner at them, okay? They just get an erection.
I really love, like, the two first commands. Halt. Drop. And then just the 8 remaining ones are just blinking going, boner. Boner.
Come, boner. Come, boner. Come.
Just the person just being there, just real confused about what their life is becoming.
Don't worry about it, Tyken.
Hi, Tyken. The goth clown mommy has figured out her powers.
No, it's just normal clown at the moment. We gotta wait for that drop.
Hey, I was the one who described that shit. Like, Blinken is perfectly able to go like, yeah, no, fuck this. I have full goth clown.
Yeah, goth clown mummy.
Yeah.
Okay. Goth clown mummy. Yeah. Like a mime.
I love the idea of like the Mantle of Majesty being goth clown like drag for like it's a full drag queen, like goth clown drag queen outfit.
Yes, it's so good.
That's so fucking.
But is under the black hair, like the inner part of the hair, a rainbow still somehow? Like,
well, technically, technically, if it's an in-universe clown, like they aren't very colorful, because clowns aren't a canonical big thing in this setting. it's mainly the Pale Whisper Circus that have that as their aesthetic, and their main colors are like kind of Halloweeny greens and like dark greens and purples and grays.
I was just going off of the rainbow wig that was described earlier.
Yeah, that was me just going with things in the moment. But yeah, no, retcon that shit. It is Flinkin turning into goth clown drag mode.
Okay, well, I fucking wholeheartedly agree.
And like, okay, and then like, it's huge balloon animal boobs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm doing art today.
I love the idea of like part of the transformation you can just hear the like balloon inflating noise.
And the scrunching of the balloon as it's turned like a fucking animal. This is why does this one look like a dog and this one look like a goddamn buffalo?
Just, my god.
You guys do bring Cyril over to the ship again.
This was one of the most jarring sights to see after walking through the darkness.
And I'll get back onto the ship. There is a lot of attention brought to y'all upon y'all's arrival to the ship, because most people have no idea what the fuck's happening here.
Yeah, they want on my.
So yeah.
Hey, Panda.
You guys return to the ship with a tied up, muddy Cyril.
Alright, you heard that? That's your number.
There is definitely like a bit of like confusion. You can tell that people are like want to ask what's going on, but the crew is like, do we want to ask about the Belrose's business, or should we just stay out of this?
If anyone like stares for too long, Sorath is just gonna stare back.
Give me another intimidation check.
Let's go.
Don't give them like just jokingly saying that to Sorath.
Fuck. 16.
Quietly.
I'll say you're not gonna make anyone like immediately piss their pants, but you definitely get like people are looking and staring, and then see Sorath reacting and just go like, okay, I'm just gonna go do something over here, I guess. You do not take attention off you guys, but you're definitely making people be more subtle about it, I guess.
Can I go for an intimidation? Because I just feel like it.
Yeah, sure.
Do it.
Go for it.
You just start barking at them.
Can I get roped into it because
20.
I'm here?
Dirty 20.
Oh my god.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, sure, as well, Matcha.
Yahoo! I'm not even trying to. I'm just there. With
if you're not trying to, roll it with disadvantage.
No.
Effort matters, buddy. Does Rizyuk want to be intimidating?
Rizyuk kind of already, just in general, is.
That's not what I'm asking ya.
Rizyuk has like scared dad energy.
Doesn't look like it though.
No, I think he does.
No.
His mannerisms and like how he holds himself.
He's literally
His
holding
dad.
a man over his shoulder right now, though.
Dads do that.
Okay, I'll do it with disadvantage.
Feel free. Are you trying to be intimidating, Jewel, or is this just are they generally intimidating?
Is this a bit? Is it a bit?
If you, I'm asking, is Gunther putting an effort to be intimidating? If not, just roll with disadvantage.
No, Levi encouraged just having like a intimidation off in the room, trying to practice poses.
How tough are you? There, go for it. Roll intimidation to with
me and you roll. We're doing practicing poses inside the room.
Okay. Roll intimidation checks for Levi and Gunther, I guess.
Okay, but my intimidation. Can I have my like clothes kind of like move around while I scream and stuff like that? So it kind of looks like my clothes is flaring up as well as I scream. That's how I do it.
So
like the the strands and like this like all the bits like start like flying up and like going up and it's like,
yeah,
stop looking at us.
Everyone, where Sora inspired a general like a general fear of like, oh, this person is powerful and they can get us in a lot of trouble and we need to do this say. Well, Flinken's intimidation is more of a like, oh no, mom is angry and everyone just like kind of scampers away. Meanwhile, unrelatedly, in the cabin, Levi and Gunther are having an intimidation stalemate as they're practicing their mean poses.
The scariest furry convention I have ever seen.
So,
is it a convention if it's just two people?
Yeah.
Being back on board now with Cyril and Gunnar as well back on board. Is there anything the group wishes to do? Sora does have a little bit of extra information. It's up to them what capacity and which ways they want to share. I'm guessing you guys are doing it like a little privately.
Yeah. Sorath is very much going to be like, yeah, this is one of the people that Gunnar was talking about that, like, knows about deal and was, like, working with Oda to, like, at least Oda was talking about wanting to, like, do this deal, and then also they did just straight up mention that they were gonna try to kill Gunnar if things didn't work out. So it's like, you know, most likely this and then she'll explain about SDN and so that they can try to ask questions about like, well, is this other person gonna be a problem? Like what we need to figure out.
We have limited time since obviously they know they do.
Yeah. So Oda's dead. As far as I know. And you have Gunnar and Gunnar and Cyril here. SDN is probably somewhere on the ship. Y'all want to like do anything about that?
Yeah, I mean Sorath would probably just ask if like Riziuk would be able to like ask SDN to like come speak with like Gunnar or something in this room or something. I don't know, make something up.
Did he see us come in is the question. But yeah, I'll go try to see.
He works in the cargo, so probably not.
Okay, then it might work. Flinken, I might need your assistance again.
Yeah, sure, I can help with that.
Is Flinken still got the man?
It's only a minute.
It's a
long.
minute, so I'll say it's fading by now. Which does imply that the commands for Cyril to get a boner were happening all the way as like they were being carried onto the boat.
Yep, I noticed.
True.
So, is anyone else going with Riziuk to see if they can find SDN? SDN is the yellow hobgoblin.
Yep.
That Flinken was tailing earlier.
I'm good to do it.
So, you go down, cargo hold, and there are a couple of people there. SDN being among them. Kind of the similar group that Flinken was infiltrating earlier. And they look at you as you climb down a little ladder and go like, can we help you in any way?
telepathically to Flinken, we want to just say that the quartermaster wanted to talk to him in that one room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't respond. I'll telepathically also, yeah, you can't respond.
How are you trying to convey this message?
Let's be kind of oblivious to it. Just like, oh yeah, no. Random quartermaster asked if we could
Give me a performance check.
Call you over. You want to carry that weight, bro? I'll help.
Oh, I'm there too.
I thought.
Okay.
No one said that they were going with you, so far.
Okay, I'll do it then. Yeah.
I mean, you're not like Flinken would not be rolling it if you were the one asking telepathically. It's very hard.
Oh, I was asking Flinken telepathically. Never mind then. I'd just be normally asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were telepathically asking.
I was telepathically asking Flinken, like, yeah, this is the plan, right? Like, this is the plan I remember.
Okay. So is Flinken joining to like essentially go?
Yeah, I did say I was going to join.
Okay.
Joining, yeah, but
I didn't hear.
But I was like, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll join you.
Yeah.
And I forgot about it. I only just remembered it then.
It's okay. But, so SDN is down there with some people. They're asked like, "Hey, how can we help you? Like, why are you here?" And kind of vibes. You're essentially like customers who walked into like the fridge room at a restaurant and like, can I help you? Kind of energy.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to have a small conversation with you. So I thought he asked me to come and grab you.
And you're trying to just play it off chill?
Yeah, just normal conversation, like nothing.
Then you give me a performance check.
Yeah. Make that a big one.
Okay.
I know where my strengths lie. I know where yours lie.
Making people come. Yes.
And if he were to try to run, then that's when I would help out.
So you, and I'm really happy because I like it when I actually can roll well. You just kind of casually ask. They look at you. It's a little bit of like vision, like, hey, gonna ask you to fetch me?
Oh yeah, I was just heading around the same kind of area, and it's like, oh, just like he was a bit busy with a couple of things, just in his office, you know. It was really had a few things to do in his office before he but he's ready for you now.
I go, oh, okay, and kind of start getting up. And as they start getting up, both of you can see it, though it happens very quickly. They reach down to their belt, and you can hear the noise of a dagger being pulled.
Do I have anything I can do right now if I wanted to declare?
Do you want to try? This is split moment. This isn't initiative. This is split moment things. If you can do something quick enough, maybe.
Yep, I would use Vortex Warp to move him right next to me. And then use my action surge to go for a grapple. And
sure. Okay. So the Vortex Warp as that's the what saving type is that?
That is a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So they fail the Vortex Warp. They're up
right next to me.
And so you guys are kind of just gotten down the ladder. And the Vortex Warp spell takes effect. And you can see them as they're kind of getting up with the dagger. And as they're being transported directly next to you, as you go to grapple, give me a... I'll say, if you want to do anything, you can also do something, Lincoln. But I want a dexterity check from you.
Yeah, I got this. -1 ain't nothing to sneeze at.
19. Said he has laughter. Why not?
Yeah.
It's 19.
Then give me a dexterity check from you as well.
Me?
Lincoln. Yeah, just to see how fast it happens.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
16.
Yeah. So, the vortex warps goes through. The grapple happens very slightly. Too late for you to stop them from doing anything with the dagger. And they, with great force, take the dagger and shove it into the side of their own head.
Oh.
As you grapple them, and their body violently convulses for a brief second, as Tasha's hideous laughter kicks in, and they did fail the saving throw, and you can tell that they're very, very, very quickly dying.
Oh, cure wounds.
While laughing.
Cure wounds with my... no.
With what? Say something.
Cure wounds is all I really have.
So, currently, I can tell you right now that the thing killing this person isn't that their HP has gone below 0, it's the fact that they have a knife in their brain.
I know, but if we remove it, the more blood's gonna come out. So, Flinken, you gotta remove this as I'm using Cure Wounds.
We could feed so off with him.
Okay, fine then. I cast enhance ability on myself to give myself what's the wisdom one? The one that gives Fox cunning. No, Owl's wisdom. So then I can use the medicine check to see if I can remove the knife from the head without too much damage.
Yeah. So
advantage on that.
give me a medicine check, both of you.
Got it. I like that. Let's see.
Because it has to be done well and done in very good timing together.
Could I change it to an Arcana check?
No,
because it's through magic.
No.
This is just medicine.
So there's nothing magical about trying to time someone's brain not leaking out of their head. There's very little magic about having a dagger stuck into your face.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think they're just dying.
Okay, so you, Lincoln, you pull the dagger out, Ryu goes to cure it. Timing's off. This person's technically dead by the time the cure wounds kicks in.
Levi.
It's no longer a matter
gotta find Levi.
It's no longer a matter of healing damage. So, you guys do have a corpse, a very fresh corpse in your hands at the moment.
Oh, gotta get Levi. I don't.
Anybody got speak with
my
dead?
character wouldn't know. True. Because I don't know if he has a diamond or not.
Well, yeah, I have a diamond. But
Yeah, you have diamond.
the problem is, do I have it prepared?
Do you have
And
a
that was,
revivify?
Oh, revivify? Oh, that's
They're
what you
talking
want?
about getting you to them. Also, do you have a spell slot for that right now?
Yeah.
Okay, you do have a spell slot?
What level? Like, I have a 5th level spell slot.
Okay, yeah, then you can definitely do it. Okay. So, if you can...
I have to have a bunch of 3s.
Yeah. The question is, this person's already dead. Okay, because the Expeditious Retreat to move a little quicker.
Yep.
So, I'll allow Flinken to help. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to want 2 athletics checks and 2 acrobatics checks from the 2 of you. I'll allow Flinken to take the 2 acrobatics checks, and I'm guessing Ryu would take the
Is this
athletics?
happening? Yeah, is this happening immediately or on our
This
way?
is what essentially you guys are going to make your way through a boat which is cramped and narrow, carrying a body, climbing up ladders.
Okay, acrobatics.
If
acrobatics
I use Giant Smite and I don't grow, but I get the benefit still. Because if I'm within a place that I can't grow, I won't grow, but I still get the benefit.
I will allow you to roll these with advantage, but you've cast Expeditious Retreat. If you Giant Smite, I'll say you're rolling them with advantage, but you're in a tighter time frame.
True.
It's up to you. Do you feel like the advantage?
I would rather
the higher difficulty
the
advantage. Okay.
Okay. Two of these.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 14 and 20.
Good. Oh wait, it would have been it anyway, and then 16 and 17.
16 and 17. Okay. Yeah. So,
No action surge.
you guys, it isn't about action surges and stuff.
Oh no, I was saying I already used an action
Yeah.
surge. I was pulling it off.
So, I'll say, you guys get there, to the cabins, getting this person up from the bottom ballast, up through the cargo hold, to the underdeck, up through the cargo latch, into the quarters underneath the poop deck. And by the time Risyuk and Flinkin come fucking sprinting in, they are holding a strange gray creature.
All you see when you walk into the room,
that is mostly featureless.
Mm-hmm.
All you see when you run into the room is Gunther and Levi. It's just making poses at each other.
Yeah.
Levi, we need
the creature
need your healing.
Is bleeding from the side of its head, a kind of brownish purple liquid. And you guys enter with it, Gunnar, who is in there, just goes, "Ah!" I'm seeing whatever the fuck it is.
Can I? It's in my hand, so could I do an Arcana check?
I'll say at the current moment, you're kind of busy just running it.
Why would you do it?
Yeah. Examining things, it can wait.
Yeah, no, I would. If only it would have been at disadvantage. Yeah. Yep.
So. Is he already dead?
Just
you go for 5 or speak with dead. Either works.
Yeah, fair.
Wait, so like, do we care if he's alive? Wait. Well, it has to be Revivify. I have speak with dead, and I'll go ahead and cast Revivify.
Okay. You cast Revivify. You spend the diamond, one diamonds that you picked up in Kimper through the lovely patronage of the Belrose family, and the creature jolts back to life a little as Woon's head closes. I don't know if we've had to deal with it too many times before, but as it is revived, it's gains a couple levels of exhaustion, so it's less of a problem. But immediately upon realizing that it's back alive, it scrambles.
No. Grapple check.
What did you say?
Never mind. So it hasn't got the dagger anymore.
Oh wait, it would have been on the ground. Sorry.
Yeah. Just Tashes again.
Go. Yeah. This thing is really weak to Tasha's hideous laughter, apparently. It immediately scrambles and goes to claw at someone, and then Flinkin casts Tasha's hideous laughter again, and this time without dying in the middle of the laughter, it falls to the ground and begins maniacally laughing.
Now we just bind up legs, and arms.
Gunnar looks at Sorath, absolutely fucking terrified, and just goes, "Your Highness, can I leave?"
You may go.
And they bolt out of the room, you can hear, before the door even has, like, time to close, you can hear just retching Pearly over the edge of the boat.
We had someone try to get out of having any kind of testimony.
Was that Astian?
Yeah, or at least someone posing as him.
There was someone that Gunnar was wondering if something had happened to them, as they were no longer acting the way they had originally. This does explain things.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on?
This guy tried to
It did
get
get
out
revived.
of
That's all.
try to get out of consequences.
All you need to know is that you
there
get
seemed to
Great
be
job.
there seemed to be a deal made amongst a few of the members of the ship, and they let Gunnar and the quartermaster know. And Ord is now dead. We have Cyril here, and we now have Astian, who you have now revived.
Yeah.
Or who was claiming to be Astian.
Mm-hmm.
From the look on both Cyril and Gunnar's faces, you have a feeling that that's not Astian. Just
yeah,
wild. They did not expect that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you wish to be called? Sorath will just look at Astian, or the changeling.
They're not a changeling. They're definitely some sort of
My bad.
shapeshifter of some kind.
She'll look at them.
I mean, currently they're kind of laughing, I guess.
Oh, that's right.
Because they're currently just rolling
It's a
around laughing
concentration tool.
while y'all tie
I
them
just
up.
like, I just click my fingers and like they go back to normal.
Okay.
Wait, should we get some rope for?
No, I'm assuming that you guys have tied them up with whatever rope you have.
Yeah. We had a minute.
The second the spell ends and they stop laughing, they immediately just go expressionless, very determined. And they say nothing.
Do you wish for me to call you Kevin?
No response.
Kevin.
Okay, you are Kevin now.
How about Chunk Monkey?
They take
You are
7,000
Monkey
psychic
now.
damage.
You are now Chunk Monkey, I suppose. Well, very interesting. This does explain what the quartermaster was saying seemed off about one of their crew. This does make a lot of sense. I am sure there were a lot of details that they did not study up on before committing to this role. Well, very interesting. I believe we can take them with us to Kosumft and see how my family feels about dealing with them.
Rizyuk does a kind of exaggerated wince to that, like in favor of what you said, but
I'll say
intimidation.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check. I also want everyone to give me an insight check.
Do it.
28.
I only got 19.
10.
17.
Levi's still very confused on this situation.
18.
Okay. So,
Svorath is kind of focused on intimidation.
On that very successful intimidation. It seems that this creature has... It doesn't seem really that intimidated by you or by Sorath or the situation. It is the mention of being brought back to Kasumft and letting Sorath's family deal with them that, in a disturbing fashion, there is something almost more primal than fear going on.
Survival.
Yeah, there is just... The two of you just kind of witness someone who immediately goes like, fuck, I need another thing to kill me right now. And with that, both of you are able to kind of like, easier now that they're like bound up, just hold them still. This being is whatever they expect would happen to them if they're taken back to Kosumt clearly is less preferable than whatever they just tried to do to themselves.
Buddy.
I feel like Sorath will just be like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. The only thing that really tells Sorath is that they clearly don't work for Anselm. Anselm certainly lacks the creativity to inspire this.
Yeah.
Ambrosia just generally, it's not really Emerus's style to, like, rule through fear in that sense. However, she could technically, like, invert someone. Like...
Yeah.
Ambrosia is probably the more frightening of, like, what she would do. Whereas Emerus is probably more frightening in what she could do.
Ricky, when I catch you.
So,
you were working, or you were transporting the goods of my grandmother? Yes?
they do their best to give no response. Give me an insight check. Okay,
19.
go have a nice nap, Jewel.
Have a good nap.
They... You can't tell whether or not they are, like, tied to your grandmother or not. There's nothing.
Okay.
I'll say
we
also...
at the very least did... Oh, go ahead.
I'll say also, feel free to roll the Arcana check now if you wanted to do Arcana to figure things out about this being... Anyways.
We did, before we... Was it before we boarded the ship even when... Stole the ship?
Yeah, that was the night before when we talked to the... You talked to the quartermaster.
Oh, I've got I've still got an advantage with bits and checks.
We were aware of the cargo that you were transporting, and something very dear to my family, so we have been aware of the transported cargo since before we boarded, as I'm sure you noticed its disappearance.
I'm gonna give an insight check.
Yeah,
with
go
advantage because I got the thing still. Only 18.
You can reroll the 1 though. There is a 1 in
yes,
there.
Halflings.
Okay, it's in the 1.
Hey, we hit a nat 1, but it was the advantage. It was hidden around. Okay. So both Sora and Blinken, nothing.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know if this thing's fate was exactly getting brought to Karsanth if they cooperated with us, right? Looks at Sorath.
What?
I said, we don't know if this thing's fate is getting brought back to Karsanth if it cooperated with us, right? Give Sorath a look.
I mean...
I'm just gonna... I am...
Yeah, so Risuk is offering like a, hey, cooperate with us and maybe this can work out for you.
Yeah.
And what do you want to do, Brad?
The saving throw is lower because it's still my cleric, because I've got charm person. So you got a higher chance of like saving for this throw, 14. But I'm gonna cast charm person and see if I can get like make it more easier for me to be able to talk to them and stuff.
Does it count as a
Okay.
person? Not being weird, but does it? I hope it does.
So you go to cast Charm Person. Let me just double check a thing.
Wisdom save is 14 for this one, not 17, because it's still with my cleric abilities.
Okay. The spell has no effect. Give me an Arcana check as well.
Arcana check? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
6.
Cool.
Oh,
Genuinely one of my favorite things to do as a DM. There's someone rolls low and I can just like, neat.
Can I ritual cast detect magic while they're having this conversation? I just want to see if anything magical on him.
Sure. Risyuk's Arcana check about the being. This is an alchemical creature. This is an artificial being.
You were created. Interesting.
Interesting.
I can tell out of character, so Flinken doesn't know this. This thing can't be charmed.
Yeah.
Wait,
I figured.
Yeah,
Then-
constructs, right?
Oh, charmed. Wait, doesn't that also affect wait, I used Tasha's. That's different than charmed.
Yeah, Tasha isn't the charm
Oh.
effect, so it's
That was
tied
smart.
to intelligence, not whether or not it's a charm.
If it can understand.
That was a smart move. Wow.
Yeah, I was like,
Yep.
oh, Flinken's getting like the power of like charm abilities. They're gonna try and charm this guy, do suggestion or command or something like that, and it's not gonna work. And then he Tasha's, and I was like, let me go check that spell real quick. And I was like, oh fuck, it works.
Let's go.
I feel like Sorath will go like, well, I could be. The fate is tied to consumptive. They are not able to give me any information that would be worth keeping them around for. But if they stay quiet like this, then yeah, that is what their fate may lead.
Heck, we could even we'll smartly ask first and like telepathically. Sorry, should we mention that if we do what our goal is, that the barrier around Pleasant Valley would vanish. Nod if yes, shake if no.
Fuck. I don't know.
Out of character, yeah. If they knew they could finally get out of this area.
We don't know that they want out, though. Well, I guess
True.
no. Never mind. They don't want to go back.
Yeah. They'd rather kill themselves than go back.
Yeah, that's clear. Not sure.
Yeah, it's not very much we can do at the moment.
It's
I guess
tough,
like
No.
Like because we don't want to make that information so like we don't want to be really easily. We don't want to say that information lightly.
Yeah, it's not something that. Like,
Especially something
yes,
important.
is it what Sorath is planning to do and is optimistic about being able to do? Yeah, but like, is it a sure thing? Fuck no.
Oh yeah, but the
She
fact that
doesn't
we're
even
trying,
know,
we
like,
don't
what
need to
to
be
do with
truthful to
it.
this thing. Like if we're trying to get out of fear, lying to.
Well, you
this
gotta make it a
thing-
sure thing.
Yeah, I mean I understand that.
So it would be. I'm just gonna go for it. So it would be a shame if they were not able to stick around for the valley to be returned to the way it was. Lord knows, well, gods know I do not want to stay here any longer.
Technically, Lord knows does work within Pleasant Valley, except you are invoking Aubery, which I don't think is
I don't think
positive.
that'll help. No.
Ward knows.
Ooh.
I
Wait, I've got an idea. Wait, do I know what the grandma looks like?
Ambrosia?
You do, because there were so many fucking paintings of her in Sorat's house.
Okay. My plan is to use silent image to make an image of her, like she's like actually on, like I was actually able to call upon her, like I'm like working for her directly, and so like, regardless of what's happening, as we're working directly under her, to make sure that this deal didn't go off without a hitch, we could just summon her right now, and then like I click my fingers, make it like an image of her appear.
Are you trying to make it seem like you're like summoning her physically, or are you trying to do like a fucking Star Wars as like hologram?
A hologram type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, the projection of her, like she's got like.
What the fuck? Know what she looks like?
Yeah.
Do I
because
know
she's
what
a
she sounds
massive
like?
fucking narcissist, so of course every fucking wall in Sorat's house in Kimpur has a painting of her grandma.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Self-love is important.
No. Okay, I don't know what she sounds like though, so like I can't really.
Give me a deception check first.
Old in French.
Are you throwing your voice? Hey, let's go.
Oh, only a 9? Wow.
They
Damn it.
give me. I'll say everyone here can make an insight check if they want.
Woohoo! I love these. Remember, Flinken, you have advantage.
Yes, I do.
Ew.
This is the top.
17.
Yuck. Give me a 9,
Yeah, I'm gonna, like,
please.
23. Oh, I wonder what happened. Did they completely believe everything I said?
Ew.
Ah,
Oh, wait.
That was a bad roll.
Wait, I rolled a... Wait. I thought I rolled... Wait. Oh, I rolled a 23. Okay, I thought I rolled a lower than... It was a 15.
Yeah, you rolled a 20 and I just heard, ugh, yuck, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, y'all are spoiled.
I thought I rolled a 5 and a 4. It looked like I rolled a 5 and a 4.
It's like Panda every single time Levi rolls her cooking, and it's like, oh shit, fuck, it's only a 26? Gross.
Yeah, no, I thought I rolled a 5.
Hey man, these people all have expertise or something. I'm having to fight my expertise.
So, I'll say, all of y'all can tell that they are definitely not convinced by Flinken's display. However, both Bristyuk and Flinken would pick up on just like an immediate slight flinch, like a fair response, just from seeing Ambrosia.
So it's her.
Do I? Oh, no, I haven't got any second level spell slots, and Phantasmal Force is only second level.
Oh my god, did you Phantasmal Force this thing? That is so cruel.
I was going to, but I
It
have no
wants
spell
to
slots.
die anyway.
No, I was just gonna like make visions of like her.
You don't. Phantasmal Force doesn't have to do damage.
I know. That's
It
what I'm
only
saying.
does damage
That's why-
if you make an illusion that would.
I was thinking
yeah.
of Phantasmal Killer.
Yeah.
That's a different thing.
I used that before. It was justified.
So, yeah. I'll say you're able to figure out that this thing, yeah, seems to be Ambrosia it's tied to. Not a big surprise.
Yeah.
No, not really.
By any means. But, yes.
What would you do if you had your freedom? Besides ending it to avoid that unwanted fate, of course.
Give me a persuasion check.
Like, yep, like actual freedom. Persuasion.
Persuasion.
Persuasion 10.
It's not gonna respond.
Persuasion.
I was gonna say, I didn't think that asking them, like, what would you do with your freedom was gonna be like.
Well, we actively control their freedom right
if
now.
you weren't going to get probably, like, horrifically tortured by one of the most frightening people on the planet, what would you do with that time? The being just like, No, it's no response, no reaction. It seems to essentially have accepted in this current moment that it doesn't really have any way of offing itself again. That didn't seem very successful. So it's just chosen, okay, cool. I'm just gonna pretend to not be sentient. Just not react, not respond.
Sorath is gonna go up to Cyril and like lean over to like have her face be like an inch or two away from theirs. Just kind of stare into their eyes.
Yeah.
She doesn't have her glasses on. So it's just her gold eyes just fucking peering into their soul. And she just kind of like it is very amusing to think that you thought you could pull off something like this in the presence of a Belrose.
Give me an intimidation check.
Also, you said earlier he was surprised by the sight of the thing too, right?
16.
Yeah, Cyril seems fucking horrified by the idea of Astian being this thing. Okay. Fun fact, you say fuck 16. I was having a roll to see if you were going to make them pass out. If you had gotten over 25, I would have just had them pass out from the sheer amount of stress they're experiencing. They're just crying. They're just sobbing.
We should ask him if he was just working for this guy only. I'm guessing.
Sorath is just ignoring Riziuk and is just staring at Cyril, just...
Yeah.
But I would be tempted to let you go. But only if you can give me something worth letting you go for. The other one I do not care for. He is something that was created. Something that I do not need to spend any time on. But you could be very fascinating.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
During the time that Sora's speaking, I should slowly start casting guidances on her. But it's gonna be after this, but...
Ooh.
Not bad.
They just go. Don't know much. Estienne just showed up, asked if we wanted a job. It seemed strange. Initially we said no. And they look kind of like glance past Sorath, just inches from their face at the shapeshifter on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
They said that
Sorath doesn't look away, she just keeps staring at them.
They said that there was no choice in it, that best thing was for us to just get the cargo and put it on the boat and make sure it left Pleasant Valley. And they just kind of freeze for a bit. Like they're scrambling, trying to think of anything.
What are their pronouns, by the way?
Cyril? He, they.
Can I insight that last thing too, just to make sure it's honest? I have a feeling it is, but there's always a reason to check. That is a 24 plus. That is a 28.
Looking at them, you are unsure if Cyril at this current moment has the brain power required to construct a falsehood. They are, you can tell from the amount of stress them, they are probably not going to be able to remain conscious that much longer.
Telepathically tell us, Sarath, it's all true. Also ease up a little bit, or else you might not have somebody to talk to in a couple of minutes.
What did they offer you?
Do you ease up, or do you continue staying?
She'll step back a little.
Okay. They not relax, but it's like they're breathing more now. You're a little further away. Just money. Just a lot of money.
How much? And what did you need it for?
I didn't want it.
Then why did you take it?
They said I didn't have a choice.
Oh.
I hope you can know now that you always have a choice.
Give me
Even
a
if-
persuasion check, mainly because you're trying to be a little reassuring, and I need to see how well you can come back off the
well that works.
murder intimidation plot. That is honestly fitting.
It is fitting.
This person's fucking horrified of you.
She ends up smiling, and she tries to be comforting, but she's still
It's
just
like
got that
the
like
absolute worst timing for someone to reassuringly smile at you.
Yep.
You're just like, why do you look so comfortable? Why do you look so... No.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why are you so confident?
They just go... It was supposed to be delivered to They're struggling for names.
Is it better if I look away?
How about this? I'll stand in front of him.
No.
Levi, give me an intimidation check. And I'm gonna say, if you roll low enough, it'll calm them down.
12.
I think that's not high enough to do anything, to add to anything. It's not low enough to calm them with, like, the absurd goofiness of it all.
Yeah.
Damn, crystal's too high.
It's cancelled royal branch family. Family head, wife.
You were contracted by Ambrosia.
I don't know.
That's okay.
Give me another persuasion check.
God damn it.
More because, like, now you are more you are affirming the, like, I'm no longer
19.
terrifying you.
Yeah.
They seem to at least no longer view you as an active threat. And they just goes, it's the end. The deal.
It's working for him.
I see.
He is the one that knows everything about this. Kind of gives a light shake.
It's the end of the deal. Odd told me.
I see. You were simply wrapped up in all of this, weren't you?
Kind of finally letting their eyes, like, leave Sorth a little bit, just looking out in the room and just go like, I'm gonna die, aren't I?
Not by my
Busy.
hands. Not by the hands of my companions either.
This does not seem to reassure them in the slightest.
We
That's
brought
fine.
this one back to
Doesn't have
life,
to.
didn't we?
I'm not sure that is very comforting at the moment, Osiuk.
Yeah, it
not-
doesn't seem like it
I
does
guess-
anything better.
Yeah. Rizik will say, we're not in the business of killing other people.
I
I'm
love
worried
how
at
just
the very
how much none of this is helping. Like we brought
Sorath
that
is just
person
gonna
back.
move on.
That's terrifying. We're
Yeah,
not
she
in the
is
business
really.
of killing people. Just Cyril just being like, oh god, I'm fucked.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, so Sorath, I'm confused. So is this about your family just ordering something and getting delivered?
I'm not sure.
So
So, it is
I'll
very
say
intriguing,
by
to
now,
say the
detect
least.
magic is definitely active. Let's see where ritual casting
I'm
is.
guessing I don't see any magical stuff on the.
Not on Cyril, not on the shapeshifter.
Ooh, on who?
What you'd figure is that maybe the transformation process itself is magical, but they aren't. It's not illusory. They are physically rearranging themselves. So once they've transformed, that's physically who they are. It's not a magical thing. And it seems like them dying just kind of reverted them to a default.
Mm-hmm.
Can I look at the
Wait, so
thing
when-
again?
Wait, so when do delivery people kill people?
Mm.
Watch it. Do you kill people when you go deliver?
Okay. Cyril has finally fucking failed their saving throw. They're going to just kind of stare blankly into just the void for a bit, and then just kind of drift off and pass out. Stress just kind of gets to them.
Sorath will kind of scoop him up as best as she can, and she'll probably untie their hands. Maybe tie them in front of them, so it's a little more comfortable. Well, so she'll lay them down in a bed.
Yeah.
He is in fear of this guy at some point.
And
Can I
she'll
give
tie
this
their
thing-
hands just because she wants to talk to them again when they wake up. But for now, just let them be.
Wait, so I'm so confused.
What?
It's okay, Levi.
I said we're
you don't need to think about it
that
too
is in
much.
character. God damn it.
It's okay, Levi. You don't need to think about it too much. Let me get the persuasion.
Hey,
He's like, shut up.
Hey,
Shut
Levi,
up.
it doesn't require that much convincing for Levi to not worry about something. Levi just...
Thanks for the fast acting with that spell. I'll give you I'll reimburse you once we get done with all this.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, this was money that Sora's family gave us, so.
Oh. Sora's family has already reimbursed you, I see.
Correct. I do not care what happens to this creature that was posing as Estienne. I would prefer to keep Celiel safe and make sure they get what they need. I wish to talk to them before they are unbound, but keep them safe.
Should we heal them?
Yes, that would be preferable. Will they hurt?
Cyril was not really hurt at all now.
Okay.
They're
we could clean them up.
They're just covered in mud.
Have
Oh,
the
one
snake
person-
man
oh,
clean them up.
Good cleaning.
I revived somebody, right?
Sorath wouldn't mind.
You revived the shape-shifting thing.
Don't really care what happens to that thing.
I really want to look at this thing and like I really just want to see if it has like a will like to live or any kind of thing as I talk to it in this next couple of just.
Okay.
I'm going to, when I get a full rest and actually use my spells, I'm just gonna fuck with it and cast Phantasmal Force, where he like constantly sees the
So you're just gonna torture it.
No,
I'm going to torture
I
it.
need to see if this thing has a will because I'm like,
Wait.
what?
So
I
which,
mean,
They want to
are
die.
we in the quarters that like we sleep in?
you are in your quarters, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Sorath will just take whatever bed is like next to
Not really beds,
Soleil.
it's hammocks, but
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Can you interrogate or torture or whatever the fuck you are going to do to that thing in a different room?
Wait, I got an idea.
Really?
Can I cast Dream on this thing?
Oh.
You have to be asleep.
But is he asleep right now?
No.
that
It's
thing
sitting
is
there. I
sitting
don't
there,
even know if this thing sleeps.
staring into the void. It's like it's just
Hmm.
mentally
He has one health,
shut
right?
off.
Can I just cast sleep on him?
No,
Yeah.
like I want to talk to
Yeah, you
him.
can.
Oh wait,
You
you're gonna
can't
use
sleep.
dream, but
So you can't sleep. I'm gonna just assume that you're gonna roll higher, that you're gonna roll at least one or higher, so it goes to sleep.
And then I cast Dream on it.
Okay. So you cast Dream. What's this dream gonna take the shape of?
It's just gonna be, I guess.
It's like
It's gonna be that prison room, but like a smaller version. You know, the one that Levi saw.
Oh, you're putting them in the dream jail?
Yeah, but it's gonna be like an actual like small person, smaller version where it's actually like a human, like people size, not just a giant room. You know.
I'm trying. I want to see your intentions here.
So,
Cook.
you put the creature into a dream, and as you enter into the dream, the being you see is Estienne, the yellow bugbear.
Oh, this is what you look like. Hello, are you there?
And they look at you and go, what, you?
Oh, I'm just someone who travels in dreams, and for somehow I entered yours.
They seem to be struggling with either they're struggling cognitively in some fashion.
Is there something wrong with you, buddy?
They keep losing focus, and it's like they're constantly being like, oh my god, what the fuck is this kind of place? Then forgetting it, and then realizing that they're in a prison again, and then forgetting it. They're just stuck. There's no memory there.
Levi turns the room into the boat, the ship that they're on.
Same kind of pattern, though less of a why am I in a jail, but more like, oh, I'm at the boat. And then a bit of confusion, and then what am I doing at the boat? And then over and over, they're just.
Levi saw who the Sterling, the two people he was working with. Can he make them and have them sort of hey, what you doing, buddy, or sort of deal?
So are you talking about the two people Cyril and Odd, the two people they were working on the plot with? So they, as they show up within the dream, the SDN seems to, again, struggling with having any permanence to their experience of the space. They seem to react positively to seeing Cyril there, being like, oh, hi. And then when you put Odd in the dream, they start crying. But they seem kind of confused about why they're doing that. Give me an insight check.
Oh my god.
$17.
They don't realize it themselves, but there is like a fear trauma response there. But they themselves do not seem to be aware of it.
I take Ob away?
Yeah. They seem fine. Besides, you know, the clear cognitive problems.
Oh, the fucking brain stab caused them to, like, not, like, even to revive them, the brain's still missing. Shit.
The alchemical creature, the shapeshifter, seemed to be functioning. Like, fully.
Yeah, ever since
the revival would
really different.
Would not have, like, if the revival was successful, they would still function.
I've seen pictures of all Sora's family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just make them each appear one by one to see if he reacts to any of them?
They do not react to any of them.
So this doesn't have to do with Sora's family.
Or at least what happened to them doesn't have to do with Sora's family. I wonder if something ended up taking hold of them.
In Suriel's voice, Suriel's like makeshift thing. Can I ask, is anything wrong with you? Do you need any help?
They just go like, no, I think I'm okay. And then it's like they're no longer in that moment.
Can I take Ob back out? And I want to use Ob to try to ask, hey, what are you doing? Sort of thing.
They, like, startle a bit. And that same trauma response is back. And they just go, I don't know.
You gotta get... Remember the task? What was the task?
What was the job? Was it... I don't remember. Job? Wait. And it's just lost.
I wonder if there's a way I could ask questions from someone out here, out in reality. Help me out here.
No way to communicate with people who are outside. You are currently in a trance.
What would work here? Can I try I make both Siderian Despair. I try to let's start getting each of the crew members and see if he reacts to any of them. And like all the people Levi seen on the boat.
Here. So cycling through, there's not really any specific like out of the ordinary reaction to anyone.
So there's not someone on the crew that he's recognizing, so only these two. Even then about the quartermaster and the captain, right? Oh. This is hard. I need someone with a brain to come in here.
I'm not tired, I'm sorry.
Wait, is Jill there?
What?
Oh no.
So
like is Gunther there? No. Wait, can I use the hourglass? Oh no.
No, you cannot use the spyglass. No, only Gunther can use the spyglass.
Yeah.
So I had to lift Gunther up to use it as a normal spyglass.
Yeah, it's as far like the spyglass only physically exists for Gunther. Everyone else just sees it as an intangible object that they can't interact with.
It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Well, I have no clue. And Levi should leave the dream.
Okay.
Well, what'd you find out?
For some reason he's really scared of this odd person. Besides Sidereal. No, his name is Side now.
Yeah.
He's really happy to When he talks to him, but in the dream, he's like constantly forgetting what's going on. Like it's sort of like a goldfish.
I mean,
and yeah,
it
they
seems
were
like
also
his mind.
In their dream, they were the yellow hobgoblin person, not the weird gray shapeshifter thing that they are now.
Maybe.
Well, the bugbear.
Yeah, bugbear. Sorry.
Yeah, the bugbear.
Yeah.
I was gonna suggest you dream shape them into the fact that alchemical thing, but didn't want a metagame.
Yeah, you can't change someone else in dream. You can only convey a message through a dream.
Sense of self. Maybe it lost its. I don't know. Maybe it lost its ego.
I wonder if Oda did something to them. Or it was just a shitty crewmate.
For some reason he didn't know it himself. Sort of deal. He just sort of uncontrollably cried, but he himself, every time he reacted, didn't know that he was doing it.
Are others more cognitive? Sorry. Are others more cognitive when you talk to them in their dreams?
Well, I mean, usually I'm talking straight into, I guess, their brain, whatever. But it seemed like his mind was sort of already gone. Like half of it, most of it was already gone.
He seemed really put together when we were talking to him earlier, like when we brought him in here.
It seems whatever caused this transformation wiped his mental out.
Did he say anything once he came back?
No.
Like when we. But it was trying to get out, right?
Yeah, it was trying to get away. When it realized that when it realized that, oh shit, I might have been found out, immediately it was just like, okay, I need to die right now. And then when you guys revived it, it seemed to be like scanning for any way to off itself again. And then when that wasn't possible, instead try and escape. And then that wasn't possible either. And now it's just kind of non-responsive.
Is it awake again or still asleep?
The sleep only lasts like a minute.
Yeah,
like
wake up again soon enough.
Okay. We can get if one of you wants to grab a blanket, we could try to move this. I don't want the other crew to see this, so might be better for them to not know this thing exists.
I will say, kind of now that things have calmed down a little, you've not been interrupted, but as things come down, the focus is drawn elsewhere, you can hear that there is, like, muttering. And you figure, you and Flanagan were carrying a bleeding corpse through most of the boat, real rapidly, in a hurry. And by the time you got to the cabin, it had already fully reverted to this form. Most likely, by this point, word is spread around the crew that something happened. They probably know that y'all were carrying something that didn't necessarily look like a person.
Is this thing still like fully like adult, like human sized, or is it like
vaguely? Yeah.
Okay.
Little bigger, bugbearers and all that. They're big, lanky creatures. It seems to be vaguely the same like size as that.
I will go speak to the crew. I am not sure if they will want to. It may be more comforting if the two that were not carrying a body were to ease their concerns. Levi, it would be appreciated for you to help as well.
Oh yeah. Do we know who this odd person is, by the way?
Odd is
Yes.
one of the people that died during the monster
Yeah.
attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, if we could grab his body, I could for one of the nights where I could prepare certain spells. I could try to get speak with dead.
Oh, we buried it, didn't we?
Yeah.
You buried the bodies.
Oh, okay. I was just.
We're shipping off tomorrow.
I will say, you haven't left. This is still in the in night. You guys can go and dig up that body if you want.
I would not be good for crew morale. I'm already telling you that.
We have already dragged a body through here, captured one of the crew members, and done a whole bunch of things.
Did the two guys down there see him stab himself? Because he was with two other guys, right?
He was with a handful of guys who definitely saw him stab himself on the head in the midst of like magical teleportation. It was as he.
Yeah, we don't.
I will go speak with Seclu. So
I'll come help you.
Yeah.
Let him. If things have to be told,
I'll
let him know
the room for a bit. Cast clean up the room and stuff like that.
Thank you. Keep an eye on Silil if they wake up.
Yeah. If you want to let the crew know,
I'll move them to a different. I'll try and move them to the different room. Rizuku.
I will say this is the only space
No,
on this
that's
boat with a privacy.
They can stay there. Yeah,
So-
they can stay there. Estian or the shapeshifter might need to move, but
I really
no, they can stay in the room. Sora set them up in a hammock.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I'll just clean the room. Also clean the blood off of me and Rizuku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did carry a dead body, so like you're gonna clean it
Yeah.
up as well.
Yeah.
I'll also change into a different person, just to make it look less obvious that I was one of the people, and then I get to walk out without like too much worry.
If you need to, you should let the crew know that there's no worries about what happened the other night now. It was all dealt with.
We will make sure.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
They are
that.
comforted. I do not wish to inform them of any more. I had already eased their concerns a bit earlier.
I'll say if Flinkin wanted to clean things up, they'll probably be leaving a little after Sora and Levi go out to talk. So
it's
yeah. I'll be joining. Just like I was just gonna clean up and stuff like that, and, and still in the conversation though.
Yeah, there's something that I don't know if it has any connection. Probably doesn't, but kind of taps his pinky like with the other hand. I don't know if it has any similarities to what's going on, but when it comes to grasping for straws or anything, this is the closest thing that I've seen. Something physically being changed to something else through a magic. And I also need to learn if this thing still has any kind of sapience.
Yeah, probably.
We might.
Tomorrow.
You never know. You never know. We might fight more of them. But yay or nay on the getting the body from the.
Nay, I
I
don't know how much they would know anyway.
I don't feel like digging up a body now. We've done enough.
Yeah, let him lie. You did the right.
But I am curious if about why they're afraid of this odd person.
Might be afraid of the guilt.
Yeah, it's probably the guilt killing them. Because who else? They killed the guy. So
we'll say, for Levi's sake, it did not come off as guilt. It came off as fear.
He was scared.
Yeah.
Fear. That's what I took it at.
That was that. What you felt was some almost subconscious process that just, upon seeing Odd, had a breakdown about fear. It was they felt unsafe essentially.
Wait, what happened if that person who's dead right there is actually not odd? Well, like someone who looks like him, but is actually there's like a shapeshifter.
This shapeshifter did change back up like pretty quickly upon dying. Odds stayed the same, so they're definitely not the same thing. There might be something else, but they're not the same as this.
If you feel like you need to do what you need to do, you would have to do it without letting any crew know, because I'm sure crew would not feel good about seeing us exhume their recently fallen friends.
Well, they are crew murderers, if that's the case. So it doesn't matter, I guess. We do which feels best.
Well, no, we don't. They don't. None of the crew would know that that's like the person would be digging up would be a murderer.
Yeah, does Gunther technically have access to speak with them?
I don't think so. They might have it like available as a possible spell.
No, I would need time to prepare it.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they have it prepped right now. No.
And even if they do have access to it. We fought monsters the same day, so I don't think we're getting a rest.
Yeah, no, you are not. Like, this is not counting as a long rest.
If we want to find a room for it, I want to see what this thing still knows, if it knows anything at all.
Well, we'll keep it bound up and find a different room for it. But first let me clean.
Yeah. Wait, do I know how much do I need for a speak with dead to work? Like, can I just take a head or something?
It needs to be some part of the body that can, like, communicate. It's generally how I rule it.
Probably a skull would be the best bet.
Yeah.
Or the head.
I guess I'm going to dig it tonight.
Oof. Do not let it.
I'll just try to take the head, and that's it.
If you feel like that's necessary to figuring this stuff out, but it can't be figured out. Like no matter if we're doing it for a reason or not.
Oh, and make sure not to mix it with the food. Don't put it in the bag of coating.
Oh, you're right. I take the closest blanket to me.
That's
good work.
So y'all leave. Like Sorath and Levi, we're gonna leave, talk to the crew, and then after that, Levi's gonna go dig up Odd's corpse, cut off the head.
I'm not technically buried it, right? I should know exactly where it was.
Yeah, you did, right? You did bury it. Dig up the corpse, cut off the head, and then bring that back along. Okay. What was Sorath, Levi potentially gonna say to the crew?
I mean, Sorath is gonna focus on just saying that, like, everything's okay. We made sure that the person that got hurt is okay. Despite them being, an intruder. And that things were fine on the ship.
I'll say, with Levi being there, I'll just ask you to roll a persuasion check. Given the circumstances, I think it by default would have been disadvantage, but you do have Levi there to help. Okay. It seems to at least calm things a little. Both of you feel free to give me an insight check.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all the commotion. I got a natural 1.
So,
why'd you say calm emotion?
So Sorath, at least, Levi's oblivious to this. Sorath can tell that at this point enough weird shit has happened, but this crew is no longer very trusting. They're not really accusatory, but there's a very pervasive sense of the crew being like, okay, we'll get to Kasumft, these people will get off, and then we're out of here. Just keep your head down.
Which
She's fine with that.
we should not get involved with these people. These people are trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be kind of universal at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, do we still have that the necklace? Can we show it to the thing later on?
You do still have the amulet. I believe it is in the haversack.
We could definitely try that.
Yeah, show it to Chunk Monkey.
Chunk Monkey.
Yeah.
And
I forgot.
They didn't say no. Yeah.
Yeah.
And how is this to offer? Sorry for promotion. I'll pull out some drinks from the coding.
I'll say, for what was the first time in Levi's hands, there is no enthusiasm for any of these people to drink anything.
I'll just hand them the bottles.
Someone will eventually take the bottles, but you don't get the sense that they're planning to drink any of it. At this point, they're like, yeah, I'm not touching this stuff.
We have to leave them alone. We have to leave them alone, Levi. They are going to stay out of our way, but they are not going to trust us.
Okay.
Which is quite understandable, given.
Is this a tough life of barrels? No one trusts you.
Yeah. Pretty much.
What do you do whenever people don't trust you? Do you...
Carry on?
Usually for me, I go to Brother Bob. Do you go to any of your parents?
No. Not really.
That sounds
I'm
lonely.
sure you'll... I go to Dugal.
What about before?
Before I did go to my father, but he is a bit oblivious. You will probably like him.
Levi shrugs. Maybe.
Anyway, I'm gonna go dig up a head now.
Yep. Down.
Whoa.
Please don't let Sekro see you. Please be careful. Take with you or someone with you.
If we don't want to take up player space, Gunther could definitely also tag along as protection.
It's the. Yes, I think she would say take Rizyuk or Gunther with you.
Yeah, the holy boys standing there while Levi and Gunther are just digging up a grave and chopping off a dead person's head, and just be like, man, what the fuck are we doing with our lives?
Gunther would hate it, but
honestly, at this point, I feel like Gunther would be like, well, this isn't the worst thing that's been happening.
This is not how I expect my life to go when traveling.
I love like Levi leaving from home, and Brother Bob being like, yes, my child. I think it will be great for you to travel and see the world and find yourself. And then just a hard cut to Levi just slowly chopping off the head. Just, yeah.
Huh. Well, I don't think they're gonna let me on cooking duty anymore.
You guys do retrieve the head. The crew seems to at least be calmed in regards to the current situation. There's just like this off atmosphere about everything.
Hey man, 3 people got murdered and we're the only ones trying to solve it. Tisk.
So their eyes, 4.
Is that 4?
No, to their eyes on like the crew's some of the crew.
Yeah, everyone now knows that SDN is, like, as far as they know, fucking killed. And the word is spread that whatever, like, that SDN seemed to turn into something else. And it's just, the vibes are not great right now on this show.
And they're about to get worse.
Time for a pizza party. Let's bring that morale up.
So, I'll say, for the sake of things, and also because we're closing in on 6 hours, we can go through, like, the next couple of days of travel. I've not planned anything intensive, but we can kind of skip around if you guys want to do, like, examinations, trying to get more information, Levi wanting to talk to a deadhead.
I mean, I think we got everything we can from Cyril. Sorath just kind of wants to make sure that, like, they know they can go. Or, like, wants to make sure that they have a safe, like, out, if anything. Like, she would probably offer them to return to Kimper. Like, say that they can just go back there. Because she knows they don't want to stay in Chryslant. And that they can be under her protection. But, yeah.
I want you to give me a persuasion check specifically about the being under Sorath's protection, but
22.
Yeah. It seems like they
because valid if they don't want it. Yeah. It's just, you know.
They seem to hold on to it. It doesn't seem like something they necessarily want. It just seems like something that's like, okay, this is a comfort. I'm going to hold on to this thing. Besides that, you guys put them in a hammock, and unless they are physically removed from it, they're not going to want to move at all. They're just there.
Yeah, because, like, after talking to them, she's like, she'll be like, I have no interest in hurting you. I have no interest in forcing you to stay. You are welcome to go if you wish. But if you do want an sure way back, just stick with the boat to go back to Kimper, and then go wherever you wish. But if you do need a way, like, you need a job or whatever, like, if you need something for the future, stay in Kimper, and she'll be back. Eventually. Or she could also probably just, like, give them a slip with, like, her signature on it, saying the, like, to take it to, like, her manor or something, and they can figure things out there or something like that. Just that they do not have to be tied to her if they do not want to be.
Yeah.
And then she looks at the shapeshifter. You're gonna die, buddy.
Oh no, she's just, like, purely, like, I don't give a fuck what happens to that thing. Like, cool, whatever. That's your guys' domain.
I'm guessing that Sorath also, like, does Sorath share any of the information that Gunnar shared with them?
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah.
I don't know if Lion's here right now.
Yeah.
Could you give me a history check?
Okay.
Mystery check. It's history.
The history machine.
4.
Oh.
Stupid do.
Okay. In that case, I'll say it takes you a while before you, like, connect the dots fully, but I'll allow it to happen before y'all leave the boat. But eventually, Gin's gonna realize that the timeline that Gunnar described about Odd getting aboard the ship does not match what the general crew seem to think. It seems like a lot of people have, like, they've been here for a while. I don't really remember when they got on board. Like, we've worked with them for a bit. Sure. They've been here for a handful of years-ish, maybe? Whereas Gunnar was very clear, like, yeah, they've been working with our ship for ages, like, one of the original crew. But Gin had, like, a couple, like, yeah, they've been working on this ship for a bit. There seems to be, like, some amount of inconsistency about how long Oda's been tied to this. Definitely more than a year, at least. But not in the same kind of, like, yeah, Oda's been here forever type conviction that Gunnar seemed to have.
At some point, Levi is going to cast Speak for Dead on the head.
So,
well, what question should I ask it, guys?
Let me just...
Why would the weird guy, Chunk Monkey, be afraid of you?
I will say,
Wait,
before you
use
start
the name
asking
Chunk
questions, it has been ages since we've done Speak with Dead. Let's see.
Oh yeah, was it like something special? Was it?
Speak with Dead has some interesting implications. So you cast it. You cast it. You can ask up to 5 questions. It will answer only what it knew while it was alive. It can only answer in languages it knew. It'll answer briefly. It is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if it recognizes you as an enemy or an antagonist. Those are like the general rules of things. And if you remember the way I ran Speak with Dead the last time you guys properly used it, which was way back in
2 years, 2 years ago?
Yeah, in Orthodox, and I think 2 years ago when you guys Speak with Dead on what the fuck was that guy's name? I don't know,
it doesn't matter.
Crusader dude's head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They answered questions kind of as when you guys tried to pretend to be one of the, I believe you guys pretended to be Astrophel.
I remember
And he's
that
like,
very
oh,
vaguely.
this is Astrophel. Yeah. So another thing that I do with Speak with Dead, because I dislike that Speak with Dead is a find a corpse, figure out the exact objective answer to every issue that this corpse could have been related to. They are going to perceive it as whoever is asking the question. So you can do things to try and make them be more willing to answer you.
Can we have Flinkin disguise himself as one of the people? Either the bugbear or the side of your feed.
Okay, I can't disguise myself as a bugbear, but I can make a silent image and then actor and use his voice to make it look like he is speaking.
So Levi has to be the one asking the question.
Oh.
But if you want to, you could try and illusorily alter what Levi looks like, I guess.
Yeah, can I make like an illusion around him? Oh, I guess I can't.
I could use alter self on it.
Oh, what's also self?
Or no, that's self. Never mind. I could use.
I mean, does it have self-targeting, or is it like a touch?
I'm sure it's self-targeting. Let me see.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely put Levi inside of an illusion. I will say, if you want to be able to use minor illusion, like the auditory part of minor illusion, to be someone's voice mod, go for it.
Oh, okay. Wait,
I was thinking of the potions.
Hold on, image. It's a concentration. I wouldn't be able to cast minor illusion though. Wait, no, that's a different thing.
Minor illusion doesn't have concentration.
Yes. Okay, cool.
You can stack. You can stack silent image and minor illusion together. I will say, if you want to, if you want to do stuff like try and impersonate someone like Ambrosia or someone like Emrys, then you have never heard what they sound like. I would be willing.
Know the bugbear guy.
Yeah, but I would be willing to allow Sora to attempt a performance check to see how well they can impersonate Ambrosia, and then Flinkin could try and impersonate that impersonation. Just because that's really silly and funny.
My God. Okay.
Wait,
what do I roll for that?
Give me a performance check.
Performance. Yeah, that's
okay.
I could technically give her guidance because Speak with Dead isn't concentration. And
I'm assuming no. Flinkin needs Flinkin needs a lot of time, so I'm assuming this has happened earlier. So feel free to guide this.
17 with guidance.
I can guide.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's a thing that Flinkin and Sorath are doing together, so add a d4.
Okay.
18.
18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll say Sorath does their best Ambrosia impersonation. It's not perfect. Flinkin trying. Give me a performance check with advantage, Flinkin. Feel free to guide that as well if you want to guide it.
Yeah.
Well, you can re-roll the 1, right?
Yeah, you can also you have nat 1 so many times this session, but
that's a 2. I think that's any
better.
Not
a 2. That's a 2.
23, and you can add a d4 to that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 4.
So
27.
It is a almost perfect replication in every way of what Sora did. There's like you hear Flinkin repeated back to you, and there are definite ways you're like, that's not exactly 100% it. But with the fucking 27 performance, I'll say with the input that Sorath does, and then like copying Sorath, and then Sorath being like, actually do it like a little more like this, and then a little more like this, you get to something that's close.
Yeah.
Especially someone who hasn't like
been
around Ambrosia a ton.
Yeah.
Like for Sorath, as among the people who have heard Ambrosia's voice the most, she does not really like mingle with staff. It's a passable impersonation of their voice.
Wait, okay, so how are we going to do this? Am I going to be doing the voice for Levi, or does Levi do the voice?
So Levi's asking things, and I'm going to allow you to minor illusion to change the sound of the voice. Essentially.
Okay, yeah. So...
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, one last question. Are we doing this in the same room as the shapeshifter?
You guys can do this on the boat, or you can do it on one of the stops. Because y'all anchor for the night, and this is happening over like the last couple of days of travel to Coruscant. This doesn't have to happen on the boat at all. This
it doesn't really
mean
matter.
Everyone has a long rest.
I mean, it doesn't really matter where it happens. Yeah. You know.
Either way.
Yeah, as long can I get the I'd rather have the long rest type of thing.
Everyone does get a long rest before this anyways, because Levi needed to get Speak with Dead first, so everyone can click their long rest buttons. But
let's go.
Yeah. So, 5 questions to Odd's head. If you want,
what should we ask him first before we?
So you have the option to allow Flinkin to disguise and change your voice to anyone that Flinkin has either seen enough to be able to impersonate, or Ambrosia, because Flinkin and Sorath had Ambrosia impersonation sessions.
Yeah.
I believe you've had to heard them talk for about an hour, which means Sorath has had to spend at least a full hour pretending to be Ambrosia.
That sounds like self-harm.
Yeah. So, yeah. What are your 5 questions? And feel free to specify who you're asking them as.
What's your favorite food?
We should actually discuss it. What should we ask her? Yeah.
We did the roles, but doing Ambrosia, because that's cool.
What did you do to get your... what did you do that Or because they might not know why they were killed.
So I will say Keelathan. That was his fucking name. That was the fucking dude's name. Y'all did have the issue of pretending to be a crusader, and then Keelathan answered, assuming you were a crusader, assuming you had the knowledge of that person.
Yeah.
So that is also something to consider. You want someone who they would figure out, like, okay, they would tell this to this type of person. They would tell this to this type of person.
What happened if we ask as a side or somebody? So, what were we supposed to do? We could ask that.
Okay, if we no, wait. We asked as Ambrosia, why did the task not work?
Well, don't we?
How come you had failed the task for me?
But isn't that because the thing got stolen? Is that what the failure point was?
Yeah, but I think there's still some information we can get from them, because if the guy's lying to us,
so yeah, figuring out the 5 questions is a good idea.
Yeah. Because if the guy is lying to us, then he's probably maybe the task didn't actually fail. Maybe this is something that or maybe I don't know. It's just there's something they're not the guy is still not telling us the quartermaster and stuff. He's lying about him being a part of the crew forever and stuff. So I don't know. We could
and we do know that these three were the only people working together, right?
Yeah, it was the quartermaster. It was the Cyril guy and the hobgoblin, who's an alchemy.
Bugbear.
Yeah, Bugbear. So it was Gunnar, the quartermaster, Odd, who was a person working the cargo, who
we're talking to,
SDN, who seems to have been the shapeshifter, and then Cyril.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Odd and it seems like it was Odd and SDN who had who seemed to have come with this task.
Yeah.
Odd seemed to, as far as Cyril and Gunnar implied, seemed to be the one who kind of was like, yeah, we've got this thing. I've got this job we want to do.
We could ask who gave the job, if it was directly under
no, Ambrosia talked to to quartermaster. I assume the quartermaster and the
quartermaster had said they had not talked to anyone. Odd was the. It seems like Odd was the person who showed up and said, "Hey, I have a job. Let's do this."
Okay, so she talked to Ambrosia.
What?
Ambrosia or talk to someone who represented Ambrosia, I guess.
Should we say that, Ambrosia? Because then he might answer why you or something.
There's also ways to phrase it if you.
Yeah.
Well, but, yeah.
Hmm.
5 questions is hard.
Yeah. I realized the second you said speak with that, I was like, oh. Yeah, this is gonna take a bit. Settling on 5 questions. That's a lot for y'all.
Because we're trying to narrow it down.
Yeah, I mean, we want to find, because the quartermaster is lying to us, we'd assume, because he's lied about that person being part of the crew for so long and stuff.
No, it's because he didn't know that he was a shapeshifter. The person was always a part of the crew, but the person that the form was taken of.
So what the quartermaster said to Thorath was they didn't trust Odd that much, because they went to Odd had said things that contradicted what they remembered of when Odd was brought aboard. They went to check their logs, and the logs of when and where Odd was recruited from didn't match what he remembered. He remembered Odd being recruited ages ago, where this stuff, where they started manning this ship, whereas the actual recruitment logs had all listed somewhere else.
Oh, okay. So
it's not that the quartermaster was lying to us. There was missing information.
Yeah,
from
you could be
them.
right, bro. It's possible.
Yeah. I mean,
memory alteration or something like that. Yeah.
should we ask something about who did the experiments on McShifty guy?
Who made the shapeshifter? But that's that's a reach that they would know that. But hey, it's better than what we got. I have a feeling it's Emrys, or not Emrys, but Emrys, yeah.
Emrys is mom. They are a blood sorcerer. And Ambrosia is grandma. She is the one who was more sinister.
Probably Ambrosia then.
They are not necessarily like a powerful mage or anything, but they delegate.
That's who you know, kind of thing.
Yeah. Ambrosia's biggest superpower is being able to command someone to do something for them and then pay them a lot of money so they will do it.
Which sounds like this whole MO.
Yeah. So
only we had Ambrosia's corpse here and not this guy.
Well, Ambrosia's still alive. Anyway,
yeah, I know.
Okay, so asking who made the shapeshifter.
Yeah, because we could figure out like what mage maybe if they do know.
Should we ask how did they kill the 3 people?
Well, I don't think that's.
Wasn't he the one who died with the 3 people?
Odd was among the people who died.
We know it was poison.
Ask how they died. Oh my god, that's so simple.
Yeah, how?
So, who made the shapeshifter? How did you die?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
they
2.
Just say
we said the first. We said one earlier. Wait a minute.
Yeah, one of the things you were talked about earlier was asking how they died, and then you debated whether or not that was a thing you should ask.
Yeah. Would it be better who killed you or how did you die? Because
I think who killed you could be.
Yeah, because didn't we deduce that it was poison? Like if they just say I was poisoned.
Yeah, then they were not getting anything. I think who killed you would be a better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who killed you? Who made the alchemy person?
Aside, ask why is Op so afraid of you?
We could also ask how long this operation's been going.
Wait, no, isn't he Ops?
So
what is like?
Well, no, not why. Why is whatever the shapeshifter name is?
It's Panda never remembers any names. Why
I
is
don't
Estienne afraid of you?
Why is
Estienne?
Okay. You have some ideas,
and here I always thought it was like Levi quirk.
Panda just never remembers like NPC names.
It's all good.
I'm struggling because there's been a lot of names been thrown around. I'm just like, whose name am I like? Why? Like who? What?
Is there anything Thoros we want to know?
Do we want to stay? Do we actually want to use the name, or if the guy knows?
Yes.
I mean, you can also like have general ideas of types of questions you want to ask, and then I'll allow you guys to tune them while asking.
Yeah, because my question is, if they go literally, they would talk. If they knew he wasn't actually Estin, like he wouldn't answer it as if it were the shapeshifter.
I mean, he's lived as that person, so I'd say it's like it'll do.
Okay.
What happened to the others as well? Would that be most of the question would be asked at Ambrosia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
Yeah, I feel like most of these questions would be asked at Ambrosia, right?
I was gonna ask who else was involved, but Ambrosia
would know.
Most likely would know, so I'm just
I'm just gonna say
what happened to the others?
Because I'm gonna drop a nice little hint about how to effectively use Speak with Dead. If you portray yourself as an authority figure, you can offer these questions as commands. Recount who was involved.
Because
True.
Ambrosia might know, but then you can think
the problem, I don't know how that
relationship
exactly
between Ambrosia might already have known that, but with a relationship, would this person realistically say, "I am not going to do that. You already know," or would they be like, "You're Ambrosia Bellows. I'm doing as you say."
Yeah.
You know?
The only problem is them saying information that we would not be able to put to actually anything because of our knowledge. That's the only fear I have with it, which I think is...
With Keelathan, you had the issues of pretending to be one of his subordinates. And then
so how do I be a commanding figure?
So, if you're Ambrosia and you phrase the questions kind of in like a, do as I tell you to kind of way.
Yeah.
That is a very effective way of making...
That's not Levi Forte.
So...
That's the problem.
Running it as questions, even though it is commands. I appreciate it. It's nice.
So Levi didn't have to somehow talk in a commanding way, which he never does.
Right. Well, I'll make it sound like it's commanding. Okay,
yeah.
Like I can do that much.
I'll say this will.
If anything,
this
I
will
think...
kind of come down to a little bit like as long as Flinken doesn't colossally fuck up their performance checks for the impersonation stuff, it'll probably work out.
Man, I think 3 questions is good for now, and then we can.
Yeah, then you
probably
have 2 questions
come up with
to
2 more.
Work with.
Yeah, we'll get some more information and stuff like that. Yeah.
But something to like work off of is maybe, oh god, like where they think, or I don't know, maybe where they think the cargo went. If they have any suspicions on anyone else, I don't know. But those 3 for now.
Yeah. Could Levi cast the enhanced ability whenever on Flinken for whoever performs check is?
Yeah.
On charisma.
I mean, oh no.
You already have
advantage.
advantage.
Channeling the spell?
Actor gives advantage on impersonation. I'll allow that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, then that's fine.
Yeah, but like, isn't Talk with Dead a channeling spell anyway?
There's none.
It doesn't take concentration.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's just a spell with 10-minute duration, and the second you stop it, it just ends. But it doesn't require concentration.
Does that mean I should cast enhanced ability on myself? Maybe I need charisma checks in this.
Go for it, sure.
Yeah, because I'm good. You probably need the charisma.
All right. Well, I guess we'll fast forward time where they do this.
Yeah. So you guys sit down, gather around. The spell is cast. Odd's head, which I'm assuming you guys have cleaned up a little, animates to life. And you have 10 minutes to ask your 5 questions. So, what is the first question that is asked?
The first question on the list, I think we put who made the shapeshifter, right?
Okay. In that case,
also in Ambrosia was as Levi trying to be commanding. Tell me who made the shapeshifter.
Okay, give me a performance check with advantage, Flinken.
Performance advantage.
This is gonna be the most spells per one roll. Most rolls per one spell. It's gonna be.
Yeah, this is a lot of setup, but it's working.
This is a fucking marionette of a spell.
And you guys thought me digging up the head wasn't worth it.
It is not a perfect match, but this works well enough that Sorath is a little unsettled by it.
Is that actually? You know what?
A+.
No, if we're out on the beat, I wouldn't want to bring the shapeshifter away from that room.
I'll say this happens wherever y'all want to happen. It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
So it would be like, tell me who was the one who killed you.
Oh, you guys will get the Ambrosia voice. I guess I can. No, I like the idea of that. It's not perfect yet. It is.
Yes, it's not perfect.
It's got the French accent. She's an old woman, and she is.
Yep.
Tell
and she is.
Who was the one who killed you? That?
Yeah, it's you are doing Halloween like spooky Halloween Ambrosia costume voice. It's functional.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
That'll do.
You guys will probably get to hear the Ambrosia voice next session. And I'm gonna hold on to that. Yeah, you guys are gonna get to Kalsumpht. And once you get to Kalsumpht, you're meeting Sorat's family.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go.
So Fathos will probably die.
Croissant?
So,
You want a croissant?
you ask, tell me who made the shapeshifter. Odd's head immediately animates, goes, with some assistance, I did.
Oh.
That's what I thought.
Explains why he's... That would explain why he's so scared of the guy.
Yep.
So he is higher.
So we don't need to ask that question.
Should we ask how did he do it? Or
is it necessary?
Like the whispers, or
I would like you to communicate with the others.
I feel like I could probably figure that out with enough experiments.
Well, it's just not necessary right now.
Yeah.
Like,
if you guys have a leftover question, you can use it on that, I guess.
Yeah, we get leftover, but like...
Okay,
well,
so we should ask who killed you next, right?
Yeah, that'd probably be the best way to go about it.
So, I'm trying to think of how to ask in Ambrosia.
Let the question go through first.
I was gonna might not even need to ask it because if the shapeshifter killed him out of fear of being destroyed, or
no, just go ahead. I don't want to speculate about anything. Just go ahead.
Just
tell me worked great.
Tell me who killed you on the ship.
Okay. Give me another performance check.
Well, actually, should I add the ship part to this? Who killed you? Probably worked best.
Yeah, it works.
20.
Still functioning great. The head animate goes. Actually, let me. Okay. Head goes. Either Stian or me, depending on your perspective.
Cryptic ass.
Stian or me?
Either Stian or me.
Creation.
Depending on your perspective.
Oh, because they created. Okay.
Okay.
Tricky bitch. All right.
Yes.
Whatever.
Depending on your perspective.
If you consider the shapeshifter a living thing, is I think the
that's definitely what it is.
Remind me of this when the session ends. I can give you the answer to this at the end of the session, because I don't think it's going to be super relevant moving forwards, but I'm not going to give it to y'all in canon, so someone remembers.
Why? Is another question why this job? Or, why do this job?
I mean, probably just because Ambrosia said so.
Yeah, Ambrosia said so.
Why
that's obvious.
Do you remember why I had you take this job or do this job? Maybe
I don't know about that.
So, the third question.
I don't think the why is very important.
Yeah. We.
The third question you guys had was recount what happened to the others.
Yeah.
Are you?
Okay. So she would say that recount what happened to the others.
Yeah.
Recount what happened to the others.
Yeah. Give me another performance check.
With advantage.
Imagine this situation if Lincoln hadn't respec into a disguise illusionist specialist.
Yeah.
Come on, monk, punch him.
It would be Crystal just kind of decorate Levi to look for
yeah. So the handmate goes. I do not know. I ensured I would be the first to die.
Okay.
So you ordered him to kill them all, so there would be evidence about this kind of thing. About, like,
Yeah, probably.
I still wonder what's so important about the amulet. Like,
you guys kind of just looked at it and put it in a bag.
Yeah, you could ask that. Well, they probably don't know though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that would be something Ambrosia would know about.
Ambrosia wouldn't.
Like, why?
Share.
Why did Ambrosia?
Yeah.
I don't think she would share.
I will say Sorath would have enough knowledge of the way Ambrosia works that these people do not know much other than what they were told to do. Ambrosia isn't someone who's going to like give an underling a bunch of like insight into why shit's being done.
Fuck no.
I mean, how?
Okay, we gotta ask.
Ambrosia barely tells Sorath why they're doing the things they're doing.
So he was a mastermind. So he's obviously like brainwashed the quartermaster into thinking he's part of the crew.
Yeah, what did you do?
Oh yeah. When did you arrive on the ship?
Or like
maybe.
What happened to the log?
Did we already get the information from the log?
Well, no, but we. I don't. That's fair. That's fair.
Did you tamper with the mind of the quartermaster or something like that?
That could be a good question. I mean, like we kind of already.
I mean, these last two questions are gonna be.
No, we could ask like, what did you do to the mind of the quartermaster?
Or what did you do with the information?
Because like.
Because if you ask what you did to the information, you could find out if it was something that was related to the mind or just something else.
What?
Because if they didn't actually do anything to the quartermaster's mind,
I don't think that.
Sorry, it was just Matcha explaining and Brent just going, what?
like, what did you do with the information about your joining the crew, or when you joined the crew?
So you're asking for like like magical specifications about like the
because what if it wasn't mind related? Like somehow, what if it wasn't?
I don't think that really matters.
Well, no, but if we ask what you did to the mind, then he wouldn't have any information because he didn't do anything to the mind. That's why I want to kind of cover.
But he's got false memories and stuff like that, and he honestly believes this.
As far as Sorath could tell, they were being truthful about like it was one of the main things that they like went to Sorath for, him being like, hey, I'm coming clean, I'm gonna risk my life for this. And Sorath seemed to think they were truthful in that moment about that.
And you could ask what you did to the quartermaster.
I guess like a more more general term of like, what have you done to the quartermaster?
Yeah.
And that could include like tampering with the mind and stuff like that. Like maybe just more general ask would be better. Just,
what all have you done to the quartermaster?
Right. Yeah.
Tell me what all you have done to the quartermaster. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. So like, tell me what you've done to the quartermaster.
Yeah.
Tell me what you've done to the quartermaster.
Okay. Another performance check.
A bit of a monkey's paw. Gotta be.
Is it?
Look,
I plus 13 is really helping you here.
Okay. They respond. A simple meddling with memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more question.
I mean,
also, I will say, Brad, you have been clicking persuasion instead of performance the last 2 times. I have been subtracting the difference, so that hasn't ended up mattering. Just heads up.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. You did it right the 2 first times.
Yep. They all look around the same rules.
Yeah, they're around the same spot and like they're close enough to each other. And also, I'm like, in between all these questions, I'm like, it's
there's
like,
a lot going on.
We could ask how you did this or how you learned to do this.
No,
like,
that's not necessary.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
we don't need the house.
Because then they might just be like, I went to school for magic, and then
Yeah.
Have I, as Rizyuk, has Rizyuk ever heard of like this kind of like alchemy used in this way?
It's like the
Give
alchemy
me
stuff
a
doesn't really matter.
Arcana check, I guess.
Okay.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think it's.
But yeah. Anyway, like, what questions should we ask now? Like, because we got they made the thing. They altered the memory of the quartermaster.
There was something that happened, and the mission was pretty much lost because they lost the amulet, and so there was a point where this one thing was going to happen, and
what you know about the mission from combined information from Cyril and Gunnar was they were given this box. As far as you tell, they weren't like told a lot about the details of the box, but they were given the box. And we're like, hey, bring this to, and from what Cyril was able to kind of like spout, what you figure is the wife of the regent of the Grensword like section of the Virlus. That was the person who was supposed to receive this, and to make sure that it did so undetected. That no one noticed that this box ever left the valley. No one noticed that it was delivered.
And because of the failure, the shapeshifter was afraid of being sent back and probably tortured, so killed him. When he found
I will say
a situation
to stop the speculation. Odd did say that they ensured that they would die first.
Yeah.
So, and they did say they were the one who created this SDN shapeshifter. It seems like and also they said, who killed you? Me or SDN, depending on your perspective.
Well,
I'll say it. I was going to say this later. I'll say it now. SDN pulled the trigger, but it was all that gave the order.
Yeah.
So,
I got that. Yeah.
So,
but can we ask if there are more shapeshifters?
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's a good question.
Or more operatives.
Yeah, that could also be an option. Like asking, are there more safe shapeshifters, or are there more people involved in this?
I wouldn't use. I'd say more operatives. Because
maybe
if you
how
say
many
people,
did you create?
Is
that a good question?
Because what if they only created one?
Yeah.
And then he still was working with people.
Because I think the point Marta is making is that if you just specify shapeshifters, if there is
then
someone
there
else working with them who isn't a shapeshifter, the question wouldn't cover that.
Yeah, and the reason I don't want to say people is because if he doesn't consider shapeshifters people, we wouldn't know if there are shapeshifters working. That's why I want to say operatives.
I was going to say linguistically. Operatives is also a very specific.
True. Were there others working with you? Are there still others working with you that were working with you? Or how many others were working with you on this crew?
I think we got most of them, haven't we? Like,
Gunnar did say that they didn't know if there was anyone else.
To be fair, I was just working if there was more shapeshifters, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, if there are shapeshifters, they'd be working with him. Others working with you works. How many others were working with you?
It comes down to whether or not you guys want to specifically know about, like, if there are other shapeshifters, or if you just want to know, like, about people
I think
working with them
shapeshifters
generally.
Because like we can get more information about who was working with them, like from other people and stuff like that. But like shapeshifters in general is much harder to pinpoint exactly.
Because what I'm curious more about is if he created more shapeshifters. That's actually what I'm more curious about.
In that case, if that's your final question, feel free to ask it.
I mean, I don't want to overrule Matcha but that is what I'm more curious about than who
it seems like the group consensus is leading towards figuring out the shapeshifters.
Yeah,
because like shapeshifters are harder to point out than like somebody who's working with another person in the group, right? Yes, so like it's easy to narrow down like, oh, we got to find someone else who's fake as well.
Yeah.
So like rather than like having to find out who's also part of them, just like
who else is a shapeshifter might be a good one, because then we would know who. If
is there anyone else in the crew? Tell me if there's any more crew that are shapeshifters.
Or who else on the crew is a shapeshifter?
Mm-hmm.
And that's good wording. Yeah.
All right.
Because then that would also give us information on who to track, rather than be like, oh, there's like 5 on here. We got to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, so tell me who is a shapeshifter? Wait.
No, who all on the crew is a shapeshifter?
All right, tell me who all is on the crew is a shapeshifter. Is what you're going for.
Yeah.
All right, tell me who all on the crew is a shapeshifter.
Okay. This time
I love where we're going from like aggressive spooky woman to like sassy aunt.
After like fully picturing
you can't roll under 20, Brad. You can't roll under 20.
God.
I can. I just haven't.
I know.
Allowing
in your favor.
Allowing Brad to witness the pure fucking insanity that is the modifiers bards get. That's been a marvel.
No, I'm taking the roll before this one was under 20. It was 19. Because it wasn't at 23, it was 19.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
So, the head for its last answer goes, there are not other shapeshifters. And then it just goes limp.
But we know now.
Yeah, nice. Because it would be harder if he said there are one shapeshifter. Okay, now we have to look for a shapeshifter who can.
Congratulations, Dead's spoken to successfully.
Will this man be at rest if his parts aren't in the same place? Looks at Levi.
I mean, people rise from the dead even if they're pretty dismembered.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a story where a finger rose from the ground.
Shining finger.
I've heard a one-time story that it was just like the outer shell of like just a shrimp. It was very, very unusual.
Oh my god.
So if we don't want this head discovered, we probably should throw it out the window.
I feel that would be disrespectful. We should bury it, at least.
Oh yes, be respectful to the man who created like a slave. Oh yes.
That's true. I did forget he wasn't part of the crew.
I mean, what happened to the person that he took over, right? Because there was an Ob that was innocent in all this.
Oh my god. Sorry, that got me.
Yeah. that was good, friend. So, are you guys just you guys could, like, give the head to Gin. Gin just chucks it as far as they can into the forest.
Yeah.
Just make sure nobody sees it. We don't need to explain more stuff to the crew.
I'm sure Flinking could hide it.
I mean, I've already performed the rites for him.
Okay. If that counts, then that's all good. We don't need anything rising up.
Gotcha.
So I guess Gin, give me a strength check.
I'm going to give you advantage by using enhance ability, giving you extra.
I'm not sure if you're proficient with athletics, but if you are, just roll like athletics with advantage then. And probably a D4 because someone's gonna guide you.
Yeah, someone's gonna guide you.
Someone. One of these fuckers.
Well, no, because technically Flinkin casting advanced ability, so I would have to be the one to guide him. But because they're both concentration.
27.
And then add a D4. I want to see if you can get the 30.
If only I had flash 30! Of genius still.
Perfect.
Direct on the 30. Let's go.
Ging goes to just shot put the head off into the distance, and it just vanishes into the forest. Like, eventually.
Wow! What the fuck was that in the distance?
Far off, you just see like a scatter of birds, like a couple 100 feet off, like into the woods. Like, let's say 300 feet, just off in the woods, just a bunch of birds just emerge from the trees.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Wait, Alvin, what are you doing out there? Flies back to the boat.
I'm sorry, Rizik. I don't know you like to handle the dead like this, but we really need to get this out before, since the crew's already doesn't like us anymore.
I have one other thing I need to do, but out of character we can do that another time. But I really want to interrogate the thing as Ob with alter self. Not interrogate, just question it. As Ob.
No, the
shapeshifter.
Chunky monkey.
The shapeshifter is still.
Chunk monkey. Sorry.
Chunk monkey.
Chunk monkey. Yes.
I'll say, just for the sake of it, give me an investigation check.
Got it.
I'd give him an enhanced build. Well, not guidance.
So
enhanced
guidance.
Enhanced guidance.
That's a 13.
So I'll say, you try to do this at some point. The being does not at all react or alter its behavior at all. And from your attempts at interrogating, a little bit of examination, it seems to not care that you're pretending to be Ob, seemingly because it is aware that it killed.
Then I will shift the form.
And I want you to give me an insight check.
Got it. That's more important, actually.
Yes.
I did not roll at advantage. One more. That's history. I'm dumb. I missed it.
Just take the 20. So it's 8 plus whatever insight.
Hey, they're the same modifier, so it's a 14.
And then insight plus 4 or D4.
Yeah.
That is a 16.
This thing is sentient, self-aware, a whole being in and of itself.
Knowing that, I will shift back and say, I don't want to bring you back. Do you think for yourself at this point?
It isn't going to react to you.
I don't.
You're aware that it definitely hears you. It is just very clear that it is actively choosing to to essentially pretend like none of you exist.
So anyway, I cast.
For real.
But Rizuki's just having a quiet moment with this thing, just looking at it. I don't know what it's like to be brought into life in the way that you were, and I don't know what it's like to not have a technical purpose anymore. But
I will also ask, how well are you guys guarding this thing?
I'm keeping an eye on it. I've been keeping an eye on it every night, so it doesn't off itself.
Yeah, it will continuously try and find whatever ways it can to either escape or off itself.
Is it just a normal person, with this ability wise?
It's like a person size.
No. What abilities? Is it just a normal person's abilities, like a commoner, or is it just to have some level of
It doesn't seem to have tried to shapeshift into anyone else. It mainly just seems to have that ability, and to it seemed to be able to keep the shape of Estion. And
it can keep the shape of him
while it was doing that. Yeah.
When it was doing okay.
Yeah. Back when it was doing that, it was doing that.
Yeah,
it is not doing that anymore. It doesn't seem to have gone through the effort of shifting back into SDN or trying to shapeshift into anyone else. And it sure seemed to have the ability to stab things with a knife. So
yep. If Rizuki, through watching this thing and knowing that it's aware of Rizuki's gonna. Is there any way to put a cloak on it? with it tied up like it is.
I mean, you can put a cloak on top of it, yeah.
Yeah, I will, and I'll tell it, this is a cloak of many fashions. After a while, you'll be able to use it to make it look like any other cloak that you've heard of or seen. It can even look like magical ones. Is this in the dead of night? I would think. I'm gonna try to see if the others are asleep.
It is when you want it to be. You can definitely do it when people are asleep, for sure.
I'm going to... are we docked? Or, like, at least, like... I'm going to walk him out with me and off the boat.
Okay. Give me a stealth check.
Got it.
If you want to make sure that everyone else is, like, sleeping.
Yeah, flat roll because I'm in the infiltrator.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be pretty. That's a 7.
You have to roll pretty. You on that 20 would not beat my perception.
Yeah, this is not about. This is not about beating perception. This is about whether or not they wake y'all up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for it. I'll say you get it out of the cabin, but people are going to like stir awake, like kind of more in noticing the you leaving than you interacting with it. I'll say you get it out of the cabin. For the fun of it, everyone else, I assume, roll a d20.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see which one of you wake up based on that.
Alright, Levi's a heavy sleeper. Natural 1, right?
I got a 10.
Feel free to choose to not be woken up, but... Yeah.
I'll get woken up, yeah.
No, that's not up to you. I said you can choose to not be woken up if you want to.
But I rolled a 10.
What? I was talking to Panda
This
about...
is a different DC.
I was talking to Panda about Levi not waking up. And I was like, if you roll high, you can choose to say, nah, I'm not waking up from that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't choose
it's the DC
to have
that's not tied to myself, I believe.
Yeah, this is just related to the roll ad. In that case, the person who wakes up and notices like the door close would be Gin. And it's up to you, Lion, if Gin wakes the others up, or if Gin just follows Resyuk, or if Gin just goes, I don't fucking care. That's all up to you. You're muted, by the way. You're talking.
I do have a preference. One of those would be great.
Gin going out?
Yes!
Is Gin gonna try and sneak?
Gin, go out and finish.
Ah, no! Dang it.
Does Gin want to, like, just follow out, or do you Gin want to sneak? Be, like, quiet and shit?
Gin's not sneaking out.
Okay. So, I'll say, Resyuk, you managed to get out of the camp, so you're on the main deck, and Gin kind of just follows out after you after a bit. You haven't gotten off the boat yet. And Gin, you just see Resyuk with the shape-shifting creature wearing a cloak on the boat, seemingly headed to leave the boat. What do you do with that? It's up to you.
I'm expecting to just roll survival.
I go to the clearest. Is there a certain part where we fish in the boat?
You usually fish at the back because the boat is moving first. So I'm asking you, are you just going to ignore the fact that Resyuk is like sneaking out with the hostage?
Yeah.
Okay, you're ignoring it. Cool. Then I'm not going to deal with Gin anymore. Gin is gonna go fish. Cool. I was wondering if it was going to be relevant.
Is Gin gonna watch from where he's fishing, or is he just fishing?
If you go off the boat, and Gin is where you would fish, you would be outside of Gin's ability to see you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So.
I'm gonna walk down. I have my bag of supplies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to. Do you need to eat or drink anything? I don't know if you'd answer me, but it'd help to know what to give you.
Give me another persuasion check.
Free. Oh my god.
It's not gonna respond or react in any way.
Don't laugh at me. I want to kill myself.
Sorry.
Hey, I mean, if this was Mario Party, you would have got 10 coins.
Oh my god!
How close are we to a town or a city? Like,
the closest city would be Kosovo. Kimpur would be probably a week with a cart and an okay horse. It would probably be a couple of weeks on foot. You guys are anchored near a small little farm settlement.
I have two options I can give you. You can find a way to stay with the crew and get back to Kimpur. I would, if you looks at him, if I could trust you not to harm any crew members, you could probably hitch a ride back and start something down there. I'll give you some money to get a start, but otherwise I could let you out here and give you the rest of my rations and water skin.
There's no
clothing
response.
if you need it.
I'm half expecting this thing to just go and walk a corner and stab itself.
If you kill me, it's on me. And he'll release the restraints on him and just, with the pouch down of like rations and water skin, just kind of back up with hands up. You can come with me back on
you
the
release
boat.
the ties. It doesn't move at all. It is only notable change is that in the almost pitch blackness of this, you can barely pick up that its eyes are following you.
I'm not gonna come for you. I have no reason to. Don't give kind of gestures back at the boat them a reason to. But I would do what I could to vouch for your travel out if you're willing to cooperate. And I don't mean giving us any information. I just mean just being able to be in the same space as other people and not cause problems. We don't need... I don't have any intention of any of them bringing you to that person. Sorry we used it as a threat. I don't know exactly how everything is to you. I'm sorry if this comes off as condescending. It's not. I'm not trying to. I just don't know. You're not giving me anything. But you can follow me back on the boat or take what you need and try to find a way somewhere. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna walk there. Okay. And I will do so.
doesn't move.
Hmm.
Just stands there. Until you walked far enough away that you can no longer see it. You hear no sounds.
Yeah, Rizik will return. Not go back to the room and just sit on the deck outside. Let himself fall asleep with time. Just staring out into the nothing of the fog where there would be stars, but of course, Pleasant Valley.
It's one big star.
I'll say, by the time Rizyuk wakes up next day, especially because you would have had to stay up significantly late to do this, the thing that wakes you up is the rhythmic heaving of the people beginning to man the oars and row, and the boat kind of loosening, shifting as it begins to move up the river. Give me a perception check.
Got it. Doop.
Natural 20.
Natural, thank you. 23.
What? Where you left the shapeshifter, you can see at least the cloak on the ground. And rations and stuff you left for it, seemingly untouched. You're unsure if it simply didn't pick these things up and left without them, or if it's underneath that cloak on the ground.
Rizyuk, just as the ship goes, we'll stare at it until it goes out of view, which wouldn't be too long because of the, Pleasant Valley.
Yeah, during the day, your vision isn't very limited. It's just like a very cloudy day.
Got it.
I'll say as Rizyuk is sitting, just staring off in that distance, and Captain comes by, like, getting ready for their day. They'll just walk kind of past them, seeming to have a little bit less of that worry and suspicion about the party than some of the others. Partly because you guys are kind of their direct employer, so they do kind of treat you a little better. And they just go, "Good news, sir. We will arrive at our destination later today." Offers that with, like, very much like a customer service smile, and then just walks past.
Thank you, Captain. Rizyuk just kind of stands there, looking at the thing that once had the visage of a crew member, but only seeing a reflection of himself.
Oh. Unless there's anything else anyone wants to do on the boat.
Do I get a dream?
I'm gonna resolve dreams at the very end of this. But if there's anything else anyone wants to do at the boat.
No, all good.
In that case, the last bit of travel is quiet and uneventful. You guys will wake up and find that the shapeshifter is nowhere to be seen. Rizyuk is not in the room. Upon leaving, you'll find Rizyuk sitting by the edge of the boat. Looking like they're not doing the best.
Didn't that shapeshifter kill like 3 people? Shouldn't it have an answer for some crimes?
It was created to do that.
But even if it was created, it's still 3 people.
And I created.
Choose them for innocent. Wouldn't worry, buddy.
Yeah. Actions have consequences, no matter what your choices are.
I do.
You can let all criminals walk free.
And on that cherry note, eventually later in that day, you guys will arrive at Karsumpt. Sorath will probably feel a mixed sense of feelings. I'm guessing most of them, on average, not the best.
Oh, the city's big.
The city extends up into the hills. The river kind of snakes its way up, and then you can see where its like main basin from higher up in the mountains comes. It extends up like around this flat area by the river's kind of beginning and up into the hillsides, halfway up the mountainsides, and quite far up on the mountainside you can see kind of a cliff side that is split down the middle. There's a path that seems to lead up to it. On one side of this split cleft, there is a colossal manor that is so big that even though you are miles still, you can see it.
Hey, Thoros, whose manor is that?
Thoros is very able to tell you that it's the Belrose Manor, though I'm guessing everyone who isn't Levi definitely figured that by now.
Yeah. It is my family's.
Across
I can't imagine
split,
cleaning all of that.
Across that
That
split
is why
in the
we have a large staff. Sorry.
yeah. Across that split in the cliff, which, looking from far away, you'd figure the drop between those cliffs would probably be maybe 4,000 feet until you would hit ground. There is a single bridge, and then on the other part that you would have to travel past the manor to get to is an old, derelict, somewhat collapsing castle built of rough stone. It seems like it hasn't had anyone staying there for hundreds of years.
And
yeah.
that is where we keep Obali. Well, where he decides to stay.
The ship pulls in towards the harbor.
The old boy.
I'm gonna beat his ass. Okay.
As the ship pulls in towards the harbor, Sorath can already see, far before you get to the docks, the large escort that is prepared for them.
Are they here to arrest everyone on the boat for being mean to Barrows?
No. They are here to escort me home.
Oh, the only time I remember this in Windcash.
Indeed.
So yeah, as the boat prepares to dock, you guys witness as a delegation of, you'd figure somewhere in the realm of like maybe 200 soldiers and or attendants are standing there, all in uniform, reds and golds, rose patterns covering both wagons, covering the drapes on the horses, some uniforms and shields. None of them, as far as you can tell, not a single smile on any faces. Everyone looks deadly serious. For Sorath, this is normal. And there is a not so pleasant feeling of being home again.
Hey, Flinken, what happened if you made one of them laugh?
I think I have resolved that I rolled no dreams, and you can roll to see your dream if you want to roll the D100, Brando.
Alright, I need to beat an 80.
I knew that we had a long session.
80. Hey, I actually beat it. 89.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't actually expect to win these.
In that case, just because I'm a little fucking tired.
Yeah, it's fine.
And we're gonna start next session resolving that.
Because I actually have to think of a dream to have. I wasn't usually when this high. I don't actually expect to win these.
Oh.
Ooh, God, that is a 7-hour session. I was planning for this to be a longer one, but it sure was a longer one.
I'm sorry.
No, the funny thing was that like we were closing on like 5 hours, and then I heard Speak with Dead mentioned, and I was like, oh, this session's gonna go at least 6.5. Probably we might get to 7 hours. Speak with Dead is a nightmare for this group because all of y'all are so like anxiously indecisive about like, oh fuck, I don't want to ask the wrong thing. And it's so funny. It's wonderful.
It's just like every time. It's just like it's the bane of our existence.
Yeah.
The BBEG is not even the bad guy. It's just fucking Speak with Dead. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like we have more stress like speaking with Dead.
I was just like sitting there listening to you guys do Speak with Dead question, like figuring out, and I was just like doing shit because I was like, I don't fucking. I'll let them overthink.
I'm glad you asked the questions you did, because once Rizyuk found out that the dude that was a part of the mission was also the one that created the shapeshifter, it, like struck in his head. Oh.
Yeah. I can also tell. I was expecting Rizyuk to go like mad scientist on this thing instead of like showing sympathy and trying to free it. In that case, I can tell you that this thing was made from parts of SDN.
I was thinking of it. I was thinking of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to live with that, and that's why the consciousness was like that in the dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has the parts of SDN that are able to process information, but not really store memory. It has some. Yeah, this thing is. This thing is fucked up. The second I realized that Rizyuk was like trying to connect it, I was like, oh. For this entire arc, I created a single character that you couldn't save, and boy, did you have to try.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure it's dead under the cloak.
I'll say there are two options. Either it's dead under that cloak, or it went off into the woods. Which isn't necessarily a good thing.
A random woods, one of the most like darkest place in the world.
Pleasant Valley is not the most dangerous place, but it's nowhere near safe.
Yeah, but isn't it like the fog thing? So like,
Pleasant Valley has permanent cloud cover. It's always it's always fully overcast. So yeah, there hasn't been sun air for I think close to a millennium.
Otherwise, we were watching it and trying to prevent it from just offing itself the whole time. So Rizyuk had given himself that duty.
Yeah. It was given a task, and then was trying to follow through on that task. So, yeah.
Yippee!
And the difference between Rizyuk and it is Rizyuk succeeded where it failed.
It got part of the way there.
Yeah.
But yeah, all essentially went like, shit, the mission went bad, we're heading the wrong direction, and it doesn't seem like Gunnar is willing to work with me. Well, I'm fucked either way. Hey, creation. Take out everyone involved in this. Do whatever you have to make sure you get everyone. And then off yourself at the end. Start with me, because I don't want to have to deal with any of this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
But the question is, what's
welcome
the rest
to
of the crate?
Depression Murder Mystery.
Yeah.
The question is, what's the rest of the crates? We got more loot. We only got a necklace. We need more. There's more in the box.
There's more in the box. The box is not here anymore. That thing's not on the boat anymore. They got that thing out. Yeah. Gunnar did say, like, you guys did look for it, and it wasn't on the ship. And Gunnar said that it's no longer on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Whoa.
This is essentially Odd's way of cutting their losses.
So, if Lincoln never stole it, it would have been on the ship.
Well, if Lincoln never stole it, that doesn't really change anything. It was the fact that it was discovered at all.
If Lincoln didn't take it, or didn't teleport down, or walk down there.
I'll also say, Odd may or may not have been the most stable person, and the fact that you guys were taking the ship back up to Kapsumpt was not good for them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is just a storyline I had written in case you guys went with this ship.
Yeah. Whoa. I love the moment of, I want to look up at the stars. Oh, wait, I'm in this fucking horrible place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for being around for the session. We're probably going to be able to get a handful of sessions in before Christmas and New Year's and all that will put us on another small hiatus.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Because people do tend to be at least a little busy around that time of year.
Yup.
So,
Mm-hmm.
We'll continue working out some sessions until then. And
Yep.
Next session, prepare for next session is going to be all just introducing Sora's family. I'm going to need a whole ass session to do that.
Yeah, it's also just gonna be Sora talking to a million fucking people for a long time.
Sora's going to have to talk to so many people.
My favorite episode of the D&D group was when Sora talked to everybody for a long time.
You better have tea ready.
What was your favorite episode?
The one where Gunther was traumatized.
Sora's talked to people for a long time.
Well, yeah. Well, that wraps up this 7-hour return to this shit. This is... I will allow this session to be my celebration of never having to do an exam again.
Yeah. I'm happy to be back. I'm sorry. I always am like, what if we do this, though?
Where we drop in? Question mark.
Do y'all have any
point.
suggestions?
Let me look.
Hugo's playing Balatro.
Hey, Balatro?
I just saw that.
I know.
Wait,
So
is
Hugo's
it Hugo?
Hugo's streaming?
Yeah, Zuchi's in here. This is Hugo.
Yes. What was the last time Hugo streamed before this? I feel like it's been fucking ages.
They were playing Kingdom Hearts before.
Yeah.
Oh, to be fair, I might not have
Oh.
seen any
Kingdom
streams.
Hearts 2 rando didn't work.
Oh, in that case, we're gonna go give Hugo a consolation raid since the rando broke, I guess. I also hi right now.
I have an idea.
And also yeah, thank you to everyone who stopped by. We're a lot of people. I think Arundar was someone who was in here earlier. The way these D&D streams go, I don't pay that much attention to chat because I have a lot of all stuff to pay attention to, but thank y'all a lot for vibing. I hope the traumatizing mess I put my players through was entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Sorry for turning everything into a Rizyuk sad moment. I need to stop making parallels. I'm trying to make a trapezoid.
That is a good raid message. Fuck it. We're gonna do. Let's go with that one. That works. I have a off my very limited redeems whenever I'm doing D&D. There is an redeem to choose an emote to unlock. And you can use that if you want to unlock the emotes to have it for the raid message. I'm gonna just chuck a raid thing up here.
Yippee!
And we'll ignore all the existential dread that I have inflicted onto Macho and focus on Flinken's hot goth clown era instead. Because that was definitely the highlight of this show. Was goth mommy clown Flinken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah.
I will become that. Yay. Maybe I shouldn't. It's late.
Rob. Yeah, we should probably be go for a session next week unless people are busy. See y'all either then or some other time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Go show Hugo love.
Yeah.
We love Hugo.
Yeah, I click the right button now.
Oh,